Good morning, everyone. Welcome to day 3 of London Tech Week. I'm Alex Webb. I lead some of the tech coverage at Bloomberg News here in London. We've got a pretty exciting third day for you. I think one of the really interesting themes that we're really going to get a chance to dig into are the things that maybe have been forgotten in the past few months. Amidst all the hype around AI since OpenAI introduced ChatGPT to the world, we've forgotten a little bit these huge monster themes such as quantum computing, Web3, the metaverse, which perhaps is a little bit more front of mind following Apple's announcement in recent weeks. The quantum conversation with George Freeman MP, the Minister for Science, Research and Innovation, is perhaps the most forward-looking of all these things we're going to talk about, but is really significant when it comes to the UK's future in the space. But before we get to that, we're going to have Indro Mukherjee, the CEO of Innovate UK, to give us some of his thoughts on the direction of travel in the UK and how we position ourselves, but I don't want to take any more of his time, how we position ourselves in this very exciting space.
Thank you very much indeed. Well, good morning, everybody. I'm really pleased to be here with you, and really good that we can participate in this fantastic event together. You know, Innovate UK is the UK's innovation agency, so we are at the beating heart of the innovation journey in the UK. We support thousands and thousands and thousands of businesses as they go on their journey from startup through development and ultimately to scale up. We support our businesses through many different areas, many different sectors throughout the whole of the UK. So we're very much positioned in this ecosystem and very much pleased to be here in this week. And we have a stand here, and please take the chance to go by, look at our stand, meet our people, and let's see how we can help you on your journey ahead to build the innovation economy here in the UK. We invest in grants, loans, but also advice for businesses in terms of scale-up, in terms of export, in terms of skills development. And we do this through the work of some brilliant people who care passionately about the UK, passionately about innovation in the UK, and passionately about the economy and society that we wish to create. In this 3-year spending review, we will invest some £6.2 billion worth of work. And this will be across thousands and thousands of businesses. So you know, this week is about the innovation journey. You all know that because you're all a fundamental part of this, and we're so proud to be part of this week's work and also the UK tech economy. The significance of innovation to productivity and growth is massive and is being very strongly recognized and very strongly focused on. And many of the speakers this week have really majored on this area. So as we build our economy and society, this work is actually very personal for all of us. Now, I already know that it's personal for you because many of you here in this room are innovators, entrepreneurs, business leaders, people who contribute strongly to the UK's innovation ecosystem. As a business leader myself, and as an ex-business leader before coming into this public sector job, I've led businesses with thousands of people, hundreds of people, but also tens of people through the innovation journey. I personally know and empathize with the highs and lows of that journey, and so I very much admire the work that all of you do, the passion that you have, and the energy that you have to help build our economy. In the UK, as you've heard this week, we have been very successful. We've got a really good tech economy, but we want to go further. So the 134 unicorns, the fact that we've raised more capital for tech here in the UK than France and Germany combined, these are stages that we want to go through. We are not willing to rest at that point, so we want to do much, much more. Across the Innovate UK system, we have dedicated, passionate, and skilled people. We have the Innovate UK teams, the Innovate UK knowledge transfer teams who are there to help with connecting, convening, building communities. Also, we have a network of business growth advisors across the whole of the UK. And together, these people form a very strong armory of support for our scaling and growing tech businesses in the UK. We also fund some fantastic catapults. Last autumn, we announced a package of £1.6 billion worth of support over 5 years to grow and expand our catapult network. Our catapults have some of the finest people in the world with some of the finest equipment and some of the finest infrastructure to enable and stimulate the translation, testing, and commercialization journey for businesses. And together, the Innovate UK system works to support businesses from very low technology readiness levels all the way through to collaborations of engagements with much higher levels of technology readiness. We do this across 3 axes: our domains, our products and services, and place. Our domains, we focus from materials, manufacturing, mobility, energy within a net zero environment. We focus on pharma, genetics, life sciences, the whole area in terms of that huge area of life sciences which is so powerful in the UK. And we focus on agri-tech as well. This is a very important area, and yesterday we ran a very important seminar in this area to celebrate the work that we can do with the agri-tech sector. And beyond that, we have experts in the area of fundamental technologies, quantum, AI, etc., and also vertical applications of digital technologies, which include creative industries and fintech. So overall, the Innovate UK system is very much there to support you, to support the UK through a very powerful innovation journey. The work that we do is very personal to me as well. I'm an ex-private sector business leader who's chosen to dedicate some years of my life to working here in this sector, to invest in my time and effort into helping our public sector organisation, Innovate UK, grow and develop. This is really something very powerful to me and very important to me, to be able to help link together research and innovation. It's also important to me personally. As a first-generation Brit, mixed race, born in a socio-economic environment that would surprise pretty much all of you who don't know me, I feel very passionately about the creation of opportunity and diversity, and that our tech sector has a fantastic opportunity to do that. Many of you run programs and have this diversity already inbuilt in what you do. So please join us in being ambassadors for a more diverse and strong tech economy. We invest in many diversity programs as Innovate UK. We firmly believe that diversity is fundamental to a strong innovation economy. And we fundamentally believe that the best innovation comes from the best and broadest diversity of thought and passion. You know, we have running programs recently to understand how our products and services look to innovators who describe themselves as having a disability. As you know, disability can be things that are seen and things that are not seen. And it's very humbling as an organisation to be able to go through a journey of deeply understanding how we should adapt our processes and structures around those things. Because ultimately, the greater the diversity in the system, the more power we can get for this. As a tech community, I think we're doing very well in the UK, but we really have ambitions to do much more. And Innovate UK wants to be very much at the heart of that journey forward. We believe in harnessing programs together, and later this year you'll see us launch a No Limits program to harness how we can aggregate diversity programs across our tech system. You'll also see that we will be expanding our SBRI program, which links together small businesses with public procurement. And we see huge opportunities in expanding that area. We also see opportunities to broaden the investor partnerships that we have. We link as a public sector organisation with many private investors, and we work on opportunities where we can jointly work with them to help businesses with their growth. And so our investor partnerships are a very fundamental and important part of what we do. And we really invite investors who are here in this audience and watching this presentation to join in with us and sign up to our investor partnerships, because together we can make a very good public-private package for UK innovative businesses as they grow and as they go to scale. And later this year, you will also see some new initiatives that we're taking to better link businesses that we've supported with grants and loans, together with private sector investors, which is very fundamental to the journey that we want to go on. If you go to our stand, in addition to meeting some fantastic people, in addition to meeting some people with energy, passion, and care, who I'm very proud to work with, you'll also see the innovation hub that we're testing. This innovation hub is an example of some fantastic work that we're doing to make the system easier to navigate for UK entrepreneurs. If you take a look at this system, if you take a look at this hub, we'd love to get your feedback. This is a way that in a few clicks you can find a total array of what's available for an innovator across the public system. So please go to our stand, please meet our fantastic people who are so interested and so keen to get your feedback, and please know that we really, really are passionate and committed to going on that journey to allow you as innovators in the UK to be able to prosper in an innovative and inclusive economy. I really want to say on behalf of our team that we're very keen to support the journey. We're very keen to take the fantastic platform that we already have in the UK and go much further and fulfill our ambitions. And I assure you of the best efforts of Innovate UK, the very best efforts of Innovate UK to support you and to support the UK in our innovation journey ahead. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you so much, Indra Mukherjee, for setting us up for today's conversation. Now, the upcoming conversation is going to be about quantum computing. As bleeding edge as this technology might be, we are still waiting for the technology to arrive, and in the same manner, we are also still waiting for the minister to arrive. So on that basis, I've been told to flannel. Stephanie Simmons is going to be joining us, and maybe I'm going to converse briefly. I mean, could I invite you up on the stage? Is that possible? Yes. Maybe we could have a little conversation until the minister arrives. Is that okay? So please, can I welcome to the stage Stephanie Simmons, who's the founder and chief quantum officer of Photonic.
It's great. It's great. Thank you so much.
Shall I just sit down with you?
Yes,
and then we'll
please,
chat a
let's
little
do
bit?
it.
So I think I'm right in saying you guys are going to have more interesting things to talk about. But maybe just as a starting point, maybe you could explain to the audience what Photonic is and what you do.
Thank you very much. And thank you very much for getting up early for a quantum conversation. It's one of these things where it either excites you in the morning and gets you up, or it's like, okay. Quantum, you could hear about it in the media because it's used synonymously with the word magic, right? If you needed something fixed in a science fiction show, you put the word quantum in it and suddenly everything works. It's an interesting point because it is transformational and it will unlock opportunities that can't be accomplished any other way. And let's wind back a minute. I love being in the UK to talk about this because the UK has seen this transition through the commercialization of various branches of physics many times. There were audience halls like this about 200 years ago that would be filled to see how a magnet worked, right? And now electromagnetism is so boring that we just plug our devices into the walls and it works. We've seen this through many branches of physics, and quantum will be the next one. So I see that we should take a pause
Yes,
and just get into it.
The other half of the main act has
Yes.
arrived. So I'm delighted to welcome to the stage George Freeman, MP, the Minister for Science, Research and Innovation, and you guys can have a far more informed conversation than I might have been able to afford.
Good morning.
Really nice
Good
to meet you.
morning. Yes, thank you so much. You're the one who's making it happen. Thank you so much.
We're trying.
So I'm so excited to be talking about unleashing the UK as a science superpower through quantum technologies. I love the fact that ministers have taken on quantum as a core priority, and it's just such a phenomenal place to be in the history of the commercialization of this branch of physics. As I was saying before you walked up, this is a moment where you could see where it's coming because you know that every single time you unlock semiconductors is the last one, right? That's the reason we have supercomputers in our pocket. The reason the UK, to some extent, had a international presence was because of its ability to understand optical physics. The Industrial Revolution, I mean, all of these things come down to physics and commercializing them. So I'm really glad to hear that there's such a commitment from the UK to do this. maybe just 2 seconds, and then we should introduce ourselves, perhaps. Okay. So I have a deep history in the UK and in the quantum space for 20 years now. I'm presently based in Canada. I'm the founder of a fairly large quantum computing tech startup. I'm also the co-chair of the Advisory Council to Canada's National Quantum Strategy, so the counterpart to the UK National Quantum Strategy, which have a lot of beautiful similarities, which I hope we get to speak to. So that's my role in this quantum space, and over to you.
Great. Well, thank you for having me, and thank you all for coming here. Time is money, and your time is precious. You should be doing deals as well, so I hope we'll make this a really valuable session. Yeah, look, we've identified, my background, briefly, I was in tech venture and early stage company formation for 15 years before being elected in 2010, mainly in biotech, although the last company I founded and ran for 4 years was we called it an AI company. It was an algorithm, really, a toxicology algorithm running on an elastic band. But we were finding, to the use of AI, compounds that have been thrown in the pharmacopoeia of failed medicines, that if you understood the toxicology profile of what had made them fail and could reprofile the chemistry, you could reclaim them. And we substituted silicon for carbon, which subtly changes the pharmacokinetic profile of the drug. We could predict with the algorithm what the toxicology profile would be and then sell it back to the pharma company that put it in the bin. We did 3 of those and then sold the business to Takeda. So I'm not really from the deep AI, deep tech sector, but mainly biotech, some agri and some clean tech for 15 years. And then in government, I've been making the same point consistently for 13 years, that the only way really for this country to get out of boom and bust economics, which drives boom and bust politics actually, is to invest more and focus more on the deep science, research, tech and innovation platforms in this country that'll drive the industries of tomorrow. And I genuinely think we're on the cusp of the most extraordinary decade, 2 decades, of huge investment, huge prosperity and opportunity, driven by some really obvious things. The pace of technology, God bless it, constantly reinventing itself. Technology cycles have halved since I've been in Parliament. If that wasn't happening, I think our economy would be a bit stuck. But it is happening, and we've got a chance to harness it and anchor here extraordinary pace of growth in new technologies. Secondly, it's driven by the global challenges. Let's just remind ourselves, so in my background in agri-tech, we have to double world food production by 2050. That's 27 years. On the same land area, no more land, with half as much water and energy. I'm profoundly optimistic, not least because this country's got 10 of the world's top 20 agri-research institutes. We're developing plant-resistant crops, drought-resistant crops, agri-tech products, precision farming, satellite-guided tractor drill rigs, spray nozzles, so you only spray the crops that need it. This is a genuine agricultural revolution. And you're wondering why I'm talking about that at a deep tech event. Because in the end, AI and machine learning and deep digital technologies are the oil of this new, smart, lean, clean, green economy. And the third reason why this is such an urgent and exciting time is the global race. And post-pandemic, everyone worked out why 13 years ago John Bell and I set up Genomics England and invested in NHS Digital. Every country's now chucking money at it. Great. But it is a race, and the Russian attack in Ukraine has heightened everyone to supply chains. So there's now this phenomenal global race for S&T leadership. I try and bring to this a startup mindset that it's very easy in government to claim we're getting everything right. Startups tend to focus on the one thing that only they can do, and I think that's more the mindset we need to think about. And in these global supply chains, if we can really focus on the bit that we do really well here in the UK and be a much more international, open, commercial environment. Other countries starting to build quite proprietary, protective approaches to this. That's not our USP. We're a global, open, competitive, entrepreneurial trading nation. So as I go around the world signing our S&T agreements, first stop Israel, second stop Japan, third stop Switzerland, fourth stop Canada last week, in no particular order. These are us deepening our deep bilats so that we can share talent better, invest in research together, commercialize better. We're never going to win these races, or even, frankly, make the final, be at the tape, unless we're collaborating much more deeply. And we've identified 5 really hot technologies where doing nothing, or frankly, doing what we normally have done in the UK during our 40-year membership of the EU, which is sort of skitter money quite effectively, but sort of lots of academic funding, and then let the genius of entrepreneurship take its way. We've decided we need to do more in some really key technologies. Semiconductors, and I'm leading on 2, quantum and engineering biology. We've identified this as a really key sector for the UK. Many of you will know in the last 10 years, we've had a £1 billion program. We were a bit ahead of the curve, I think, and we've managed to anchor some extraordinary, brilliant companies, a great ecosystem here, from Fujitsu to Toshiba to BT to a whole raft of big corps on the front line of investing, but also a whole ecosystem of wonderful startups, from Riverlane to Oxford Quantum Circuits, a whole raft, and beyond Oxford and Cambridge. So it's a good ecosystem. And now we've decided next 10 years, we're going to go 2.5 billion, and we're going to do some things to really drive leadership in this open ecosystem. Keep investing in the National Quantum Computing Centre, Hartree, £100 million for hubs around the country. We're setting up a Catalyst Fund so we can crowd in the small emerging players, the startups. And we're investing in quantum skills. And we're going to do a few moonshots, missions, open international missions, a bit like the Longitude Prize. And we've just issued a call, if any of you are interested in, for that, where we should be heading. And we've launched the first 2. One is around PNT, position navigation, timing sensors. Could we put together the world's first 2K quantum clock, for example? And we're doing some work on how you validate the world's first quantum computer, and thinking about networking in the city and quantum encryption. So I hope that summarizes for everyone what we're doing.
Thank you so much. Maybe it's worthwhile just to summarize for the audience the kind of big picture quantum implications you can expect to see when all of these policies work and we're able to actually stand up on the demand side and have a thriving ecosystem. Because it's starting to percolate in the broader community what this will mean, but we can take this opportunity. If that's appropriate, you think?
Yeah, please. I think we should hear from you on this.
Okay.
Given that you're on the front line
Sure.
of one of the most exciting companies.
Well, thank you so much. So maybe just a headline. Quantum information. Information is physical, all right? You think of it as this ethereal thing that exists in the internet, which is floating around, but it's not. It's actually a physical thing that's flipping in your phone or in your computer right now, using laws of physics. And if you are working in a domain where you're able to use other laws of physics, so in the quantum space, super small, super cold, or single photons is another one, you can just do things you can't do any other way. And the reason why we've been able to attract the attention of ministers is because we have known in advance what these technologies can unlock once we can make them trustworthy. So we have to get some control on the errors, essentially. But once you do that, there's proven mathematical proof of product market fit in the sense that they can have a huge impact when it comes to these chemical situations that you're talking about, even agriculture. We're going to be able to model these processes in nature, which are 100 times more efficient than what you can do in industry. We can't simulate those processes because chemicals are ultimately quantum mechanical objects. We can't simulate them. We don't have tools fit for purpose. But as soon as we get those quantum computers built up to a sufficient scale, they will offer that. So we'll have tools fit for purpose for all material simulations that right now don't exist. They're just being used through approximation. They can crack all kinds of codes. They can, yeah, it's a hyper powerful technology that for users here in this audience, how can you engage? Businesses need to know numerically what this will mean to them. And that is missing. Right now, there's a lot of, oh, okay, maybe it'll help finance, or maybe it'll help a chemical process. But there's a lot of brilliant work to be done on the demand side. So I'm super happy to hear that the National Quantum Strategy in the UK is taking more of a demand side approach to work with end users that can numerically crunch how many quantum bits and what is it going to do for the bottom line for their business. How can they move the needle and generate $1 billion of revenue by using these tools before your competitors do? So it's a really exciting time.
I think there are two parallels, and I'm now old and ugly enough to remember back to the parallels of similar levels of change that have transformed through my life. One is, this may really date me, but those of us who remember the pre-PC office, so the fax machine, no mobile phones, I can see some nods from about a quarter of the audience. 75% are thinking, what's he talking about? I mean, when I first started work, left Cambridge in '89, in the early 90s, there were no mobile phones. There was the odd sort of super entrepreneur that had a thing called a car phone, which was a big box that sat in the footwell of your car, your top-end car, with a curly cable on it, and was pretty highly prestigious, which is why Charlie Dunstan called his business Car Phone Warehouse, because the car phone was the prestigious top-end piece of kit. And I remember being told, we're all going to end up having one of these, and thinking, that is never going to happen. That is just never going to happen. And if you just imagine the pace and the scale at which the personal computing revolution has just transformed every aspect of our life, kind of subtly, we didn't wake up one morning and just go, oh, the world has completely changed. It sort of happens over 10, 15, 20 years. We had a similar thing in the life sciences. Genomics, when I started, everyone said, genomics is going to totally change this whole sector. We won't be doing drug discovery using theoretical targets and then vast amounts of money doing deep biological research to find a possible drug target, a compound that might be. When genomics comes, we're going to have these vast data sets. We can sequence everyone's genome, combine it with hospital records, and we'll find out which patients. And we talked about it in the 80s. It's coming, never came. In the 90s, it's coming, never came. And then suddenly it came. And when it came, it and still is, totally transformed drug discovery. I mean, totally transformed it. And of course, the really powerful combination is genomics and informatics. When you really start to put a big computer on the massive data sets of drug discovery, disease, then you start to be able to design drugs around the patients who already have or are going to get the disease and make them personalized and specific. So I think we've seen in our lifetimes, those are two examples of technologies that have totally transformed their landscapes. And to me, quantum will be one of those. I think there's a question about time. None of us quite know when the world's first utterly reliable quantum computer, which can do, I don't know, 1 trillion transactions identically, will be produced. China may have one. IBM are very close. I mean, there's some huge labs working on this.
And we are too.
And you are too. There's a whole raft of extraordinary companies working around that chase, developing tools, technologies. Most of the world's top quantum labs I go to, I see amazing qubit construction. So we're still right down at the end of people designing the actual quantum computers. But we've already got multiple applications, right? It's being used in PNT, in sensors, in sensing. A company like Arkit is already being used in military applications. We've got headsets being developed. So quantum theory is already being used in a raft of particular applications.
Absolutely. In fact, I would say the first quantum technology is an MRI machine, right, which you use all the time. It's exactly the same way that you will process those signals is the same as with an MRI machine. I would say it's probably not well appreciated, but the UK has just such a history in this space. So Canada and the UK have more quantum talent per capita than the rest of the world, like by far, because they invested so heavily about 20 years ago when this opportunity was first identified, when we first realized, oh goodness, if we had the ability to actually design chemical processes. Think about the whole energy transition we have to go through and all of the new energy processes that need to be put in place at scale. Those are all chemical processes right now that rely upon catalysts. And catalysts right now can't be designed at all. We just do not have that capacity. Quantum will bring that online, and so that's one of the reasons why we're heads down and working as hard as we can to try and make that happen.
I think I can share with you a funny story. It's early in the day, but when my former Secretary of State, and I won't say which one, and I were briefing the former Prime Minister, I won't say which one, on quantum technologies, I think you'll guess which one, I said, so what are you going to say? And he said, what do you mean? I said, well, what are you going to say when he asks, what is quantum? And he said, I've got that sorted. I'm going to say that if you have a dinner party and there are 24 people around the table, a classical computer will take about, I don't know, 50 million transactions in 6 seconds to work out how many permutations there are of who sits next to each other. I said, that's a terrible example, because he'll just want to know who he's sitting next to. We got to the conversation, and that's exactly what happened. 24 million, who am I sitting next to? And I laughed, and he went, George, have you got a better definition? And I said, well, I don't know if it's better, Prime Minister, but do you remember playing Battleships as a boy? I do. You know, D4 you miss, but only just. Right? It's a binary hit-miss, right? You're right next to the battleship. D3, you'd have smashed it. D4, total miss. Quantum will send a sensor through the oceans in nanoseconds and tell you exactly or roughly where the submarine is. It might not immediately draw the sharp line around it, but it'll tell you exactly where it is. And I use that definition because it immediately gets everyone in the cabinet thinking, hang on, this is going to have massive applications in defense, in quantum encryption, in a whole raft of fields. So it is a cross-government technology.
Yes.
And part of what we're doing in our strategy is getting every department to think front foot, back foot, attack and defense. What might this do for us? What are the opportunities and what are the challenges?
And we won't know all of them. I think this is to your broader trend. Every single time you commercialize a branch of physics, you go into it with maybe some idea of how it's going to change the world, but you never have a full appreciation of the opportunities. So the last branch of physics that we commercialized, semiconductor physics, which is again the reason we have supercomputers, what they thought the primary application was hearing aids. Right? Because we had vacuum tube computers at the time, and so the opportunity to miniaturize and put it onto silicon, which is really the reason why we're all able to enjoy this tech boom, is pretty phenomenal. They thought that the opportunity was to put, something light in hearing aids. They weren't thinking Facebook. They weren't thinking AI, which is again one downstream technology from the commercialization of semiconductor physics. Right? Yeah. We've, every single time it's every single time we commercialize a branch of physics, it has these really big spillover effects, which do take decades, but they're inevitable. And that's what's lovely about it, is that you can have certainty that we will capitalize on the opportunity.
I think that's why I use the genomics and the personal computing revolution, because I think they were, with the benefit of hindsight, but they were inevitable. And they were certainly inevitable in the 80s, 90s, even if I hadn't seen it. They took a while. They probably took a bit longer than people thought, but when they come really fast, and the countries, cities, companies that have laid some foundations are ahead. And we are, in this one, we're number one quantum economy outside of, and we don't really know what's going on in China, but outside of the US, number one in Europe for investment. And to me, what's really special here is the ecosystem. Yes. And at our annual quantum showcase last year in this building, we had hundreds of companies from spin-outs from Oxford and Cambridge and Bristol and Nottingham and all around the country. DSTL, our Defense Science Technology Labs, working with Toshiba and Fujitsu and a whole raft of major companies in a really rich ecosystem. And through that £1 billion program, we funded, through UKRI, for whom I'm responsible, I think about 250 projects and about 300 companies. So there's a really fertile ecosystem. The bigger companies are playing with the smalls. There's some really exciting scale-ups coming through, raising big money. So I think this sector is really poised, and my challenge is really not to drop the ball, and is to frame this next few years so that we don't just tip deep money into deep science, important though that is, and I'm very proud. We're increasing R&D in the UK by 30%. Our total budget over 3 years, 52 billion. People forget we do invest properly in deep science. But the real key, particularly before the quantum computers are out on the market, is to make sure we're investing in all of those toolkits, the associative technologies that will be key to Gen 2, when the first quantum computer is unveiled doing 1 trillion identical transactions, everyone will then say, well, now we have to shrink it, cloud it, distribute it, and that will be a race. And I think we've got a lot of companies in this country who are poised to help shape that piece.
Absolutely, and ultimately this is going to be a talent play. There's going to be no shortage of opportunities to take use of it. So you're absolutely positioning the UK properly on not just the research talent side, but on the actual commercialization talent side. So well done.
I heard that from one of the greatest quantum scientists, a Canadian, who is tipped to receive the Nobel Prize for his discovery of quantum encryption. I mean, he's off the scale clever. I've worked with scientists all my life, but he's right up there at the high league. He was a huge ponytail and a t-shirt. I gave him a pair of cufflinks. And I said, you'll need this when you collect your Nobel Prize. So he was the guy in the 80s with Charlie Bennett who literally thought through and conceived and developed the principles of and then the application of quantum encryption, which is the most extraordinary thing. Of course, if you have a quantum computer, classical computing, cybersecurity probably goes out of the window.
Yep.
So there's a massive race from governments, sovereigns, big players to make sure that we are ready to make sure we're quantum encryption secure.
Yes.
And what Remy and Charlie Bennett have worked out, which I think they are likely to win the Nobel Prize for, is a whole system of quantum secure communications encryption in which, check this out, no matter transfers, only a signal.
We can teleport information. It's outstanding.
And when you think about, so I'm responsible for space. I'm very proud here in the UK. We fund a significant space program. It's about 7 billion over these 3 years. When the Mars rover lands and sends back a signal, it'll be made here in the UK. And you think about the interplanetary comms challenge, quantum is going to play a major part in that. So you can start to see, yes, this is rocket science, yes, it's tomorrow, but the pace at which technologies are coming, I think if I was in this sector and I wasn't thinking, wow, where will I fit in a quantum-enabled world? Then I think we're not doing our jobs. It's not tomorrow, but it's coming, and we're keen to make sure this country is
And
ready.
the better we plan now, the better that transition will be. Absolutely. Thank you so much. It's been an excellent conversation. I think we're out of time now. Thank you all very much for your interest. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you so much, Stephanie Simmons of Photonic, and George Freeman, the Minister for Science, Research and Innovation. Up next, we have this billed as a fireside chat with the title Probing Reality and Myth in the Metaverse and Web 3. What does it mean for you? And to help us answer that particular question, I'm delighted to welcome Sir Ian Livingstone to the stage, who will then, of course, introduce the rest of the panelists.
Good morning, everybody. I presume I'll start here before I go to my chair, but I'm glad that the Minister referenced games in his analogy of describing quantum, because games is my industry. I've been in the games industry some 48 years. My name's Ian Livingstone. I co-founded a company called Games Workshop in 1975, launched Dungeons & Dragons and Warhammer, and wrote interactive books called Fighting Fantasy, and realized how amazing the game industry was. I moved into video games in the 90s, launched Tomb Raider with Lara Croft, before becoming an angel investor, and more recently became a venture capital investor through Hero Capital. Hero Capital, in fact, was named after the protagonist of Neil Stephenson's book Snow Crash, which first described the metaverse, obviously the topic of our conversation today. I'd like to talk a little bit about the games itself. I don't often get the chance to talk about it in such amazing terms to such an esteemed audience, but It often goes unnoticed how powerful the games industry is, both socially, culturally, and economically. It contributes some $7 billion to UK PLC. It's a $250 billion industry, 3 billion players. The UK has excelled at being at the forefront of video games since the early adoption of computing in schools in the 80s with the Sinclair Spectrum and the BBC Micro as a cornerstone of computing in schools. And it's no surprise, as a creative nation, look at our film, our fashion, our music, our architecture, our publishing, television, and of course games, that we're so good at it. Put a programmable computer into the hands of a creative nation, hey presto, one of the outcomes of that is the video games creators. And yet, we've always been kind of over-delivering in content, but always been underserved by capital. Some of the biggest franchises in the world, from Tomb Raider to Grand Theft Auto, to Fall Guys, to Football Manager, to Golf Clash, have all been created in the UK. Grand Theft Auto 5, launched in 2013, generated $1 billion of revenue in 3 days. It's the largest entertainment franchise in any entertainment medium. Golf Clash, a small team of developers in Wilmslow by a company called Playdemic, in which I was one of the seed investors, created a game called Golf Clash, a mobile game free at the point of delivery, generating top-line revenues of $200 billion a year, 100 million EBIT, sold to Electronic Arts ultimately, after being first sold to Warner Brothers for some $1.3 billion. I mean, it's an industry that creates unicorns quite often, and yet goes unrecognized. There's not many people outside the industry knows the people in the industry. And I think this gives me an opportunity to raise the profile of the industry, because it really does tick the boxes for the new creative digital economy, and hopefully would satisfy the government in multiple ways. It's green, it's high-tech, high skills, intellectual property creating, export focused on day one. 90% of revenues come from overseas because the games are served through digital platforms to global audiences around the world. And games are actually a force for good. If you park your prejudice against one or two titles, think cognitively what's happening when you're playing a game. Problem solving, intuitive learning, being able to fail in a safe environment, the creativity in games like Minecraft, where a child can understand by applying the heat of a furnace to silica sand, they can create glass and put that glass in their environment, and that's learning by doing, which contextualizes their learning. And yet, it's still not even recognized about the fact that it's also regional, which is obviously a great thing for the government to enjoy. Those games I mentioned, sadly, are, from one respect, they're all foreign-owned. Obviously great for investment and job security, but the taxable benefit of those revenue from those games is banked overseas. So I'd like to see the UK government get more engaged with the games industry per se. But we're here to talk about the metaverse and its relationship with the games industry. You could argue that the games industry has helped build the metaverse to the stage it is today. Games with persistent worlds, MMO games like World of Warcraft, EVE Online, Fortnite, for example, are mini metaverses in their own right. So joining me on my panel today to discuss the metaverse are, please come up, Hilmar Petersen, a CEO of CCP Games for some 19 years. His company created and still runs the incredible, amazing EVE Online. Also, Christian Segerstrahler, former CEO and co-founder of Playfish, sold to EA for some $400 million, now CEO of Super Evil Megacore and co-founder of Initial Capital. We also have Mundi Bondi, co-founder and CEO of Clan Games, created the MMO world Seed. Apparently, Mundi has a gift of the gab, so you can expect some exciting things from Mundi. And last but not least, Isabel Perry, VP of Emerging Technology at Dept, a digital marketing service company working with some of the major brands in the world. And their motto is big enough to cope and small enough to care. So I'm going to walk over here, because no one's telling me not to, and talk to them. Thank you. So it seems to me that no one really knows what the metaverse is, and we all have our own definitions. So I'm going to try to put these people right on the spot. Our topic is probing the reality, a myth of the metaverse and Web3. What does it mean to you beyond Mark Zuckerberg's definition of it? So let's start with you, Hilmar.
Yeah, so I started my career very much inspired by Neil Stephenson's Snowcrash to make a metaverse in the late 90s in Iceland. We were using something called VRML, Virtual Reality Modeling Language. It was all user-created. People could upload words. You could make avatars. You could dance around. It looked pretty good. We quickly found out nobody needed a metaverse, so we distinctly pivoted to making games. Made a game called EVE Online with ships in 2003. And while deliberately not trying to make the metaverse, it did emerge from the game of EVE Online. And I think often when people are sort of thinking about the metaverse, especially because the idea of it comes from books and movies, which are very much sort of top-down constructions by individual authors that are making a narrative, and they're very good narrative constructs from Snowcrash to Ready Player One and many other stories about the metaverse. But to create it, you need to create something foundational, and from that, the rest will emerge. So I think it's very hard to describe it with deliberation, because what we have today are proto-metaverses, and you could call our game EVE Online such. And as we see more and more emerge, I think this will start to take hold as a social construct and increasingly an economy construct. So I think that is why it's so hard to describe it, because we have stories from decades ago, and then we have proto-embryonic things like you mentioned Minecraft. Minecraft has a lot of foundational components to become one, but also lacks some other elements to really come into its own. And then we have a lot of sort of, I would almost say naive approaches where people are trying to manifest it by constructing it. This will emerge from human behavior, building on top of digital physics and digital economies.
Thank you. Christian.
Yeah, I mean, I've been building game companies for about 22 years, I think, so I've got about double to go before I'm at Ian's level of seniority in this industry. But I have, though, always been creating game companies predominantly in order to create shared gameplay moments between people. Because it is amazing what you can, the sort of experiences people can have in a space where your physical strength doesn't matter, where your abilities or disabilities don't matter, where your location doesn't matter. You can have incredible experiences between friends, between family, between connected people in a way that sometimes the physical environment doesn't allow for. And that's really, to me, what the promise, if you like, is of, frankly, why I make multiplayer games, why we at Superville Megacorp just released Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Splintered Fate, which is one of the best games on Apple Arcade. I encourage you to try it, where you can play together, say with your kids or with friends, and solve or run through dungeons if you like together. And for me, the metaverse is really an intersection of three very clear trends which create a very fluffy view of what the future might look like. There's first, a lot of people associate the metaverse with virtual or augmented reality. You've just seen Apple release their kind of bid for what an augmented reality headset might look like. This has been a very long trend. It probably takes a long time for these to become both affordable and very good. But a lot of people, when they say the metaverse, they imagine a picture of a person with some kind of glasses on them, which means that they are simultaneously, quote unquote, in the real world, but also in a virtual world. The second big trend, which has, as per Hilmar's point, been pioneered for a very long time, is online communities. Virtual communities, virtual societies, virtual cultures, if you like, whether it's in EVE Online, whether it is in Roblox, which is actually one of the bigger ones right now, where people get together to enjoy a shared culture, a shared way of having fun. Very, very alive today. A lot of people think of this as the proto-metaverse in some ways. And then finally, which you haven't talked about yet today, is an evolution or a set of innovations of distributed enforcement of property rights. This idea of blockchain as a technology potentially allowing some of these online virtual worlds to not just be based on what the game developer wants them to be based on in terms of the game developer effectively owning everything, but rather perhaps there is a way to enable more well-defined property rights for players within these metaverses. Unfortunately, that evolution itself is also conflated with a whole bunch of somewhat shady business practices in the industry for some time, which means that there have been projects which are incredibly pure, if you like, in what they're trying to do, and some projects which have been perhaps not entirely honest in what they've made. And I think the potential of the metaverse is absolutely incredible, putting these three things together: augmented reality, online communities playing together, and also an evolution in business model, if you like, and digital property ownership. Exactly what form it will take, I think, is super exciting, and it's frankly one of the reasons why I'm in the industry still today.
Thank you. Monday.
Jesus, Ian, you should have had me first, and then, you know, these legends. Yeah, I think you know, you mentioned Mark Zuckerberg, and I think, you know, maybe he's like sitting there and he's seeing like Facebook dwindle, and games are going up, and panicking, what should I do? And he kind of created this weird place called Horizons or something. And it's this really awkward, like, and a lot of the stuff he's been saying is like, this is not a game, you know, so they're not taking learnings from, but it's a really interesting thing that like social networks are kind of going down because they have this real problem that, you know, over time these networks kind of consolidate and you get these influencers. They create this huge gap between the normal user and these mega users. And so now I don't dare to post anything on Instagram anymore because if I don't get my 100 likes, it's quite humiliating, right? And so I think games have an opportunity to kind of take on this challenge. I think metaverse in a way is a way to bring more people into this kind of single experience. And that is actually something that I would say Hilmar has really pioneered at CCP. My two co-founders at Clan Games used to work for him, actually. And it's really about like what is the multi-million player playground? You know, how does a game work like that? It's a very, like most games, you know, are single player, and then you have like, you know, fewer games that are two player. And then as you kind of increase the numbers of people inside the same experience, you know, you end on a single game called EVE Online. But there's a huge future there that is still completely unsolved, something that we at Clan Games are super excited about. Because I think like humans are really a hive mind in many aspects. And once, you know, that's why kind of these network-affected products have created the largest companies in the world. And so I think, you know, what that is kind of a black hole that sucks everybody in because we want to be relevant. We want to be in the biggest single thing. But it comes with so many complexities about how to connect so many people into the service structure like that. What kind of business model work in that? And so, yeah, it's a super fascinating, exciting time. And I don't think it's, you know, going to be solved by Mark Zuckerberg, but like some actual game creators, because what the hell are we going to be doing in there is the next question.
Thank you. Isabel, come on.
Well, I think
You can beat them.
as not a CEO of a gaming company, I do have a different perspective on this. I think the metaverse is, and also coming from Dept, which is totally 50-50 marketing and technology, the metaverse for us is this extraordinary combination of the way that marketing is going. And yes, like Facebook users are dropping, but Facebook still has 1.6 billion active daily users. Roblox has 66 million daily active users. But the needle is in that direction. And so I think we think of the metaverse as, in where you're experiencing it, it's immersive web, it's AR, it's gaming, it's metaverse platforms, which are basically spatial and social platforms. But if you look at the way that Gen Z and Gen A define themselves, 88% and 94% respectively consider themselves gamers. We think it's the future of where brand connections are happening, how you're actually going to be driving loyalty by creating engaging experiences that people want to return to, and really critically with the social validation of people like you in those spaces, which is a really interesting challenge for a brand, and also in driving new revenue streams.
Thank you. That's question one done. We've got 5 minutes left. So Maybe I'll just ask for the next, my other 9 questions for one of you just to take it up if you want to, rather than trying to embarrass all 4 of you. So let's start with this one. The dream of the metaverse depends on interoperability and open standards, teleporting your avatar from one world to another. Will that happen? How and when? Who would like to answer that?
I can take that. I think it's very good to make a model to reason through that question. And countries and the world is a pretty good way of doing that. So you don't really move trains much between countries. The train tracks over here are different width than over here. There are different regulations, etc. So there are certain things you just don't move around. There are things that you do move around, and the clothes you're wearing, your phone and those kind of things. And your phone works here and it works in the US and used to not work in Tokyo, but now it kind of works in Tokyo also. So there are like standards in the world on how you can move your phone around, how you can move your clothes around, and how you're not moving trains around. Money is another interesting concept. I mean, you can move the US dollar mostly around the world. The money of my country, the Icelandic krona, not so much. There are more people that see EVE Online money as legal tender than the Icelandic fish money. So there are things that can move, and there are things that can't move. And it took us 1,000 years to resolve of them. And some of them are still like an experiment and still being debated, like the Eurozone as a concept of moving value and labor around. Highly contested, obviously, here in the UK. So I think there will be little things we start moving around. And I think the first thing that is going to be arbitrated, but not really moved around, are currencies of virtual worlds, properties of virtual worlds, especially as they relate to digital physics, are going to be very problematic to move around. And it's maybe not intuitive, but it has to do with labor mobility. Because countries are landlocked and the labor can't move, but in a game, people just move where the ROI is the highest. So if you are moving digital property around and you don't have labor movement controls, you just have people shirking where the ROI per hour is and collapsing that economy. So there are many lessons to be learned from reality on how this is going to get arbitrated in the metaverse and between games.
Thank you. Is the blockchain necessary for the metaverse?
I mean, I think that was kind of the point of Hilmar's answer. I think it's the one thing that is kind of easy to move around between the different experiences. I think, like on his point, like I think the problem is also just getting all the game companies to agree on a single structure. It's like herding cats. I don't think. I mean, at least it'll take us some time to get there. But I don't think, like, you know, I'm not sure anything is really necessary. I mean, I think, like you see, EVE, like it is already a metaverse without blockchain. So,
how will the metaverse and Web3 help drive economic and sustainable value for businesses in the future?
I can take that one.
Please.
Well, I think what we are seeing is, and I think they should actually be separated, because I think Web3, the impact of Web3, I think will actually be delayed 5-10 years in terms of driving real economic opportunity for global brands, the types of brands that we're working with. And the opportunity today is more around things like loyalty schemes. We saw amazing activations from Starbucks with their Starbucks Odyssey program, and also token-gated commerce, but that's on owned channels, and that's around creating friction in the checkout journey to try and make something more desirable. That is absolutely interesting, and it's something that we're taking extremely seriously. But I think that the opportunities for building brands and driving revenue in the metaverse are immediate. When you think about it as entering into gaming. So for example, we have worked with Nerf, and we've worked with streamers, so streamers that were 11 and 12-year-olds that were the target audience for Nerf's customers. We worked with them to create all of their creative activations and drove the 26% increase in year-on-year revenue and the highest turnover that they'd ever had in a given year. We've also worked with companies like Amazon Prime to lean into gaming, to launch their TV shows. We launched this incredible sort of mixed reality live, I'm watching the clock go down, but a live action show where Twitch streamers and all of Amazon Prime's audience were controlling a real person in a warehouse to like a live action game. And again, that drove over 1 million viewers within 20 minutes on Twitch and drove incredible Amazon Prime uptake for that show. So basically, there's real opportunities right now. With 1 second to go.
1 second to go. Christian wants to make a point.
I'll make it 20 seconds. I would just like to return back to the point where Ian started this whole thing, where sometimes we get so mesmerized with the shiny just beyond the horizon that we forget to see how far the game industry has come in such a short time, globally, but also here in the UK. It really employs more and more people. It's grown very rapidly. It has incredible potential between the UK's prowess of technology and art. There's an incredible track record in both areas. I think there's huge growth potential for the industry, including as we explore the metaverse in a bigger way. But I just want to make sure that nobody walks away thinking that, this definition of the metaverse sounds really complicated, when in actual fact, there are dozens and dozens of companies already in the UK exploring various edges of it, and I think we're going to see a very, very bright future for those companies here.
So, metaverse in the UK, great success story going forward. Thank you very much to my esteemed panel, Hilmar Petersen, Christian Segerstrahler, Mundi Vondi, and Isabel Perry. Thank you very much.
So thank you so much, Ian Livingstone, for steering us through that fascinating conversation. Up next, we're looking at a real strength of British tech, of course, the fintech space, but particularly the learnings we can take from that industry on how to future-proof your business. To lead that conversation, I'm delighted to welcome to the stage Daniel Shikani. He's the co-founder of Salary Finance and chairman of the Financial Inclusion Alliance. Please put your hands together for him. I've clearly jumped the gun, rather. Here he is.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much. And sorry I was running a few minutes late. My understanding was the Secretary of State was going to speak, and things have changed slightly. So the next panel is very much focused on the use of fintech and technology to really create a competitive advantage in the world today. We are joined by Javid, the Chief Executive of Zopa, and Amir Aruni. Please put your hands together for the two of them to come up on stage. Thank you very much. All right, great. Well, off we go. So first of all, I have to say apologies on behalf of Jane Add, who is due to join us on this panel. Unfortunately, she's had a family emergency, so we hope everything's okay with her and the family. I'm delighted today to welcome you all to this very special session. And the session is really focused on future-proofing your business, and FinTech leads the charge. I want to jump straight in because I'm conscious of time. We've got about 20 minutes. And as opposed to introducing these individuals, I'm going to ask them to introduce themselves. So would you mind going first?
Hi, I'm Jaydev, CEO at Zopa. I've been at Zopa for now about 9 years. Prior to that, 12 years at Capital One. So I've been doing financial services for about 21 years with disruptive firms. Grew up in India, engineer by training.
And Amir?
So, good morning, everybody, and very welcome. My name is Amir Aroni, and I'm working for Discover Financial Services.
That gets a very good response.
Yes, and Discover Financial Services is actually located in the US for the credit card and banking activities. And we have international payments, which is also located in UK. A large number of good engineers actually providing good platform for international payments. been actually in financial services for 35 years. I am a passionate technologist and love being part of transformation.
Thank you so much, Amir. Okay, so let's jump straight in. And really, I want to kick off with what is happening in today's economy, right? So if you look at the statistics right now, last week Atomico Research revealed that UK tech companies raised 5.9 billion during the UK's first half of 2023. It was down 57% year on year. So with this ostensibly less dry powder to put to work, the first question I really want to touch on is with this macro environment, what are the kind of evolvements in your companies? What are you seeing as a result of that? How are you evolving to the current macro environment? And how do you think risk appetite has changed in fintech today? Would you mind going first, Ravid?
Yeah, so I think clearly we live in pretty uncertain terms. We serve the everyday person in the UK and help them find better savings and borrowing options. And what we have seen is while the UK consumer actually and the UK economy continues to surprise on the upside with its resilience, people are undoubtedly going through some hard times. And in times like that, our offering that Zopa offers, which is really about fairly priced credit, responsibly lent, as well as attractive rates to savers, all offered digitally, actually starts to really appeal. And we, as a result, we are seeing incredibly strong consumer demand that's translating to actually very strong performance. From an investor standpoint, and from an investment standpoint, it is very clear that the heydays of 21 are behind us. And as interest rates go up, I think business models are being scrutinized. And I think, again, at Zopa, we've been very different. Even the days of 20 and 21, we were saying unfashionable things like strong unit economics, sustainable business models, profitable growth. And our business continues to deliver that. We are operating profitably. And as a result, we are still able to access capital without actually even having to go out. So we completed a raise earlier this year, which actually continues to kind of help us drive further growth. So I would say capital is there to be had if you have the right business model. I think investors are being more discerning, but I think that's probably right and healthy for our ecosystem.
The message I was often seeing is unless you have a clear path to profitability, it's very difficult for companies to raise capital, and therefore there has to be a real clear line of sight. And it sounds like Zopa's clearly on the way there.
We are kind of past that point, so we are profitable. If I look at my accounts up until this year. So we first hit profitability on a monthly level last year, and we had a few months of profitability. That won't and I think, but for this year would be our first full year of profitability. But as we look at this year to date, we are profitable, and I expect that this will be the case. So having passed that kind of Rubicon, if you will, really does help in conversations. It also means that you don't have to raise capital for survival. You're only raising capital for growth, which gives you more optionality.
Absolutely. I want to move on, Amir, to talk a little bit about what you're doing very much in software innovation. It's a fascinating business you guys have. I understand spin out from JP Morgan, very much a disruptor, 25,000 employees. It's a company, I must admit, I didn't know so much about until I was asked to moderate this panel. And then the reach and the impact you've had is quite amazing. But I want to zero in specifically on what you're doing through one of your programs around innovation. It's called Project Runway. Could you talk a little about what Project Runway is and an example of collaboration to create competitive advantage in the fintech world today?
So thank you very much for asking this question. Discover Financial Services is the fourth credit card company in US.
Fourth largest credit card company.
Fourth largest.
After which companies?
So we have American Express, we have MasterCard, we have Visa, and then the fourth one is Discover. And Discover is actually there to disrupt the other three big companies. And why is that? Because our business model is totally different. We don't have branches, so we have digital channels.
Significantly lower cost base.
Which is mobile and web. And beside those two elements, we have 100% US-based customer service. And that is in US very important. If you need someone, you can call and you will get actually a very, very good level of interaction.
Understood.
That market is very, very profitable for Discover. And we are disrupting actually the big giants because of our operating model and because of our culture. Let me just talk a little bit about that, because if you look at the financial services, and I'm talking about all the companies, all the banks, they are providing the same products to the customers. They have savings, they have mortgages, they have loans. And the difference they make in the market is not by their product. Because if you look at the interest rate and the difference, it's really nothing. They are not making differentiation in the market.
You raise a really interesting point, because most innovation seems to be very similar products, but how do they innovate to create something truly different?
That is where I want to go. So we make actually differentiation in the market by the way we interact with the customers.
Right.
And our transformation was about how we can translate that into way we work. Now, in the traditional companies and big financial services, all the companies are actually project-based oriented. They move from one project to another project. And our strategy was, can we make a small autonomous teams who can take the whole ownership of the whole life cycle of a product and taking that ownership to make it every single day better.
And that's what Project Runway is.
And that's Project Runway. Project Runway aimed to fly from 40,000 feet, which you see a lot of other companies, to 80,000 feet, which you have much better insight, and you can be differentiate yourself.
And that allows you to be
others.
more accountable towards driving the results.
Driving results, so give you just one example, automation is key. You know that a lot of activities in the companies like us are manual activities, and we said we are going to automate. But we are not just going to automate, we are going through all the processes, simplify them first, and either eliminate those complexities or automate that. And just by automation, we gain a significant amount of speed in terms of customer interactions and providing customers with better service, which we have.
Understood.
But we invest also, Daniel, a lot in our internal engineering culture. We built something we call Discover Technology Academy. Some of my colleagues are here who are working at that academy.
Do you want to put your hands up here?
Very proud of what they do, because the idea behind it was exactly the same. Can we ask those good engineers to come and make other engineers better? And they created the whole context of Discover Technology Academy, where great engineers are there to teach others, and other engineers are there to learn from others. And that concept of learning and collaboration is something which makes a difference in the market.
Thank you. Can we talk about collaboration in the context of not-for-profit? So one of the companies I founded was Salary Finance, with the former head of Google. We worked together at Zopa in the early days, if you may recall. And then I evolved in creating a global campaign for financial literacy. We launched it at the World Economic Forum with a view to reaching 1 billion people to help with financial literacy and education. And I was actually a big supporter of the Zopa Pledge as well. Could you talk about what the Zopa Pledge was? What has it achieved? Because a lot of these initiatives, people ask, are they fluffy or are they really driving outcomes? And can you talk about the numbers of what's been achieved so far?
Yeah, perhaps I'll start with just describing what the pledge was. I think this was early last year when the cost of living crisis was starting to really mount, and I think we could hear from consumers that they were worried about what could happen. And often, when people get worried, they start to disengage from finances, sometimes might have either get too stressed or might have an ostrich head in the sand kind of mentality. So we felt that the best way to help customers, really helping them define some actions that they can take to improve their finances. And the main actions we thought we could help them with was reducing their cost of debt, reducing their kind of monthly expenditure, or giving them better earnings on the savings they have. So along with ClearScore, who's a great collaborator of ours, we decided to have this pledge, which effectively our aim was to drive 10 million actions from customers, where they were either taking actions to reduce their cost of debt or moving money from the high street banks, which earns them nothing, to a better earning interest, and so on, and taking something individually to do that. And our aim was to do 10 million actions by 2025. We've been incredibly surprised and positively by the support we've got from the rest of the fintech community. Today we have about 35 partners in that pledge that are collaborating together. And I think we will be hitting 5 million actions in the next couple of months or so.
That's amazing.
So we're kind of halfway there already. So clearly we need to think bigger. I think the two things that we're going from there is of course, possibly increase the number of actions, but also starting to measure the impact in a kind of pounds and pence standpoint around how many pounds have these actions actually saved people, either by reducing their cost of debt or giving them better returns. So I think that's the next step for our evolution. I think giving consumers back their control, making them kind of take deliberate decisions to help themselves, we think was the best thing we can do. So I'm really proud of what the entire collaboration has achieved, and we really want to kind of push it to the next level by both increasing our target and being more ambitious, but also actually starting to measure the pounds and
Congratulations.
benefits
That's an
Thank you.
amazing effort to put something like that together, but also to be able to drive results in a time where people are desperate for financial support. I think fintechs absolutely have a role to play, not just in the for-profit sector where there's a use increasingly of data to create a more valuable user experience, but also in the not-for-profit sector through the example you've shared there. If you look at the involvement of what's the future hold for both of you, could you talk about that? Where do you see the world going now and how you're adapting to deal with those challenges? Amir?
Yeah, so I would say the power of consumers are increasing more and more and more. Companies can make or break actually by the way they interact with the customers, and it will become much more important. Now, these days, everybody talks about AI, right?
Yep.
And I thought, let's just look at what we did so far with data and analytics to know our customer, to understand their need, and to react to them at the moment that they have interaction
It's
with
almost
us.
moved to like live.
And at the moment that they need us.
Yep.
And I think at that stage, when I look at the technology and what technology can do to make the life of the customers easier is really significant. You look at Discover, our business model is based on how we manage risk and how we know our customers. And we use significantly data and analytics to make all the decisions which need for our customers. Now, speed in that decision making and supporting the customers at the moment that they need, that will be a big differentiator. And
Very
I think
much.
data and analytics plays a significant role there.
Would you like to comment on that?
Yeah, I think we're incredibly optimistic and excited about the future. Over the last 3 years as a bank, we've been really able to drive a lot of progress in terms of the number of customers, revenue, and so on. But we also see ourselves in a way where I think there are a couple of things that are happening that can really turbocharge our growth, fintech growth, and really help deliver customers better outcomes. So, AI is one of them. So we have been one of the earliest adopters of AI way back in 2015. One of the first things I did when I joined Zopa was to actually move our credit decisioning, underwriting, pricing to AI-based models. We use neural networks and gradient boosting models to actually make credit decisions. And over the last 8 years, that has both delivered great returns for us, but actually a fantastic customer experience because the customer within 5 seconds can know whether, what is the price they get, what is the loan they get, and then they are free to shop around and find the best deal for themselves, right? So we've been a huge adopter of AI since then, and over the last 8 years, we have, of course, improved those models, but also increased the other places where we're using AI. And as we see the things that are happening in AI right now, we think the opportunity to improve productivity at one level, but also to improve even more instantaneous, even faster customer experiences is incredible. And the second thing is open banking and particularly open finance. So I'm heartened by the support that the government is doing around the open banking revolution. I think it has taken some time, as these things often do, but we can see a far greater consumer adoption of that. And I think, with open finance, that being extended beyond payment accounts, I think creates the combination of being able to use fantastic AI with tons of data. I think we'll see a revolution in terms of the kind of product offerings that we can give it to customers and really help them integrate their financial life back together in a meaningful way while still picking kind of the best of breeds in terms of providers.
So you're very optimistic despite the challenges in the macroeconomic environment.
I'm very optimistic, and I think that's the direction that we are really investing in, is kind of figuring out how do we allow customers using AI and open finance really a lot more control and information back so that they can actually be more financially resilient themselves.
Well, congratulations on all your success. Amir, do you want to answer that question yourself?
Yeah.
What is the most exciting thing you're working on at the moment that you can share with the audience? And also, if there's any one piece of advice to give other tech companies that are here this week, what would that be?
Oh, fantastic. Let me just build on what you're saying.
Sure.
Because
We've only got
data,
a few
analytics,
seconds.
and AI is very important. And more important is the factor which you just called, and that was open banking. Open banking is about APIs, right? And about how those APIs interacting. I think the most important element in our technology function is how we build those APIs and how we interact with outside companies in our ecosystem, right? So adopting open source, for example, is one of the most important elements, which Discover invests significantly on that, to build APIs and to contribute to the open source environment. I would say the most important advice which I can give to my colleagues from technology perspective is around how can you build an organization which is open to collaborate, not just internally, but also with outside partners.
Yeah.
And not just see other companies as vendors, but as partners, and build based on the interest of the customers on products which is actually going to make all the parties in the collaboration
Create a win-win for everyone. Amir, thank you so much. I know we're out of time, but in a world where there is so much challenges, there is always opportunity, and you guys have given us some real inspiration to help us drive forward. Thank you. Please put your hands together for our guests.
You're welcome. Thank you. Well done, Daniel. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Well done.
Well, thank you so much for that fascinating discussion. Up next, we have perhaps our headline act. Chloe Smith is, of course, the Secretary of State for Science, Innovation and Technology. It's a department which is still relatively young, created in just February, which makes it a little over a month older than GPT-4. She's going to talk us through some of her plans for that department, what it's aiming to achieve, and her vision for UK tech. I hope I'm not overstating the case.
Alex, thank you for that warm introduction, and a huge thanks to London Tech Week, not just for inviting me to join you today, but of course for delivering another outstanding week-long event, one that's convened the very best and brightest of the global tech sector, that's showcased the very cutting edge of British innovation, design and technology, and that's brought together many of the world's greatest thinkers to debate some of the most pressing questions of our age. Founders Forum, Informa, London and Partners, and Tech London Advocates all deserve credit for ensuring that this London Tech Week, now in its 10th year, has sent the strongest of signals that when it comes to tech, the UK is open for business. I've certainly seen that firsthand in the events I've been part of this week. Whether it's the relaunch of Silicon Valley Bank UK as HSBC Innovation Banking, and the multi-million-pound investment it's feeding into our homegrown fintech, life sciences and consumer businesses so they can scale up and grow. Or in our announcement of a new MOU between Australia and the UK on diversifying telecoms, an agreement that will boost the rollout of more 5G networks and safe, secure, super-fast broadband to communities even in the most far-flung of places. This week saw the announcement of our Smart Infrastructure Pilots programme, helping councils in different parts of the country test new smart lampposts that extend mobile coverage and increase connectivity for more homes and businesses than ever before. And my colleague Oliver Dowden and I also hosted over 80 Indo-Pacific business leaders from unicorns and scale-ups at the London Stock Exchange for the market close earlier this week, an invaluable opportunity to strengthen a long-standing trading relationship worth over $250 billion and growing. Everybody here knows that in recent years, the UK has become one of the most competitive countries in the world for tech. We have the largest tech sector in Europe and the third largest in the world behind the US and China. And last year, we became just the third country to date with a tech sector valued at $1 trillion. And it's fair to say that when it comes to AI, fintech, biotech, the UK is consistently punching above its weight, having created more billion-dollar unicorn tech startups than Germany, France, and Sweden combined. Our unique combination of world-class talent, R&D capability, and pro-enterprise regulation means that the UK is the best place anywhere in the world to start and grow a tech business. And it's these businesses which are making people's lives better, spurring growth and creating employment opportunities, that will unlock the full potential of communities right across the UK. I think of businesses such as Darktrace, who are using AI to protect people against even the most sophisticated cyber attacks. Companies like Quantinuum, who are harnessing the immense power of quantum technologies to build machines that eclipse conventional computers. So we've come a long way together. But the government is not complacent about what's required to maintain the UK's pole position in the global tech race. We know that there has to be a steady pipeline of investment over the coming years, and that's exactly what we're providing. With £370 million of funding going towards 5 transformative technologies that are front and centre of the 21st century tech revolution: quantum, AI, bioengineering, telecoms, and semiconductors. Investment that will bring profound benefits to our society in converting household waste into biofuels, in developing the next generation of green self-driving cars, and enhancing road safety, in new gene editing technologies to personalise medicine and support the early detection of diseases. Startup businesses are being supported too through our £12 million digital growth grant run through Barclays Eagle Labs. And that's funding for specialised support to accelerate the growth of at least 22,000 UK tech startups through mentoring sessions, market research and insights, and guidance for budding entrepreneurs. We're also fulfilling our commitment to spend £20 billion per annum in R&D by 2024-25, with every £1 of public expenditure leveraging double the amount of private investment. And we're keeping our promise to level up all parts of our United Kingdom by increasing public investment outside the Greater South East by over a third. And that means, for example, that cities like Newcastle, which are hotbeds for tech startups right now, can share in the UK's success too. But you and I know that investment alone, however large, is no guarantee of success. And that's why back in March, my department published its Science and Technology Framework, a bold 10-point plan to keep the UK at the forefront of global science and technology this decade. It's a framework to ensure that researchers have access to the best physical and digital infrastructure, that we leverage our post-Brexit freedoms to pursue pro-business regulation, and that we continue to showcase the UK's towering science and tech strengths, both here at home and abroad. It's a framework that recognises that innovation and technology are our future and our key to unlocking our long-term prosperity. And we recognise too that for the UK to stay ahead of the pack, we need to develop a whole tech ecosystem supported by that smarter regulation, that greater focus on skills and training, and long-term industry-backed strategies. And I'll say more about what those ambitions look like in turn. I'll start with regulation. When it comes to the regulatory environment, we said from the get-go that we wanted to make the UK a competitive, fair, and open market for the tech industry. And we believe our Digital Markets, Competition and Consumers Bill is helping to make that vision a reality by creating a more dynamic digital economy. It will ensure that businesses which rely on the biggest, most powerful tech firms, including the news publishing sector, are treated justly and aren't strong-armed with unfair terms or unfair contracts. Smaller digital firms will also find it much easier to enter new markets without being crowded out by the bigger guys. And we've taken a similar common sense approach to the regulation of artificial intelligence. Countries all over the world are thinking long and hard about how they should prepare for a technological change so fast and so significant it could redefine the way that we work and live our lives. In contemplating AI, we've always said that governments must play their parts to ensure that the guardrails are there for this technology to develop in a safe, transparent, and responsible way. And here in the UK, our Prime Minister rightly asserted on this stage at the beginning of this week that our strategy on AI is to lead at home, to lead overseas, and to lead change in our public services as well. So we've committed to holding the first major global summit on AI safety this autumn to develop an international framework. That will help to ensure that this technology develops in a reliable, safe, and secure way. That's complemented by £100 million of funding in a startup for our new foundation model task force, which the Prime Minister announced earlier this year. That task force is responsible for accelerating the UK's capability in rapidly emerging types of artificial intelligence so that we remain globally competitive. We've published our AI white paper showing how we intend to identify and address risks, but also create a regulatory environment which is pro-innovation and fosters growth. Instead of targeting specific technologies, it focuses on the context in which AI is deployed and enables us to take a balanced approach. We recognize, for example, that using a chatbot to summarize a long article presents very different risks to using the same technology to provide medical advice, and the rules governing one should be different to one another. This flexibility runs through our white paper with a commitment to work in close partnership with regulators and business on sensible, pragmatic rules. Indeed, there's still time for you, for the businesses, for the public to be able to join that debate on how we should best set the rules for regulating AI, because our consultation closes next week, and I'd encourage you all to have your say. Going on to skills and talent, creating the right conditions for our tech industry to freely innovate is vital, but so is ensuring that the sector has access to the right skills and talent. I want the next generation to be equipped with everything they need to compete and thrive in the global economy. That's one of the reasons why we set up the Digital Skills Council last year, consulting with the views of industry leaders, and to encourage investment in employer-led initiatives focused on upskilling and digital apprenticeships. That's accompanied by a £30 million package to support a new generation of AI talent through scholarships, each worth £10,000, so that more young people can become masters in the technologies of tomorrow. This funding supports conversion courses for a diverse group of non-STEM students, allowing them to gain an MA in artificial intelligence and data science. And that's not the only way that we're driving forward big improvements in hands-on training and education. Building on the Prime Minister's announcement earlier this week of 2 new Turing AI world-leading fellowships, my department is today announcing a £50 million package with UK Research and Innovation, funding for 42 new projects to explore the acceleration of responsible AI and machine learning. We're backing a consortium led by the University of Southampton, spanning the whole of the UK, to create an international research and innovation ecosystem for a responsible and trustworthy AI. And we're also greenlighting a whole host of new UKRI projects for AI technologies that will help us to reach our ambitious net zero targets. Projects to help decarbonise our transport systems, integrating renewable energy sources like wind power, to make our farms and our rural communities more self-sufficient and kinder to the environment. Projects that will see a massive acceleration of energy-efficient CO2 capture, especially in our new free ports and green free ports on the Scottish coast. And projects that will develop AI solutions to improve our country's resilience against flooding and severe weather, all while hastening our journey to net zero. We want to continue diversifying how cutting-edge science is funded too. And with that in mind, I'm delighted to announce that my department will shortly launch an open call for proposals for new collaborative approaches for performing science in the UK, backed by a further £50 million of government funding to drive investment and partnership with industry and the third sector. We want to catalyse new ideas and new ways of working with the potential to deliver transformational breakthroughs. We want to fund ideas that aren't being adequately addressed elsewhere in the UK research landscape. And I encourage researchers and innovators across all fields to consider applying when our call for proposals opens in a few weeks' time. With the right investment, the right regulation, and the right skills and talent, I believe the UK is primed for a new era of innovation and growth. But to really shoot for the stars, we need to do something else. We need to strategize for the long term. We need to consult industry experts and reflect fully on how we want to see some of our core technologies evolving, not just over the next 1 or 2 years, but to the next 10 or 15 years. If we take geospatial technology, for example, we know that here again, the UK is already a global trendsetter. We're ranked second in the world for geospatial readiness and boast some of the best geospatial organisations going. Ordnance Survey, the Met Office, the UK Hydrographic Office, to say nothing of our brilliant research centres at universities like Edinburgh, Glasgow, Newcastle, Nottingham and Southampton. We want all organisations to take full advantage of the latest developments in location data and services, including mobile apps. And that's why today I'm announcing our new UK geospatial strategy for 2030 to help us deliver on that objective and to secure the UK's position as a geospatial world leader. The strategy includes 3 missions. The first is to embrace enabling technologies to accelerate information. The second is to drive greater use of geospatial applications and insights across the economy. And the third mission is to build confidence in the future geospatial ecosystem at here and internationally. So in conclusion, conference, this is what lies ahead. It's a government working hand in hand with our partners in industry, in academia, in global forums like this, like London Tech Week, to keep the UK at the forefront of this new digital frontier. We are a government that will proudly champion our world-leading science and tech sectors to drive investment, to level up communities throughout our UK, and to ensure that this growth translates into real improvements to people's lives. Whether it's more high-skilled, high-paid jobs on our doorsteps, whether it's new training and educational opportunities in critical technologies, whether it's better diagnoses and treatment of life-threatening diseases. My department is focused on bold discoveries, on growing the economy, and on change in people's lives. The UK is already the greatest tech and science success story of this decade. Together, let's make it a true science and tech superpower in the next decade and beyond. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Secretary of State, for talking us through some of your plans for the tech sector. And in particular, it was interesting to hear about the plans for education and upskilling, which primes us for the next discussion, which is titled Digital Skills at the Heart of Economic Growth. I'm delighted to welcome to the stage Hayatun Silem, who's the CEO of the Royal Academy of Engineering. Couldn't think necessarily of someone better than to steer this conversation. Welcome, Hayatun.
Well, hello everybody, and I hope you are having a great London Tech Week so far. I assure you we have an excellent panel coming up on a topic that couldn't be more timely or more relevant, so thank you for joining us. We've heard on this stage from such an array of eminent speakers talking eloquently about the challenges and the opportunities associated with the extraordinary progress that we're seeing in technology. But one thing is for sure, amongst all that excitement and amidst the uncertainty, our ability to harness the opportunity and mitigate and manage risk is going to be critically dependent on whether we can cultivate the digital skills that we need. And I'm delighted that we've got 3 brilliant speakers to help us navigate this crucial topic. So we've got Ewan Blair, founder of Multiverse. We've got Cindy Mee, founder and CEO of VIPKid, and Matt Siegelman, president of the Burning Glass Institute. I must compliment you all on your excellent organizational names. I'm feeling a bit uncool relative to all of you here. Right, so this session is called Digital Skills at the Heart of Economic Growth. So Matt, can you kick off by helping us just understand what you think the key skills are that we need to underpin that economic growth? And tell us a bit about how technology is impacting on these.
Absolutely. You know, I'm really glad, first off, that we're having this conversation about skills more than jobs. We hear so much about all the jobs that are going to go away. Obviously, it's a huge anxiety for all of us, and particularly in the wake of the advent of generative AI. But the kinds of market transformations that we're seeing today are much more subtle, but no less profound. And that's that same old jobs that have existed and that will likely continue to exist are seeing a tremendous rate of skill-based disruption. That is to say, the skills that you need to do that job are different today from the ones you needed in the past. Just to put a number on that, we did a study last year together with the Boston Consulting Group. We found that the average job has seen 37% of its skills replaced just in the last 5 years. Stop and think about it. We're used to hearing big numbers all the time, but think about whether 37% of the typical curriculum at an FE or a university or at a school has changed in the last 5 years. Of course not. And so we're seeing a profound kind of dynamism. 5 skills in particular are spreading the fastest and growing are spreading the widest and growing the fastest. AI, ML, cloud computing, social media, product management, and data analytics, of course. And we think about AI as this specter on the horizon, but AI is very much here. We're finding that automation skills in general are needed in 1 in 8 jobs across the economy, 1 in 5 in manufacturing, even 1 in 10 in government. So these sets of skills are already on the stage. They're already transforming work. And importantly, when that transformation happens, it's not just, okay, well, better go out and learn that skill. In a lot of cases, those new skills change the whole game. Take the example of an actuary. Actuaries do computational math at scale. Well, guess what? So does ML. When actuaries use ML, it's not just its same job description plus needs machine learning. Almost every other skill in the job changes.
Thank you so much. That's a really helpful framing. You and Cindy, do you recognize that? Anything you'd like to add to that? In terms of what are the skills and needs that we need to understand in order to address the essay question here?
So very much recognize that. And I think the other thing, though, is you have this mix of what are traditionally called hard skills and soft skills. We prefer to refer to them as durable skills because, quite frankly, those supposed soft skills are essential to people's success. And they're also the hardest things to automate. So they're incredibly important. And that can be things ranging from project management and time management through to adaptability, through to navigating the workplace, holding challenging conversations. So all these things still matter. The problem we've had is we failed to tackle even the durable skills element in the formal education system in any meaningful way. So we're now entering an era of massive workforce transformation and disruption where many companies are still dealing with the last one that was brought in by the internet and e-commerce and technology. And if we don't address how we educate people in a serious manner and look at this obsession with classroom learning above and beyond every other type of learning, we're going to end up with serious challenges. And they will disproportionately affect those in society who are least able to handle and accommodate that change. We just released an advert that shows a group of students learning how to ride a bike in a lecture hall. And then they go out on a bike and they all fall over. And of course, no one's surprised because you wouldn't teach someone to ride a bike in a classroom. So why do we think the classroom is the best way to teach our entire workforce?
So we're going to come on to that more. I think that's a really, really important topic. But anything else, Cindy, on the, what are the skills that we need to be cultivating to underpin economic growth?
Yeah, I totally agree with you both. I think even in this days, it emphasizes or reinforces the necessity on the fundamentals, critical thinking, intellectual curiosity, flexibility, and resilience. That's not me, it's McKinsey, an article from Mind the Gap in April. I think that is totally what we need these days.
Yeah, and I love Ewan's phrase of durable skills, not soft skills. That's a really smart way of looking at it. Brilliant. Well, let's stick with you, Cindy. So we've all agreed skills needs are changing quite profoundly, but what about the way that we help people develop those skills? Is that evolving fast enough?
Yeah, I don't think so. We're not fast enough. Yeah. So I was at ASU GSV, a EdTech conference in the US, San Diego, in April. Everyone is talking about the impact of generative AI. You had Bill Gates, Sam Altman spoke, and if you look at the stock price of public education tech companies, one company can go 50% overnight, and some other company can go 100% stock price increase in a matter of a quarter. That's how impactful the technology is. But then talking about education itself, what I have in mind is that if you think about learning and teaching, the end goal, the goal 4 of United Nations of education is to ensure inclusive, equitable, quality education, promote lifelong learning, opportunities for all. So all in the end, it is about personalization, accessibility, affordability. And now with the new, it's not just digital skills, it's more of the generative AI age. What can we do as educators? So if I take VIP Kid as an example, 10 years ago, I started to promote online teaching and then encourage all the teachers to teach online. So over the past decade, 5 million people applied, 200,000 people throughout training taught online, and they made over £2 billion of income, delivering 240 million live tutoring sessions. But is it enough? The coronavirus age encouraged parents and kids and teachers to go online. But now, we are just adapted to online learning. Today, it's a new challenge. So what shall we do? And what I have in mind is, it is now possible to allow the co-piloting of learning and teaching. And definitely, there is a possibility of autopiloting with some of the teaching that can help teacher ease their burden of their daily lives. So we've been working on technologies like AI tutor, and I'm sure many of my peers in the field have been working on how to improve the productivity and efficacy of both teaching and learning. So those are the new models.
Brilliant. And Ewan, I think it's safe to say that you don't think we've got the optimized model of teaching and learning yet. Tell us, what would you like to see?
I do think, just because on this point, it is, if you look at, we've been talking about the sort of what piece, we're now talking about the how. And I think what's been fascinating over the last few years, people have been obsessed about this argument as to whether online learning is adequate, whether in-person learning is what's really needed. It's actually a bit of a mirage, because the fact is, the evidence suggests what is far more important is the difference between instructor-led learning and self-directed learning. And I think we've seen through the rise of MOOCs sort of 10, 15 years ago, and the terrible completion rates and the poor efficacy and outcomes and everything else, that self-directed learning reaches its limits quite quickly. But if we can use AI to both enhance personalization, but effectively give everyone their own personal tutor or coach or mentor that can nudge them through their careers, it doesn't really matter whether it's online or offline. That's an incredible unlock for people.
That's such a cool point. And Matt, I mean, you do a lot of analysis of these trends. Is this all in line with what you're seeing more generally?
Absolutely. I mean, look, I think generative AI is not only a bridge, it's not only a mechanism, but to Ewan's point, it's also an imperative that is giving us an opportunity to expand the universe of who is able to learn. Right now, we've had a classroom-based model that's required a set of formal skills, and that's really boxed us into looking at very specific parts of the workforce and seeing talent there, and that's it. And when we can actually start to have more effective bridges, we can find hidden talent in all sorts of corners of the workforce we haven't been looking for. We can find people who have 60% of their skills, 70% of the right sets of skills, maybe not all of the sets of skills that they need, often who are more diverse, and be able to tap those talent pools that we desperately need to drive economic competitiveness, to drive the kind of prosperity and equitable prosperity that we all want to see in the market.
So let's take that really important challenge. I'm going to turn to you, Ewan, and say, well, actually, how do we make sure that we open up skills development so that technological change and disruption enhances and expands opportunity rather than reinforces inequality. Such an important point.
It is absolutely critical. And the problem is, it's not adequate to sort of say, well, look, it will happen eventually.
Yeah.
Because we've seen the consequences of deindustrialization and globalization and the consequent effect that's had on politics and liberal democracies and everything else. It can be incredibly destructive if people feel like they're living through a huge wave of change and they're only getting the rough side of it, particularly when it comes to economic opportunity. And part of the problem is we have to look at the structural impediments to people of all backgrounds being successful that exist today. And university, quite candidly, is part of the problem. You know, take the UK as an example. Only 4% of those claiming free school meals will go to a Russell Group university. You have about 100 black professors in a faculty of 20,000, and there is just not adequate representation. So then we shouldn't be surprised if you look at the very best jobs, and particularly those jobs in tech and professional services, if we see them mainly go to people from white, affluent backgrounds. And that's going to create major issues, especially as we look at the kind of geographic spread of opportunity. Now, if we're intentional about it, we can address these things quite early. And one of the reasons I'm such a believer in apprenticeships is they're completely free to the individual. They benefit people who don't simply learn in an academic context, but actually prefer to learn in an applied context. And you get personalized coaching. You know, we offer people community experiences and various other things that are valuable. Plus, they're directly linked to jobs. Because if you think about it, the biggest thing that determines your ability to provide for your family and support yourself and have a stable, successful life is your job, because that's your earning power. And we have to take that incredibly seriously. So if we can't transform who the best jobs of the next decade go to, we're going to end up seeing this play out very, very badly for liberal democracies in particular, but also this equitable imbalance that exists in society. So, and just on this academic point, we released a research report this week where we interviewed about 1,200 CEOs from across the world. The vast majority said they don't think people should need degrees to work at their companies. They see no correlation between academics and job performance, and they want to reach more diverse people. And yet, the majority of companies still have degree requirements for their jobs. Then you have on the other side, universities are simply not training enough people anyway in these fields we need for the jobs that are coming. So it's incumbent on all of us to say, let's build an alternative that isn't reliant on the academic, can be more equitably accessed, and is delivered in conjunction with employers and the workplace.
We feel your passion. It's amazing. Right, Cindy, you've also been very hands-on in trying to democratize access to learning and teaching. So what are your thoughts on this issue?
Two thoughts. One is, I think rather than like just jobs, people can be creators. The ability to free up productivity and all the possibility to be prompting the large language models and to build the functionalities for their own way of making an income might be a possibility. So that's number one thinking. Secondly, I also think it is high tech, more so even today. But then high touch can never be missed. Mm-hmm. So the power of humanity, of people like working together with the high tech, how can we make it more even accessible?
Fantastic. And Matt, we've talked a lot already about a whole range of things, but the session had a very broad framing around the skills needed for economic growth. Are there skills issues that we haven't touched on that you think are important that we do get to grips with in relation to this issue?
I want to double down on the question of durable or foundational skills.
Yeah.
It's one of those sets of things where we lack a vocabulary today for describing them. I often feel in the same way encumbered, as famously, there are native communities who can use 35 different words for snow, and wearing tongue-tied with just the word snow. Maybe we've got sleet in our vocabulary, but that's about it. There's a broad set of foundational skills that go well beyond the 3 R's. They encompass increasingly sets of data skills, sets of business skills, things like project management, which is critical whether we're talking about tech projects, whether we're talking about a nurse who's managing care across providers. So in all cases, we need to start thinking more broadly about what those durable skills are, because that's how people have the ability to continue to reinvent themselves as work reinvents itself. That's one of the things which I think is so important as well about coming up with new infrastructure for learning. It's not just the lack of capacity of universities. It's not even just that universities are failing to reach many people whom we need in order to be competitive, in order to have a productive workforce that's continually rising. We also need, in a world where 37% of the skills of a job have changed in 5 years, everybody is going to need to be able to acquire new skills on the fly. So those core foundational skills are important not only because they underlie everything else, not only because they become more important in a world of generative AI, but because they are the skills to acquire new skills and to keep people rising.
Brilliant, thank you, Matt. That's a great note to kind of come towards the end on. Cindy, you and I'm going to give you a last opportunity. Is there anything that you haven't managed to say that you want to leave the audience with as a final thought? Cindy, anything from you?
Yeah, I think the dream of a quality, affordable education is at the corner. I think technology has made it so much possible. So how can companies like ours keep inspiring, empowering every child for the future, and also to unleash the potential of the world's best educators? I think we have a lot of work to do.
Thank you, Cindy. What about you, Ewan? Final thought.
Couldn't agree with that thought more, in the sense of AI, in essence, gives us the ability to transform scarcity into abundance, whether that's in education or healthcare or access to resources. But we have to be incredibly intentional about who it is benefiting and how we harness those benefits correctly so that we don't end up in a situation where huge numbers of people get left behind.
Wow, well, it's very ambitious to try and do justice to the topic of digital skills at the heart of economic growth in a 20-minute session, but I'm sure you'll agree our panelists have done a great job of shining a light on some of the key components that make up this huge topic. And what we've really realized is that, we're talking about digital skills, but it's not just the what, it's the how and the who. And we need to better reflect that pace of change that we're seeing in the skills that are actually being used out there in the workforce and will be used in the future. We need to see that better reflected in the way that we're learning and the way we think about learning and the way in which we think about who's accessing that learning. So thank you so much. I always feel it's fascinating that at a time when we're all focused on technological change, what this really re-emphasizes is the fundamental importance of those deeply human skills, those durable foundational skills that we've just heard about. So can you all join me in thanking our brilliant panel for having managed to convey so much in such a short time? Brilliant. Thank you.
So as Hayatun quite rightly said, 20 minutes is not very much time to discuss the role of digital skills in the economy. Fortunately, we've got Todd Zipper coming up on stage now to address the skills gap, building on a similar theme. He is the general manager for talent at Wiley. So please put your hands together for Todd Zipper.
Well, good morning, everybody. I'm a little bit on U.S. time, so forgive me if I slur a little bit, but I should be good to go. So on November 22nd, 2022, ChatGPT was launched, and within 5 days, there were 1 million users of it. Within 2 months, 100 million users. So it's not that far of a reach to think about within a year or so, this technology will be fairly ubiquitous. And businesses and people will be changing their lives and outcomes because of it. We're reading headlines, as you can see here in reflection, that AI is going to replace some jobs like entry-level coding or paralegal skills, and they're going to become obsolete. But we don't think it's going to happen. We think that the talent shortage that we have, the skills gap, if you really look at the arc of history, is really only going to accelerate with this new innovation. I run a company called Wiley Edge, and we help employers find and train tech and business talent. So here today, I'm here to talk about, and I think the previous panel going to double down a lot on the things that they just said, I'm here to talk about what it is, the skills gap, why it exists, and then solutions that we're seeing in the market that hopefully we can implement more to really combat it. So the skills gap is a mismatch between the demand for specific skills by employers and the availability of professionals with those skills to help companies deliver on their growth plans. As we can see it, the next phase of growth for a company really is dependent on having enough people in the right seats with the right set of skill sets. Our latest skills gap report from Wiley showed that 69% of HR professionals said they had a skills gap, which ultimately means they don't have enough people to do what they actually want to do. So why is the skills gap exist? First, the skills gap exists, as this clock showed you before, because the pace of innovation and the speed of the education that can catch up with that simply aren't in sync with each other. And second, none of this is new, of course, right? Innovation's been happening for centuries. Starting in the 1700s, we've got the advent of the Industrial Revolution, of course. We hit with the mills, then we have the steam engine, and so on and so forth. As you can see, all of these innovations sped up over time. And then with our latest big innovation in terms of the internet, that took 16 years really get to ubiquity. So what does this ultimately mean? It means that the pace of change is happening in an accelerated path, which means we have to adapt in even quicker ways. So what is really the impact of all these clocks being out of sync? Well, first and foremost, growth is simply impeded. Companies need talent that can design new products, implement new technologies and initiatives. And what you see here is from LinkedIn's 2023 Most In-Demand Skill Sets. And what are you seeing from here? Well, like my previous panel talked about, we've got technical skills, right, we call them. This is the cybersecurity, this is cloud computing, this is SQL. But we also have what we call power skills. And in many ways, these are more important. These are things like leadership and teamwork and communication. And the takeaway is that the technical skills certainly are exacerbated by all the innovations that are happening, and we have to keep up with that. The power skills, on the other hand, really come from experience. So it's really hard to gain those skills in a classroom-type setting. You really need to be learning on the job, and that's hard to do. So in addition to this mismatch in clocks, this is all exacerbated by what we call hiring frictions, right? So it's a two-part issue we're really dealing with here. And what I'm here to talk about is each one of these areas. So let's start with sourcing friction. This is about assessing the right talent, which often is like finding a needle in a haystack. We often are recruiting in the same exact ways, which then puts a damper on widening the aperture of the different candidates that come in, expanding diversity. Universities, employers often only recruit from like the same top 20 universities. So this is really an area that creates a lot of friction in the market. How about assessment friction? Right? Assessing capabilities have improved somewhat. We have now ways to evaluate technical skills, but as I talked about previously, the power skills are really hard to assess in just a standard interview process. And so there's a lot of risk in the assessment. And then third, we've got the bad hire risk, right? So now if you've assessed candidates in the wrong way, you now are in a situation where you're onboarding people and you're struggling to get them to be productive, and then they either quit or they never really get good at their skills, and so you've wasted a lot of money. I think it costs about $30,000 to hire someone. So a lot of friction in that bad hire. And then finally, we've got time to productivity. So it typically takes about 6 months for even the best hires to really get productive on the job. I remember I was reflecting back 1998 when I started my first job in equity research, and I was trained in the right courses, I had the right internships, and it took me a long time, it felt like a year, before I could actually add value on the job. And this is something that our education system doesn't do enough of the connective tissue with actually work. So let's talk about solutions. It's a little bit discouraging, I guess, so far to think about all of these challenges that we have in this skills gap, right? And it's really, the way we look at it, is my title of my speech said, it's how we respond that ultimately matters. And what we are focused on is really solving these two challenges. The synchronicity of those clocks have to be challenged, solved, and also the hiring frictions. It's really a both end. And so I want to talk first about, how do we better align education and innovation. And, let's start with AI-enabled personal learning. I recently saw a speech by Sal Khan of Khan Academy where he quoted the 1984 study from Benjamin Bloom, which talked about, and this was, the previous panel talked a little about this, that they studied people learning through whole group instruction versus tutorial-based learning. And what they discovered that people that learned through tutoring were 2 standard deviations higher, which basically means that the average person getting tutored were 98% greater in terms of mastery than someone learning through instruction. That's pretty huge. And we have a situation now where, with ChatGPT, one of the upsides and benefits here, potentially, and we're seeing some of that, is that we can really personalize learning. I've been in online education almost 20 years, and that promise simply hasn't delivered. As we know from the MOOCs and other self-directed learning, it does not personalize learning enough to help people through their challenges. The second is labor market analytics. Companies historically, would maybe talk to universities and help them understand, what's coming down the pike. Universities would look at labor market analytics globally, maybe not even regionally, and design programs around that. Now we're seeing the scraping of jobs data and really just getting down to the skill level. And hopefully you'll see education programs be more adaptable real time based on the data that's ultimately available to them. So we also, as I think about the last solution I want to really talk about here today is what we call learn and work models. In this country, apprenticeships have been huge for a long time. In Europe, they've done an amazing job incentivizing these learn and work model, in particular apprenticeships. We at Wiley Edge are helping to pioneer a new type of learn and earn model called hire, train, deploy. And this is where we partner with employers, so we really start with the employer first versus the academic institution first, and we work backwards, right? And we then hire and find the right type of candidates based on the employer's needs. We then train in an intensive boot camp format with industry practitioners that are training on that. And then we deploy these candidates into their employers that at the end of that 1 to 2 year training can be converted into full-time employees. And this really, we think, does a lot of things, right? It eliminates a lot of that hiring friction, right? The bad hire risk gets out of the way. The assessment risk, we take a lot of that off their plate. And it also synchronizes those clocks, right? We're doing this all year long. We're not just graduating students, twice a year. We are putting people out into the market every couple months. And so as I conclude here today, we believe that the pace of change is only accelerating. The skills gap, unfortunately or fortunately for businesses like mine, is here to stay, as well as talent shortages. And it's how you ultimately respond that matters, and taking unique approaches, like we're talking about here with learn and earn models, is important. So thank you very much, and hope you have a great conference.
Many thanks, Todd Zipper. That's also a very neat bridge to our next discussion, which is really the broader conversation about cultivating culture in businesses. I'm delighted to welcome to the stage Paola Parsons, who in the initial rundowns was heralded as working for Silicon Valley Bank. Of course, as of Monday, it is called HSBC Innovation Banking. Please welcome Paola to the stage.
I'm still getting myself sometimes confused. I think we'll call ourselves the hipsters going forward after the last couple of months. We roughly have 15 minutes, and I'm really keen to spend a bit of time exploring how to build culture and how to build a corporate culture that actually foster great business outcomes. And we all know there is a very clear connection between employees' happiness and positive business outcome and client satisfactions. So I think we've got our two panelists, if you could join me. I have Hanno from Personio and Juan from Job and Talent. Welcome. Thank you. Probably best to start with maybe if you could spend a minute talking about your organization and yourself. That would probably be a good start.
Yeah, happy to
Would
start.
you like to go first?
Hi, everyone. I'm Hanno, co-founder and CEO at Personio. We're an HR platform for small and mid-sized companies called the People Operating System, and digitizing the entire employee lifecycle from recruiting, onboarding, payroll, employee management, all of these things. We ourselves are a small and mid-sized organization and scaled through our entire customer base by now, after 7 years, reaching close to 2,000 employees. So we started a company in 2015 and have since scaled and learned a lot about building a company, learned a lot about culture. I'm a first-time founder, so lots of learning along the way.
Fantastic. We can talk a bit more about that. Juan.
Okay, about Job and Talent, I'm the co-founder, co-CEO. I've been for many years with the company, 14 years right now. We are a workforce marketplace for temporary workers and big enterprises. We work in the segment of essential workers, actually, trying to solve a pain for a category of workers that has been forgotten for many years, treated quite badly with wrong contracts, with contracts that were not giving them enough job security. So our mission as a platform is to help those workers to constantly have job opportunities in good companies with the right contracts, with the right benefits, and with the right treatment by the employers.
Fantastic. Well, you have an Italian, a German, and a Spanish. London Tech Week is like Brexit never happened.
Yeah, right.
Shall we go straight in? I think probably the best place to start is how would you define culture? Probably a question for both of you.
So I would say culture is the combination of the behaviors and values that people show in the workplace. I don't think there's a good and a bad culture, but you can be very specific about the culture or explicit or have it just happen, but you definitely will have a culture. The question is, do you want to shape it or do you want to explicitly be about it? And I guess that's something we'll talk about in the next few minutes.
Do you have a different?
Yeah, I would define it as what people do when you are not in the room, actually.
And nobody's watching.
Yeah.
Interesting. So I guess, Juan, maybe we start with you in terms of, when you set up your business, did you have a clear idea of the culture you wanted to create, and how did you get about it?
No, I didn't have any idea. Just at that time, I was focused on the opportunity, on the mission, and what I was doing at the time was trying to be surrounded by people that had the same ambition that me and my co-founder had, that was very committed and that was humble, actually, good people. That's how everything started. And I was not thinking about culture or anything like that. I was just acting, executing, and trying to be surrounded with this type of people.
I guess if I look at Personio, you went from 100 people to over 1,000. And how many employees do you have now? Over almost 2,000? Did the culture change over time? And what did you do to preserve what you built?
So I think the first time we got very explicit about our culture was when we were around 30, 40 people, where me and my co-founders got into a room and actually picked individuals of our company and kind of put their names on a post-it and said, what are the ones that we really felt were strong, like were good culture fits, whatever that means, and were really successful and having a big impact in the company. And then we were trying to find out what are the traits they were showing and what are the behaviors and the ways they were acting. And then we started assigning them, and then we were looking at what are the overlaps and what are the things which actually a lot of them were showing. And over time, we've then evolved these, what we call values, which are the things we take decisions on, and operating principles, which are specific things like communication is key or act proactively and so on. And we've taken them and evolved them a little bit over time, but ultimately the core of that has stayed the same. So does it mean that our culture has always stayed the same? Certainly, as you grow, it feels different being part of a company with 2,000 employees and one with 30. So a lot of things have changed along the way, but I think those core tenets of what we look for in employees and what they show in the workplace, I think has stayed quite similar. And what we've done in order to do that is, on the one hand, being very explicit on hiring. I think that's the easiest way to fuck up your culture, really, is if you're not explicit on that. So I was involved up to 1,000 employees in every interview, at the founder interview. By now we have what we call bar raises, but ultimately they really check for that culture fit, and then and thereby trying to make sure we bring the right people on. And then as we scaled and opened new offices, we had things like a culture carrier program where we brought people that have been with the company for long into these new offices for a while, and exchange also vice versa. And we have an all-company culture week once a year, which is coming up in 6 weeks, where we bring the entire company from around the world into the headquarters and bring folks together. So those are some of the things we've been doing to try to help keep the core tenets the same way, which we want it to be. But then obviously there's many things that still evolve, which are fine, and that's normal.
And did you see a change in terms of when you scaled up? Or did you manage to maintain
Absolutely.
that secret sauce that you had right at the beginning?
Yeah, absolutely. We suffered that change, and actually, I was saying that we didn't put enough attention in culture at the beginning, actually. I was very, very honest with that. And we suffered that because we grew the company to 250 people, 280 people quite rapidly, without thinking so much about culture, just about those values that I mentioned before. And then we realized at a certain point, my co-founder and myself, that the people was not acting as they were supposed to do, actually, and they were not doing things as we like them to do. So we had to do actually some layoffs at the company, actually, because we actually defined the type. Actually, we did a very similar exercise that the one that you did, taking the top performers of the company, where the traits, how do they act? And we defined what we call the operating principles of Job and Talent. At that time, there were 5, now there are 7, that define how people should act. So we want people to be innovative, we want people to be hands-on, we want people to be bootstrapper, analytical, good communicators. And right now, what we're doing, and since then, is doing performance reviews based on that, on those cultural traits, and also using those cultural traits for hiring, actually, which is absolutely crucial.
That's interesting, because you obviously paid quite a lot of attention to culture in your organizations. But if I look at the job market, has changed and is increasingly more fluid, and your organization is at the center of that in terms of facilitating talent movements. Do you think culture still have a role to play then to retain talent?
Absolutely, and there is data around that we're seeing. It's like attrition actually talks by itself. Not only is attracting talent, but retaining it. And what we're seeing actually in our marketplace is that companies that put more attention into treating the workers well, creating the right environment, paying a fair salary, are those companies that are attracting candidates more easily, and more importantly, they're retaining that talent better. And at the end of the day, the productivity of a company is set by actually the people who knows how to do the job, the well-trained people that you have in the organization. So if you don't have the right people, the right culture to attract the people, but more importantly, even to retain that people, and you have a huge attrition rate, you'll suffer as an organization.
I think the Great Resignation might be a thing of the past, and the economic environment has changed, but top talent is still in demand. Do you have a different view?
No, 100%. I think top talent will always be in demand, and as Juan just said, I think the role of culture thereby is both in identifying, like helping get this top talent. We have a study internally of a research that 95% of the people that joined Personio over the past 2 years cited culture as one of the core reasons to join. And so certainly that effort has some impact, but also, as Juan said, on retaining those people in the business, making sure they continue to be engaged. They also culture plays a crucial role. And so I think, yeah, with top talent always will be at high demand, and retaining your top performers. I think focusing on an environment where they can strive, where they feel they can have impact, where they feel they can move the needle is, I think, one that's really critical.
Okay. So if culture still got an important role to play, then how do you keep it dynamic so that the organization doesn't become stale and you still foster innovation? I would be interested to hear. I guess if the culture still got a very, very important role to play, then how do you keep that dynamic so that fosters innovation and the organization doesn't become stale? It would be interesting to hear both of your views.
In our case, as one of the key operating principles that we have is around innovation, actually. So that's a way in which we track and do performance reviews based on how innovative our people is to make sure that we're improving in our day-to-day.
Yeah, and I think one key area around innovation is that people feel they can change things. People feel that they can bring in ideas and thereby feel empowered. And therefore, for us, probably the most relevant channel that's noted down in our culture is ownership, and really encouraging people to bring in ideas, to start new projects. And then innovation is not just on the product side, but innovation is also about how we do things internally. And there's another operating principle of seek to improve, that we constantly look at stuff and say, okay, how could we do it different? How could we do it better? Maybe it worked when we were 700 people, now we're 1,800 people. Does it still work? And I think that just encouraging those people, feeling like owners, if you see something that doesn't work, change it, bring in new ideas. I think that's really key to stay innovative.
I love it, feeling the owners. If I think about the post-pandemic, most organizations are a lot more flexible, have a hybrid environment, and looking at the role the organization also plays in terms of technology and impact on employee satisfaction. How do you see that connection?
So I think, obviously we, with our products, help companies, HR teams, first of all, to spend less time on administrative stuff and then help thereby spend that into employees and really develop those and spend more time. But also we see the satisfaction of the individuals actually wanting to use with the right tools, to be enabled in their workplace, to feel they can do the right things. And just to, again, pinpoint to an example of which we know a lot, was that when like that companies sometimes choose to invest into an HR platform because they hear from their employees that they don't want to go through all these processes in a manual way. They want to be able to request a vacation on their mobile phone and some of these things. So I think just with the generations changing in the workplace, there's much higher demand for enablement through technology, for the right tools that match similar to what they are used to in their private lives, and be able to also have that in their professional environments.
So I guess to both of you, I'm conscious of time. If you were to give one piece of advice to other founders in terms of looking to create a great culture, what would that be?
Lead by example. Whatever culture that you want to build is going to start from you as a leader. You cannot say to the organization to be hands-on and then not taking strong time on doing things in detail and getting dirty into the details. You cannot ask the organization to be bootstrapper when you're spending a lot of time as a founder on unnecessary budget on things. So you need to be actually leading by example always, because what you do is what the company is going to be replicating.
Yeah, I 100% agree. And I think the one thing I would add is you cannot delegate the work on culture, because you ultimately, you as a founder, not just need to lead by examples, but because especially as a company goes bigger and you might want to revamp your values and figure out what behaviors we really need to put front and center. You can't just tell your HR team, oh yeah, figure out our culture because I have more important stuff to do. That's not, like, it's a core part of your as a founder to develop the culture, to keep a pulse on the culture. Is it still the way it's enabling business results, it's enabling the company to be successful or not? And then you need to put in the hours to spend time on that as well.
Fantastic. Well, I think that's all we have time for today. So thank you very much. Thanks for joining me.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Paula and team, for that fascinating chat. This next conversation is one I've been looking forward to all day. We're going to be joined by Daniel Korski, the CEO of Public, and actually running as a candidate or seeking to be a candidate for the London mayoralty. And he's going to be talking with Deputy Minister Alex Borniakov, who runs digital transformation in Ukraine. I am excited to see what they're able to pick over in the time. Please welcome them to the stage.
Can everybody hear me? Yes? Good, come sit down. I've really been looking forward to this conversation, Alexander, because everybody here knows that technology is enormously important. It produces great products that people love and great jobs, but it's probably, in fairness, not as important as it is in your country.
Yeah.
And so it's great to take a moment to have a conversation with you, Alexander, about what's going on. And just before we kick off, we were sitting in the green room chatting, and what Alexander admitted was actually that he's kind of like my bigger brother, because as I started laying out who I was and trying to tell him about my experiences, he said, oh, I've done that. So I founded an IT services company called Public. Oh yeah, I founded a software company. Well, I'm now trying to enter politics. Oh yeah, I was for many years at the Odessa City Council, and I was like, my God, I'm sitting in front of my elder brother, so it's really exciting to be here with you.
Thank you, thank you.
So let's start talking about the Ukraine IT sector, because what I think has surprised a lot of people is the extent to which, after the war started, the IT sector seems to be growing rather than receding.
Yeah, indeed. So far, it's just the only industry that left in Ukraine that grew in times of war, and it made like 6% grow year over year, which seems great. But if you just step back for a moment and give some numbers, IT industry of Ukraine is 300,000 people, 5,000 plus companies. We actually see as a government 15,000 companies, but those who had like more than 10 employees and doing actually like 5,000 plus, they distributed almost equally among, were distributed equally among country, like in 5 big cities. 60% of all IT was in Kiev, but other cities had it too. And year over year, rate growth was 35–40%, which is incredibly high. And now it's slowed down. But anyway, it brought Ukraine $7.3 billion last year. We hope this positive growth rate will remain this year too.
Yeah, I hope so too. But let's talk a little bit about what makes up that technology sector, because Ukraine has, for the most part, been known as a great outsourcing hub. But I understand that you're trying to shift much more to product-led companies. Obviously, there have been great Ukrainian product companies. Grammarly, is one example of PeopleIO. But what's the story here?
Yeah, indeed. For many, many years, Ukraine was known as a great outsourcing destination. And especially in the last year, it was like, if you do something complex, like, cloud computing, machine learning, AI, blockchain, you should go to Ukraine, because this is where they not just code, but they also do business analysis, like very complex things in terms of IT. But in the same time, we as a government realized that we want to shift our place in the value chain. And we recently introduced, 2 weeks before the war, we started DS City, which is a virtual economic zone with the tax benefits, but what's more important, with a lot of new provisions we implement in our legislation that align us with the standard venture investment tools, which we get used to here in UK, in America, like convertible notes, liquidation preferences, indemnities, and many, many other things that to ease capital rising process and basically start to speak one language with other venture world.
Yeah, a sort of digital free port. Interesting idea. We'll come back to that maybe in another context. And does that also offer tax advantages for?
Yeah. So what I call is virtual economic zone, because usually if I say economic zone, you imagine some territory with offices, with the fence. I don't know, but we saw that IT companies are distributed among the country, so we don't need to put them in some one place. So we decided so if you want to join, you need to apply on the website, and once you get it in a government register, you're subject to tax benefits, which are 2 times lower corporate tax from 18 to 9%, and 5 times less labor taxes.
Wow.
So usually, I think in UK it's very close to 50%, and in other countries it's also like, and in Ukraine you pay, if you're a resident of DCD, you pay basically less than 10% of labor taxes. And the logic was because in most companies, the biggest expenditures and biggest expenses are labor cost, because you hire people, they're expensive, and obviously, so we wanted to give companies a break, sort of like, so they can move forward.
Great. And we found here, of course, in the UK that pump priming the ecosystem, making it easier to invest and reducing some of the tax burdens is critical to growing an ecosystem. So what do you think are some of the challenges you face now? Because I see a lot of startups and some getting funding. I see some later stage investment from the sort of Horizons and other sort of bigger growth funds. Do we have a problem in the middle at Series A, or what do you think some of the challenges are for your companies?
Well, obviously, the biggest challenge now it's war going on, and but still, we managed to kick them out of Kiev now, kicking them farther to the east. So in Kiev, still there's a vibrant ecosystem. There's a lot of people, and we as a government support them on the very early stage with grants. Then there are a couple funds started to invest in early stage, and indeed we have a problem with, I would call this Series A, and for this stage we have relatively lower number of funds and actually projects too. So this is indeed the problem for us right now. But I think for the early stage, there's enough funding, and we also do trade missions, for example. We take our startups, bring them here. Actually, I have this pavilion, a Ukrainian pavilion.
Please visit the Ukrainian pavilion and have a look, guys.
Web Summit and Collision and other events where we bring like from 15 to, I don't know, 50 startups and which want to raise money. But this gap should be somehow filled, sure.
You obviously talked about the war which is going on, and when I visited Ukraine last October, I found it so jarring to, on the one hand, sit in meetings with really exciting entrepreneurs and innovators who were trying to deliver new products, and then at the same time having to rush down to an air raid shelter.
Yeah.
How do you find working in that kind of context?
Well, it's sad to say, but we kind of get used to it. And this is like a way of your life. Like, for example, for the last months and a half, they bombing us almost every day from like starting from 1 a.m. till 5 a.m. So it's really hard to sleep. But still, people like, I don't know. Then I found a post on Facebook, someone say like, we need to make a fiesta. Like if there's a bombing at night, we should move our working day till 12 and get some sleep. So people stay positive, I would say, in most cases. And it's kind of like, it's your daily routine now. And when you hear air sirens, you don't panic anymore. You usually you check the news and see if there's a bombers, because every time Russians get the bombers in the air, siren is automatically started to
But it's also on the government-issued app, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah, and we have this we actually have a couple apps, some private, some municipal, some government. So they basically take information from one source, but I still have two, just to make sure.
And they warn you, you know, through haptics. That's
yeah. So it's usually like updates. Well, for a lot of people, well, it's at some meetings that's kind of interesting. Like you sit at a table, and at some point, 3 or 5 phones starting to woo 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 because and people serious about that, so they not silence this alarm.
Interesting. Well, it's a great example of how you're using technology, you know, not just to live and deliver great products, but also to fight and win the war. And just on that, you know, obviously there's been a lot of discussion about artificial intelligence on this stage and elsewhere. You have probably on the battlefield tested more AI-enabled, you know, products, drones, you know, surveillance systems than anybody else has had to do, you know, probably ever. Do you care to share some perspectives?
Oh yeah. Well, first of all, since day one, the IT industry of Ukraine helping us with the providing their expertise and technologies and their workforce for fighting Russians and create a proper defense, including companies that in AI. And I know for like, I'm not going to name the company, but for example, and I think that this is extremely cool thing and exciting. They're about to start testing a solution that allow actually a drone, because Russians are very strong in jamming technologies. They have very powerful jamming equipment. So if you operate on a drone, it's a high probability you lose a drone if you're flying close to the front line, which you have to. And they're testing a technology based on AI. So the drone, once it lost its connection with operator, with help of AI, he's going to find where he is by himself, figure out where his position is, and trying to get back, because on the way there, he was kind of mapping the area, and he knows the way back by himself. And he's completely like autonomous. So I think that's something that's really cool and created in Ukraine.
That's extraordinary.
And there are a number of other examples, but we don't have much time.
Of course, and probably not for public consumption, some of it too. Let's talk a bit about cryptocurrencies, because when I was in Ukraine, I was really struck. I mean, you know, everybody knows about cryptocurrencies. I mean, you're literally buying, you know, a sandwich on the corner shop, and they're willing to take your payment in Bitcoin in the middle of a war. At the same time, you know, we're facing, it's hot outside, but it feels much like a crypto winter inside. So how's that affected you? Because you've raised quite a lot of money for the humanitarian effort through cryptocurrencies. So how do these things come together?
Yeah, there's a lot of people from Ukraine being a part of big crypto companies around the world. So when full-scale invasion started, they immediately started to help. So eventually, I think we just raised around $200 million alone. Government initiative Aid for Ukraine, together with private business, raised 60 million just in crypto, which were redirected to humanitarian and military aid for our troops. So, yeah, crypto winter, actually, there was a huge blow, and the nations went down significantly. We see that a lot of companies, even from Ukraine, not related to the war, they lost their funding or clients. So that's actually hitting pretty bad. But last couple months it started to recover, and I think that's fine. I think crypto is it's adjusting, and at some point, market is going to equalize in itself. And I know Ukrainian being resilient. We kind of proved this to the world, and they're flexible. And I think there's a future for crypto. We totally believe as a government that crypto could be I don't know, a big thing, and we actually studying a lot of ways to implement it, starting from CBDC and finishing with kind of maybe at some point it's going to be a legal tender. So.
You heard it here first. Fantastically interesting. So here, in the last couple of minutes, in front of this audience, what is the best way that those who wish to help, which I hope is all of you, can help the effort in Ukraine, particularly given the audience and our interest in technology?
Well, thanks for this question. And we've been to this war more than a year already, and I will say that especially I'm happy to say that from this end that we, being in the UK, that this country being a huge supporter, and we're so grateful and thankful for all this help that government doing, that regular citizens are doing for Ukraine. But it's also for those who, I don't know, find it hard to donate, we still have a lot of people in Ukraine trying to do business. And with a lot of industries closed, like we completely lost civil aviation industry with so many people. We still have like restaurant industry. It's still like cinema. You can still go to cinema, but if there's air attack, you have to get out. But still, so people lost many jobs. We now helping them to switch to IT. So I think the best way to help Ukraine now is kind of to invest in Ukraine. Invest in people, work with the Ukrainian contractors, entrepreneurs, buy Ukrainian goods and stuff. This way you help Ukraine because most of our budget goes to support military costs and social expenses. So if Ukrainian people got employed and they pay taxes, that's the great help to you, which could be mutually beneficial.
For sure. Well, look, we've come to the end of what I think has been a fascinating conversation. Thank you so much for sharing it. I want to pay tribute to your country's extraordinary resilience. As I've said before, I think you're not just fighting for your own freedom and your own security. I genuinely think that you're fighting for the freedom and security of Europe, including the UK. And I just want to pay enormous tribute to you and you personally and your team. And maybe we can have a bit of a round of applause for the extraordinary effort. Thank you. Slava Ukraini.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Well, many thanks for that. All it leaves me is to say three things. Firstly, there's a slightly shameless plug on my part. Bloomberg Business Week, the main publication, or the flagship publication for Bloomberg, has a special tech edition coming out next week. I've seen some of the stories. There's deep dives on NVIDIA and corporate espionage. These two are unrelated. I do urge you to go find it. Secondly, please do come back for the afternoon sessions where there will be important discussions about diversity in the technology industry. And finally, just a final thanks to all our speakers and to someone who maybe isn't front of mind but has put together many of these sessions, Elspeth Garrett. If you could please put your hands together for those people, I'd be very grateful.
Hello. Hello. Hi. How's it going? Welcome to the Equal Her Impact stage. It's very exciting to be here. I'm Georgia Lewis-Anderson. I'm going to be your chair for today. And it's an absolute honor. I'm a writer, broadcaster, and AI consultant, which is a job title which has possibly never been more topical than it is right now. And you could argue that today and now is really the most important time to be having these conversations, listening to them, talking amongst yourselves, partaking, because it's all going on, isn't it? So this morning, we're going to be having some not only really interesting, but really important conversations around the power of diversity inclusion to drive change. We heard from Rishi Sunak here on Monday that we're entering the next industrial revolution. So how are we, as people who work in technology, going to ensure that everyone's a part of it? I think it starts with making sure that the industry is reflective of the world around us. Let's be honest, doesn't always happen, does it? But that leads me very nicely onto my first panel. What are the challenges facing underrepresented founders in technology? And how can we ensure and build a more sustainable future for them and us? It's my pleasure to introduce Dr. Lisa Xu, who's going to tell you more about it.
Our panel on In Search of Equity, we have 25 minutes to build a toolkit for change. I'm delighted to be joined by some expert voices. I'll give them a moment to take their seats. So, to my stage left is Sarah Kunst, who is the founder and managing director of Clio Capital, a pre-seed and seed stage fund. That's the first check-in. So Sarah and her team are the first institutional check-in, the first sign of conviction for many founders in our ecosystem. Stage left of Sarah is Sanghamitra Kara, who is a managing director at Morgan Stanley. She's also head of the Inclusive Ventures Group, and I'm really excited to learn more about that. Seated next to her is Shanika. First, one name only, like Beyonce. Shanika is the Chief Impact Officer at British Business Bank, or BBB for short, where she also formerly served as General Counsel. And last but not least is Laddie Greenstreet, who is currently head of UK and Ireland, head of Accenture Innovation. He is also the Chief Executive Officer of Diversity VC. Please join me in welcoming our expert voices to the stage. And I'm excited to dive right in. All right, I want to give us two numbers. The first, 2% of all venture capital funding in the year 2022 went to female entrepreneurs, just 2%. The second number I want to give you is that 0.02% of total venture capital funding over the past decade, or the past 10 years, went to Black female entrepreneurs. Clearly, this doesn't represent the society that we live in. Something needs to change. VC, in its current state, serves too few, and it excludes too many. So those are the two numbers I want to have on your top of your head. We're going to spend the rest of this conversation on how to build a toolkit to tackle those numbers and create an actionable plan for change. So I want to first paint a picture, and I want to start with the founder's perspective. So this question is first for Laddie, and then for Sanghamitra. I want us to take the founder's perspective, and can you describe for me some of the unique challenges that founders from diverse, currently overlooked, and underestimated backgrounds, what are some unique challenges that they face when fundraising? Laddie.
Thanks, Lisa. So yeah, just to add on to your numbers, like 0.02% means between 2009 and 2019, only 10 Black women received venture capital funding, which is just shocking, really, to hear. And I guess the question is, why? And truth be told, I think this venture capital industry is, let's call it meritocracy. It serves those who look like the people who hold the power. And venture capitalists are the people who hold the power. They're the gatekeepers towards the capital. And our perspective of Diversity VC is that we don't have enough diversity between the decision makers within venture capital to provide access to those entrepreneurs who need the capital. And so what we work on is work directly with the venture capitalists to understand and open their doors, open their networks, to try and bring in more diversity into the venture capital ecosystem. So first, it's like the diversity of the decision makers. The second thing is about the inclusivity of the decision makers, how those decisions are made. And so often, unfortunately, for founders, particularly from underrepresented founders, the issue is that they're seen as riskier. Lots of evidence has shown this. And when an investor looks at the founders and looks at how, where they're coming from, the problems they're solving, if they see that's a high risk, they're less likely to invest. And so we work with Diversity on both those elements. One is making sure we have more diverse and representative investors, and also the decision-making process, and make sure that's not biased against these founders.
Thank you.
I think I have a very similar structure that I would go through. I think any founder, it doesn't matter where they're coming from, their basic pitch is, I have this crazy, brilliant idea, and I want to convince you that I'm going to change the world, and I'm the right person to do it. That's essentially the pitch. And if you are trying to do that, and you have to walk into a certain set of rooms, either to get clients or to get investors, And if those rooms don't look like you, then actually, first of all, getting to that room is quite difficult, which is one of the first things that the underrepresented founders face. And then second, once you get into the room, to actually find that thing that you have a common ground on gets quite difficult, right? I happen to be a woman, I happen to be an immigrant, I happen to have not studied in some elite universities, and so I have just less things to relate to the person who's sitting on the other side, and you're already starting at that disadvantage to, first of all, how do I get into the room, and then how do I make that connection to really for somebody to believe in my story. And you pass through all of that, and that's where it start getting tricky, even before any of the others that Laddie was describing would come in.
Awesome, thank you so much. Let's broaden this and go farther up the chain. From the investor's perspective, this question is for Sarah and for Shaunika as well. What are some unique challenges that investors from diverse, currently overlooked and underrepresented backgrounds, what are unique challenges that you face when raising capital for your funds to deploy into the startups and the founders that you back? Sarah.
You know, I wouldn't say the challenges are unique. They're incredibly banal, and they're like the same as they've always been. Like, oh, Sarah, why is it harder for you to raise money than it is for a white man? Well, I think you just said that, right? It's the racism, it's the sexism, it's, you know, maybe you call it unconscious bias or pattern matching, you can call it whatever you want, but at the end of the day, you know, the fact that I don't get a sunburn is not like a moral failing that you should underfund me for, right? And so I think that is the thing. The question then becomes, you know, what do you do about it? And I think that there's two things you can do. You can, you know, talk about it, and you can, you know, share the data so that people understand sort of how bad the circumstances are. And so when they're looking at someone like you thinking about investing, you know, if it's a tiebreaker between you and like a perfectly smart, perfectly nice white dude, you know, they should know, whatever they choose to do, that you're statistically less likely to get funded than that person, even if they're looking at you as like complete equals. And then I think the other thing is understanding, you know, as a diverse fund manager, that like it's going to be harder, it's going to take longer, it's going to be a longer slog, and just sort of not accepting that, right? You work to change it, but also acknowledging that reality and not gaslighting yourself and second guessing yourself and saying, you know, what am I doing wrong? If your numbers are good, if your data room is good, if you're talking to the right people, if you have the right funnel, and it's still just not working as quickly as it does for people who don't look like you, it's okay to acknowledge to yourself for a couple of minutes, like, oh, that's definitely because of what I look like, and I'm gonna like, you know, scream into a pillow and have a glass of wine and then get up the next day and like get right back at it.
Thank you so much. Shaunika.
Yeah, I mean, it's a similar perspective. I might set the scene a little bit about what the British Business Bank does, because we are the UK government's economic development bank, and we changed our strategic objectives last year, because we were originally set up to just support access to finance to smaller businesses across the UK. But what we did last year was kind of reposition ourselves and think about what are our strategic objectives, looking at kind of growth and opportunity, not just at sort of do good, not the altruism, but where is there potential in growth? And one of our new objectives is unlocking potential of founders and entrepreneurs wherever you may be, whoever you may be. So it's really about opportunity and unlocking the opportunity which isn't happening. So going back to that kind of role that we play at the British Business Bank is currently being the largest funder of UK VCs. We're really seeing a missed opportunity in not having enough diversity in investment decision making. So you talked about the statistics of diversity in founders, but actually if you look at senior investment professionals, it's some of the work we've been doing with Laddie and Diversity VC is the BVCA and the Level 20 did some research actually which said of all senior investment professionals in the UK, only 14% are women and only 10% are from an ethnic minority background. And you take the intersectionality there, you've got 3% of senior investment professional who are females from an ethnic minority. So if you're a founder going into that environment, there's quite a social distance between yourself as a diverse founder and what look like the decision makers in the VC space. And what is also happening there is, though, then take it up a level. And what about the LPs who are investing into those VCs? And that just exacerbates even further about the reducing percentage of diverse decision making through the chain of money getting to founders eventually. And that's something that we're seeing as a missed opportunity, because economic growth, sustainable, inclusive economic growth across all regions and nations and countries requires decision makers to represent really the society that it is there to invest in. So as a founder, I think it's just knowing that people are looking for opportunities and commercial opportunities. Tell your story, embrace the fact that diversity is an opportunity for you. Don't treat it like a disadvantage, build resilience, perseverance, keep going.
Okay, thank you so much for highlighting all 3 layers across this ecosystem. Right? We have the founders and the companies and the teams that are working hard to innovate for our futures. There's the VC funds, the general partners like Sarah, who are investing, who are sifting through these startups and backing them and catalyzing their growth. And at the limited partner level, where Shanika at BBB sits, investing into the fund managers like Sarah's fund. So this is the entire engine of growth that we're painting here. Let's turn to some solutions now. So I would love to hear from each of you, and I'll start with Sarah because you're closest to me. I want to hear from each of you, what have you seen move the needle? What has actually impacted in your organizations, whether that's processes, procedures, policies, or initiatives that you've adopted, has moved the needle in terms of advancing equity, advancing diversity, inclusion, belonging? Sarah.
Yeah, I mean, for me, VCs are pretty one note. It's my job to get money from people and then invest it into people who I think are going to make me a lot of money. And, you know, a lot of data shows that diversity drives better returns. And, you know, I don't have a yacht. It's a very embarrassing problem of mine, and I need a yacht. And so, like, I have to invest in diverse teams because I need a yacht as quickly as possible. And so, for me, it's just a matter of yacht survival. And so when I think of it like that, and when I approach it like that, it becomes really easy to look at a team the same way that I would never invest in an AI team that doesn't have an engineer, because how are you going to do AI without an AI engineer? I can't invest in a team of like 5 white dudes because you're just statistically less likely to make me money. And again, I need a yacht. So for me, like, having that guiding light has been incredibly just helpful. And when I have that conversation with founders, you know, about why I might pass, I think that that can be helpful for them as well. That, like, no, this isn't, I don't have a diversity mandate. I don't have diversity initiatives at my fund. And 92% of founders for my fund 1 were women, people of color, LGBTQ, immigrants. The vast majority, I'm based in the US, were based outside of Silicon Valley in New York, even before COVID, because I don't just go to Stanford and tap on any white dude's shoulder and say, hi, sir, would you like $1 million? You look the part.
You have me dreaming about a yacht as well, so yes, I'm coming there.
I'm going for the private jet.
Oh, you're going for the private jet, okay. So I work at Morgan Stanley, and we run what's called as the Inclusive Ventures Group. So this is an organization that sits within a large corporate, and sort of some of the dynamics of actually setting it up and thinking through it. The core of what we do is to try and close the funding gap, all the numbers that you mentioned right at the start. And we run a few different programs, one of which is an accelerator program, which essentially I call it the 3 C's, which support it. Capital. Often there's a lot of talk and a lot of mentoring and not enough funding. Actually put money on the table and put it as an equity rather than a grant, because not $2 are the same. So we invest £250,000 in any company that we are starting. It's an early stage investments that we are looking at. Then what I call content and curriculum, so making sure that people have the language to make sure that in whichever room they're in, they're able to sort of face off the investors on the other side. So making sure you give them the financial models or the support on making sure you take care of yourself as you're growing through. So giving them that content. We spent 5 months with these companies, quite intensive for them as we go through. And I think the most important part, even more than the capital, is the networks and the connections. We are an 80,000 people organization. And so we can really leverage the power of a large organization to bring people in and really connect them. So we get a climate tech company, I can connect them to our head of sustainability, and you can see what their growth path can actually look like in the long run. And in the process, they're making connections for future money. And that is quite important, and actually bringing that all together. So that's one big chunk of what we do. Under a similar thesis, similar to what Sarah was talking about, we run what we call a next level fund, which is a fund set up in a fund structure with partners who are have the same ideals and are trying to, again, invest in underrepresented founders. A big chunk of what we also do is a lot of research and podcasts and others. So we did a piece of work in 2018, actually, which showed that if we had invested in underrepresented founders at the same rate, this is a US data set, it's over $1 trillion that you're missing off the table, $4.4 trillion to be precise. It's unbelievable that people do not talk about it as a business imperative. You should be investing because there's just not enough people tapping on their shoulders. And so this is a business that you should be looking at. There's a lot of research that shows that the systemic risk is lower with these things because they have essentially been so resilient as they are growing through the overall process. So that's the sort of the length of what we are actually covering as a firm. But what processes and principles can actually really help us drive this? I think for me, it comes down to the value system that you're sitting within the broader organization. At Morgan Stanley, one of the key things that we talk about is lead with exceptional ideas, right? Like, we are just curious. We want innovation to happen, and that comes first. But within that, you do it in the right way. You make sure that you are investing and committing to diversity and inclusion comes as a big part of it. How does it actually turn into action? Well, our investment committee is 50% male and 50% female. It's got 20% ethnic minorities. It's got geographical footprint from across different parts of the world. And then you get a really, really strong investment committee to get selections that come through. Last year was our first cohort. We had 5 companies we selected here, happened to be all female, 2 of whom, actually 3 of whom identify as ethnic minorities themselves, and others who are, had teams that were ethnic minorities. So I'm really proud of what you could do if you can really bring the mission together and take things forward.
Terrific, thank you. Shanika?
Yeah, I mean, it's great to hear this. I think you need to go super yacht, not just yacht. Come on, lift your ambitions.
It's going to have a helicopter on it.
There's 3 things that we look at the British Business Bank, because our role is also national development and thinking about this from a policy enabling perspective. And what we do is go into markets where potentially your more commercial investors may not want to go because risk appetites don't permit, but we want to prove that actually you can go into those markets and generate commercial returns. So we want to kind of show that there are opportunities that the commercial market is not yet actually fully seizing as an opportunity for commercial return. And there's 3 ways we look at this. One is the research that we do around what is the ecosystem, how does it operate, where are there gaps, where are there failures, where is it letting founders down, and there's a piece of research that's coming out next month, early next month, which everyone should look out for. It's called Finding What Works. And the idea is we've got quite a long track record now in the UK of VC investing into entrepreneurship, but we know that there is this big gap in investing in diversity. So which VCs have done things that have worked, and what are the experiences of the entire market and ecosystem which everyone can benefit from? And just in going through that experience, it's been really interesting talking to players in the market, VCs who've kind of gone from early stage first VCs that we might have helped set up and incubated to those that are now more sophisticated and seeing the success rate sort of increase if you've really thought about diversity, equity, inclusion in your early stage strategies. But what's also very clear is that there is no one-size-fits-all silver bullet. So it's quite hard to just sort of copy-paste someone else's investment strategy around DEI and say they made money doing it, so I'm going to make money doing the same thing. And what's most important is not taking things in a tokenistic way, but actually deciding what works for you and your investment proposition and the people that you've recruited and the types of business opportunities, segments, sectors that you may be pursuing, and then focus there on where you layer your diversity, equity, inclusion strategy on top of that to seize the opportunity. And another example that we've seen work well is around data. And if you're a founder, you will potentially start getting frustrated by the requests of data of tell us if you're how you identify gender-wise, tell us what your ethnic diversity background is. And it may be frustrating and you think that that's going to target you, but the reality is, if someone's asking the question, it's because they care about it and they want to see that they are progressing and actually moving the dial on these issues. So requests for data, while they may be frustrating as a founder, are actually things which VCs are using to be accountable for the role that they play in this space. And just watch out for that research, I'd say, because there's interesting findings you'll see in it. And then the other thing is because we are an investor ourselves, so being the largest LP funder of UK VCs, we have our own decision making and we have our own investment committees and our own governance and our own recruitment strategies that we look at, and we learn a lot from the market ourselves. There's no point at which you've mastered doing this well and think that you've got it right. You need to keep iterating, and it's a transformative, evolutionary process that we're on. I mean, my role as Chief Impact Officer was created just 2 years at the bank because we want to have a positive impact to create a sustainable, inclusive growth story in the UK, but that didn't exist 2 years ago. And you're seeing these roles focusing on them, but they can't be done in silos. They have to embed across organizations. So research, our role as an investor, and our internal looking at ourselves as to whether we are walking the walk and what we're talking as well.
Great, thank you so much for that macro perspective. Ladi, I want to hear from you.
Yeah, I'll keep it short. I think there is no silver bullet at all, and we will have to play our part to keep on asking questions. And I think, unfortunately, as much as I would love to say that most VCs are thinking diversity is my key to a yacht, it's not like that, right? So the diversity agenda seems to fall down between the LPs, the GPs, and the founders, where no one's really asking the question, what are you doing? What is your DEI strategy? How are you going out and getting there? And so often, kind of there's this reticence to actually ask the difficult questions. Whether you're a founder and you're going to raise money, ask the question like, do you have a diversity strategy? That will keep the conversation going. And we live in a world right now where we're seeing a pushback and a pullback, like a pushback against diversity, even ESG, where people think it's actually, I'm scared to talk about it. I'm scared to bring this forward and put this as a mandate that I do as my fund. And there are many funds who do incredible work, but aren't waving the flag on this issue. And what happens is that creates this idea that this isn't that important an issue. This isn't the way that we have more inclusivity in our investments. And I really think where we want to get to is everyone asking the question, keep asking, keep questioning what's really been done. On the data piece, of course, this all starts with data, and we have a data report as well. We've been working on the data report together. Diversity VC has a data report coming out this live right now for funders, funds and investors to really ask themselves what they're doing. Like, who are you and what are you doing today to move the needle? And I implore every single one of you in the investment industry to look at that and start giving your thoughts.
Excellent. So to summarize, I want a yacht and or a private jet, but in order to attain that, I cannot make my investment decisions by sizing someone up and saying, you look the part. I think that's insufficient. We would all agree on that. Beyond capital, there's 3 C's, right? You could go beyond mentorship to sponsorship through providing capital, access to connections, so that those in your network open that up. And the third is contracts, whether that's customers, distribution channels, affiliate, partnership networks. 3 C's, capital, connections, and contracts are ways that we can support beyond just the funding piece alone. Shanika would like to add private jet in addition to the yacht piece. But what works?
For me, for Sarah.
What works? Yes, for Sarah and for myself, please.
Yes.
What works? We actually have to look at the numbers in terms of what works. And there is no silver bullet. There is no one-size-fits-all solution. We cannot take our diversity paintbrush and just paint our world diverse. But it's through highlighting and spotlighting these numbers and asking funds, what behaviors have you exhibited? Show me your conviction in building a diverse and inclusive ecosystem. Asking that question, really probing that, where this could be our call to action, that we could build a more inclusive ecosystem for future and current generation of entrepreneurs. So I want to turn more personally to our audience members. I know many of you are raising funding, whether that's for your fund or for your business or thinking about going down this path. And I know that in venture, risk and reward are two sides of the same coin, right? So for every outsized outcome, we have multiple failures and attempts. And those failures are necessary. That one part of the opportunity to thrive is the opportunity to fail. And I think those of us from diverse, overlooked, underestimated backgrounds, the global majority, I don't like the word minority, it's the global majority of us who are in this group. While we keep talking about equal access to opportunity to thrive, we often forget that that comes with the equal opportunity to fail, because when you're the first or the only among many, you feel additional pressure. You feel as though all of the spotlight is on you, that your track record doesn't just speak for your own success, but it speaks for the success of others in your group as well, however it's defined in your eyes. So I want to ask our experts while they're in the room here, what advice do you have for founders who are on this path? Because it's not just capital, right? It's everything that comes afterwards. What advice do you have for them as they're fundraising, as they're growing their companies, as they're facing these headwinds and hopefully picking up some tailwinds as well? Sarah?
Yeah, I mean, I think especially right now when there's like a broad kind of global macro slowdown, it's harder than ever to raise money. You have to be better than ever. You need to know your numbers. You need to know the market sizes. You need to understand, what profitability would look like, how you're going to get there, and just really, really, really take this as an opportunity to push yourself and your teams to really kind of be exceptional, because I think the bar, has gone up for all startups, and unfortunately, when there's downturns, it tends to disproportionately negatively impact, underrepresented groups.
I think quite similar. For me, it is about focusing on your product and really building great products, because at the end of the day, great products speak for themselves, and great products are also built during a crisis often, and so it's just taking that opportunity and really building good products.
Agree, and building on all of that, just narrowly targeting funding. It may feel hard and it may feel like you have to knock on lots of doors, but persevere, because actually there is a swell coming of LPs funding, VC funds who are seeing the opportunity for unlocking potential and commercial opportunity. And so, as Laddie said, do highlight the positives of your business model, and that what you bring is innovation and creativity and alternative commercial opportunities, which people may not see as a straightforward way. So persevere, don't give up. The opportunities do exist. They may just not be behind the first door that you knock on.
There's a phrase I've been saying most recently, which is make a difference with the things that make you different. Show up as yourself. Tell them about the journey you've lived, the distance you've traveled, and that goes a long way to building that interpersonal relationship and moving forward. So I think you can apply that to founders and anyone, but really tell your story in the way that makes you unique. Make a difference with things that make you different.
Thank you so much for that. I want to end on a note of optimism. So venture capital, it follows the power law function, and one outsized return kind of seeds the ecosystem with more talent, with more capital. It only takes one. It really only takes one success for a founder from a diverse background to spawn an entire ecosystem and of entrepreneurs who will also walk that same path. So because of this power law, I am so excited that I can't wait to live in the future that we all invest in. And to my audience, thank you so much for taking this call to action, to taking away this toolkit for change, to show up as your authentic selves in ways that make you different. You are the best version of you that ever existed and will ever exist. So I can't wait to live in the future that we invest in and that we build together. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you to my panelists.
Oh, hello. How good was that? So empowering and inspiring just to leave on such a positive note. I don't know what takeaways you lot took from that, but I love some of the quotes about making a difference with what makes you different, telling your story, embracing your differences. And I loved the reframing of the global majority, not talking about us in the minority. It was really inspiring just to be consistent as well, keep pushing, and it just takes one to make a difference. And let's be honest, we're all here to talk about business, and it's actually good for business. I was just having a chat with the host of our next panel, actually, and we talk about it, and it's all very nice to see who we grew up with reflected next to us. But when you look at the stats, you just can't argue with it. If we invested in gender parity in tech companies, it would contribute 2.1 billion to the economy. It's not like a small drop in the ocean, is it? She also really calmed my nerves in that it feels like technology is happening so quickly, but at the same time, tech companies are getting rid of people en masse, but 21% of them are still planning to hire IT specialists, so I think we're all in the right place. So it can feel like tech is having a hiring crisis sometimes, can't it? I grew up in central London. I went to a state school. I worked in big tech companies, and I didn't see the people that I went to school with reflected around me. But hopefully we can do something about that. It's my pleasure to introduce Debbie Forster, CEO of Tech Talent Charter, and Sophie Blinkhorn, who's the Operations Director for Code First Girls. Woo!
All right, everyone. Good afternoon. It's lovely to see you. We've got lots to cover, and I know we're running over time, so we're going to get cracking. So you all know the problem. I'm sure it's not a shock to hear that there's not enough specialist tech out there. It may be interesting for you to know, when we talk about gender diversity, how much that could help save that problem. So it's not just the additional 2.6 billion to the UK economy. We are also looking at a problem if we don't tackle it. By 2025, there will be one qualified woman for every 128 technology roles globally. So we have a problem, but we know that we have a solution. My name is Debbie Forster. I am the CEO of the Tech Talent Charter. We are a government-supported, industry-led group of companies. We have over 750 organizations across tech working together to drive practical applications, practical collaboration to drive diversity and inclusion in tech roles. This is about data-driven. This is about not just the right thing to do, but the smart business thing to do. So really, the thing to think about when we think about Code First Girls is you've been part of that very start of the journey. Back in 2017, when we were founding it, Code First Girls was one of our founding organizations. Sophie, do you want to introduce yourself? And a few people, only a few, may not know what Code First Girls does.
Absolutely, thanks, Debbie. Yeah, I'm Sophie Blinkhorn, Operations Director from Code First Girls. And your stat that you just mentioned, Debbie, is absolutely the reason we exist. I don't think we're going to go out of business anytime soon, unfortunately, from a point of view of not enough females being in tech roles. So in terms of Code First Girls, we've taught 130,000 women how to code to date, and that's across the UK, Europe, and we're now moving into more global territories. And that's amazing that we're teaching all of these females how to code, but we don't just go that far. We also work with a lot of organizations, a lot of household names that you'll know about, but also a lot of tech startups to make sure that they think about diversity from day one. And we match those women that we train up into tech roles and make sure that we can bridge this gender diversity gap in tech.
Fantastic. So I said that we're very much driven by statistics and research. It was an obvious choice for us to work together on this. Do you want to talk a bit to everyone about this research?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it was an obvious choice because from Code First Girls' perspective, we've got the largest female tech community globally. And then from TTC's perspective, obviously you've got all your amazing signatories from a business perspective that can add value. So both of our data sets really aligned and came together to provide basically a unique report that shows not just from an organization's point of view of key actionable changes that any organization can take. You know, we're not talking about you needing huge tech teams or needing massive budgets with these changes in this report that we've produced, but actually they're real key actionable insights that any organization can take no matter how small you are. So putting our two data sets together made complete sense to show from the organization's point of view why they struggle to hire diversity in tech, but also from a female point of view, why they, one, struggle to get into tech in the first place, but then equally struggle to stay and progress in tech.
Fantastic. And this is part of a larger suite of research we have been doing, working with partners like Code First Girls and with the Department of Science, Innovation and Technology, really looking at that whole life cycle of diversity in tech, from that recruitment and attraction piece all the way through to that progression, retention, and the retraining routes. So this is an important part. If you're interested, reports have been filed. We have published the reports this week with Code First Girls. You'll have seen it in a lot of the headlines. We have another report available on our website looking at those other issues. And if we look at just the research we did together, Sophie, what struck you most when you saw the research?
I think one of the main things that really stood out was the appetite for females wanting to change career and move into tech. So even though those stats are stark around, you know, 1 female for every 128 roles in tech, it's the fact that there is the appetite there. It's just they don't necessarily know what routes to go down. And that's obviously where Code First Girls exists in terms of we train the women up for free to go through our courses. So the appetite's there. It's just about then making sure that organizations look at those alternative routes into tech and don't just say on a job spec that they want, you know, a STEM degree and the typical qualifications. Because if that's the case, you won't find the female tech talent that's out there. So definitely that point, but also the fact that senior diversity from a gender point of view has dropped by 6% in leadership roles, which is really quite surprising. And I think we'll probably dig into that a little bit more in the panel. But that's something that's very disappointing to see come out of the report, but also very interesting to see how we can change that.
And I think this is something for people to realize. There are breakthroughs. We're hearing great breakthroughs in attraction and recruitment of women. But unless organizations are getting better at retaining, growing, promoting women, we know stark figures, which we'll talk about in the discussion, that women are leaving tech, not making it into senior roles. And let's be clear, this is not just women leaving because they're mummies and they're leaving the workforce. There are some startling stats on women leaving tech to other places in the workforce. So there's a lot to do. I mean, we know, don't we, the top 3 factors that women are looking for when deciding whether or not to apply for a job are quite simple. And it's not about mummy rights. Number 1, salary. Number 2, flexible working. Number 3, career progression. Progression and poorly defined career pathways have emerged as a key factor on retention. Lack of career progression is the most common reason why women are leaving tech roles. So if you're sitting in the room and all you're doing is putting your spend and your thought into how do we attract women and underrepresented groups, you need to dig deeper and look at that retention, growth, and promotion. And, you know, what about upskilling? Did you find some interesting things in relation to that and the research?
Yeah, absolutely. So from Code First Girls community, it was really surprising that only 2% had been offered the opportunity to be upskilled in their role, which is such a small number. And actually, from the Tech Talent Charter's point of view, 25% of women would leave their job and move into a tech role if they were trained within the role as well. So I think training is key, because there's the appetite there. It's just making sure that women are given the skills so they can go into these tech roles. And touch on the career switcher point from earlier. The career switchers that we place in organisations around the UK and around the globe are outperforming other people within their organisation because they're coming from backgrounds such as teachers, accountants, lawyers, vets. We see such a wide variety of people that come to us to retrain and take a job in tech, and they're bringing all those really valuable skills from their other roles, and they're getting ahead quicker than other people in their teams.
And it's important the number of companies who are realizing even within their own workforce where that retraining, upskilling is an opportunity. So it's not just having to look outside the company walls, but within to see where those opportunities are. Now, to dig into that deeper, let's get some companies. It's all very well for you and I to talk about it, but let's bring our panel on who are going to be talking about what some companies are doing today. If I can ask you my panel to join me. As they're being mic'd up. So what I'll say to you as well, if you have not found that before, can I urge you to have a look first at Code First Girls. If you are looking for fantastic training opportunities and to really see what works, but also if you are a company, it is free to join the Tech Talent Charter. As I said, there are over 750 organizations coming together to really practically look at how we are driving diversity in tech. Right, thank you, ladies. Let's dig into this. We don't have much time. So thank you very much. I'm joined today by Penny Lansuni, Portfolio Manager Data and Analytics from Shell. I have Jane Sayer, Director of IT Change Delivery from Aviva. And I have Karina Gavenji, Senior Director for Global Workforce Diversity at Google. And of course, you know Sophie. Okay, you've heard the stats, you've heard the problems. Karina, can you kick off for me? When we talk about that surface level, just attraction and recruitment of women, what are the areas of progress? What are you seeing?
Thank you. Well, thanks for having us. And I think the way we know progress is through representation. That's how we know if it's working, if we're seeing representation. And so one of the things that we do at Google is be very transparent about our representation, and actually all of our data, it's in our diversity annual report. We think that's a really key principle, is that transparency, and we've been publishing that data for 10 years now. And what we see actually in the last set of data is that when we think about women in non-tech roles, we're nearly at 50%, which is great. But actually when you look at women in tech roles, there's been progress, so you know, a sort of percentage increase each year, but we're still nearer the 30% mark and not the 50% mark. So that gives you a sense of there being more, always more progress that needs to be made. And I think a couple of things I would say in this area about attraction and sort of recruitment is really how we think about pathways, like how we create those pathways. So I love all that Code First does around how you build those pathways. We can't underestimate how early on we need to start, and we as companies need to be really thoughtful about how we start building that pipeline from as early as possible. We bring year 5 children into our offices in King's Cross, young girls, to really sort of expose them to what tech has to offer. So starting as, and that's just one of hundreds of programs, starting as young as possible. And then partnerships is critical. And so these kinds of partnerships, and what I would say about partnerships is go with partnerships even with competitors. This is a space where actually we should be working together with competitors to build that pipeline for the future, because we'll all benefit. That's the reality. I remember when I was at Vodafone, we did a program to bring girls into STEM. That was Vodafone together with O2 and Ericsson and BT. We will all benefit if we start early on, because ultimately the talent pool will be bigger when we recruit from it. So I think we need to keep that in mind.
I couldn't agree more. I think this idea of understanding that in order to succeed, we have to change the whole pipeline. Yeah. So this is the competitive edge. It's checking your brand at the door. We used to talk about at Tech Talent Charter of holding your trade secrets and trying to work on your own was investing in a really expensive fishing rod and going to the same leaky barrel that everyone does. This is about building a whole different pipeline in those pieces. Couldn't agree more. Okay, now let's talk about flexible working. It's not an easy answer, but 2/3 of women feel that flexible working is the best way to foster inclusive culture in tech, and nearly half of tech workers are able to work remotely as much as they want. But that's 47%, it's not the whole. Why is flexibility still so challenging, and what's being moved? Penny, do you want to just jump on that?
Yeah, sure. Thank you, Debbie. First, I want to start by saying there is not a one-size-fits-all to flexibility. So we need to look at it a little bit more flexibly, if I may. And what flexible means to me may not be what flexible means to you. It may be 4 days a week working. It may be that your hours are flexible, so you can come in later or leave earlier, depending on doing like your kids pick up or drop off. Some of our women in India, for instance, that we work with, it means that they work broken hours. So they work sometime in the morning, then they take a break to get home safely using public transport, and then they come back to work later, and that's what their choice is. For me personally, it means that I don't take all my leave to go visit my parents in Greece, but I can work flexibly from another location for a specific amount of time. So in Shell, we operate hybrid working with no set dates that you have to come in. What I think, because post-COVID, right, this is a reality for quite a lot of companies, what has really helped me is that there has been a framework that has been introduced about what are the tasks that are more lending themselves for collaboration, and for those it's preferred to kind of come together as a team, and what are some of the tasks that you can be more flexible with. And that, I think, having that sort of framework creates more meaningful discussions for me as line managers, and I think across the organization, to handshake what flexibility means and how do we work this together as a team. However, I don't think we're there. I think there needs to be a major culture shift around being appraised and rewarded on your delivery, not your how much present you are in the office and how much people see you. And I think what we really need to focus on is training our managers to actually do it this way, and to make sure that they have equal treatment, especially when it comes to promotions and career progression about that. And I think that's going to take a while. The flip side of it, however, that I do need to recognize is that there is a lot of value in having that community and having that network. And yes, we can work as much from home or work remotely as we do, but that is a choice as well. And there is that intangible, creating a network, sparking conversation, a coffee chat that actually can give you that next exciting networking opportunity, that next exciting project. So I think there is a balance that needs to be struck there. So that's part of the challenges. Now, if I kind of dream and where do I want this to go, I want flexibility to become the norm, so not just the kind of 4 day a week, but also I want to see very senior positions being made flexible. I want more stories around it, role models around it, so I want to see where it works. And not just in a kind of 4 day a week schedule, but also job shares, right? So a senior exec or 2 senior execs could be women, could also be interesting for our male colleagues, actually sharing a senior position and actually role modeling.
I couldn't agree more. Would any of you like to build on that? Because I think you've unpacked a lot of the issues. It's training of managers. It's genuine flexibility. Not saying we're going to be flexible and everyone's going to be in on a Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. What other things are you seeing within your companies or other companies?
Yeah, I can start here. I totally agree, and I think it is about having multiple things. It isn't just about one size fits all, and I think that's really, really key. But we're doing a lot of that, what Penny was talking about, and I think the area that we also need to do more work on is job sharing.
Yes.
I really, really do, especially at senior level roles, and leading by example and having those more stories, because the feedback that we get is that people, especially ladies, they don't want to go into those senior roles because they haven't got that flexibility. They are always on, especially in tech. If you have a bad incident that you can't just turn off, you've got to be able to deal with something. So it's about how do we support our females through that.
But I'd also bring that up to say, yes, it is females, but we now know, and what we want to encourage, more men taking up caring responsibilities. Yeah. Some people want part-time work for disability reasons. There's a whole range of things. And I think the more we open those discussions, it's not an easy one, is it? There were some headlines recently about a very senior woman within Marks and Spencer's going down to 4 days, and what a scandal. How could she possibly do that, rather than celebrating the success there? Is there anything else that you're finding and grappling with on that piece?
Yeah, so I think the other thing is you can have the types of flexible working. I think that's one component, but the other component is this idea about how you create the inclusive culture that goes along with it. So one of the things we were looking at is actually, if we're bringing people back into offices, how do we create room for all? You know, how do we help people understand the biases that exist? Actually, what we really need to think about and really encourage is not just thinking about women. We have to think about intersectional women. What is it like if you are a woman in a wheelchair having to come back to work and navigate that? And really having people challenge their assumptions, their biases, and create more of that environment, which I think opens the door to a whole type of flexibility that we need to discuss.
And that throws open, again, training and support for middle managers, isn't it? I mean, it is absolutely essential for senior buy-in. At the top, this has to happen. But we also need to look at how do we bring our middle managers through. And I know, Jane, we were talking about some of the things that you're doing in that respect.
And I think that's the nail. We've got to get middle management into a space where they are comfortable leading by example, and that culture is really embedded. So in Aviva, you know, I do lead the diversity work for tech, as well as my other job, my full-time job, because I'm so passionate about it. But for me, it's when you don't need me. So when you don't need me, you don't need the working group, you actually have your leadership team just driving things forward. That's when, for me, that's a success. You know, so that's one of the things that we're doing.
And you have to drive that by changing the carrots and sticks, don't you? Because it's all very well to pay lip service, but when times get hard, because you're starting to link that into more than just empty words, aren't you, at Aviva?
Yeah, absolutely. So, and you know, one of the things that we're doing, you know, and an example, you know, to try and change that culture, to change that middle layer, is reverse mentoring. That's one of the big things that we're doing. So actually, you know, the leadership team can understand what it is like, you know, and at the moment we're focusing on gender, but we can focus on different things as well. So it's just really to get that feedback.
All right, so, you know, Sophie mentioned before, and it is that shocking statistic, only 2% of women have ever been given the opportunity to upskill. All right, now that shocking stat, what are organizations doing to help people upskill and reskill? Jane, do you want to kick me off on that?
Yeah, definitely. So, again, it goes back to what Penny was saying, a number of initiatives, okay? You can't just do one thing. So a few things that Aviva are doing. Of course, we're bringing in grads and apprentices, you know, to come through. We're bringing in young people, interns and things like that. However, but what we're trying to do is then with our colleagues in our contact centres, who are so close to our customer. That's the key thing for me. You know, tech is not just about sitting in a back room. It is about the customer. So, and we do tap into tech. So we have like fairs, you know, forums where our contact centre staff can actually come across and understand what sort of roles there are within tech, in cyber, within cloud, within sort of platforms, within the sort of development areas, and so that we can actually talk to them about what they need to do. We also then provide some free training, especially in the cloud space development, you know, Code First Girls. We've also got another initiative called the Foundry, where we are developing digital skills, and again, anybody can join from Aviva. You know, you have to go a process, but you don't have to have that tech background. And I suppose another one that we've trialled last year and we're doing again this year is women returners. So bringing in women who have had a career break, whether that's family, young children, looking after parents, been out of maybe workplace for about 2 to 5 years, bringing in their skills, not their tech skills. You can teach people tech skills. You can't teach leadership and that inclusivity, and you know, that's harder. So we're doing that. That's another example. But just one point I just wanted to build on is that community. So when we are doing things like this, we are bringing in a group of people so that they can help each other. Because if you, one of the key findings from last year, we brought in 10 ladies, tech returners, but they created their own community, you know, because they hadn't been in the workplace for a long time. So yes, we gave them a buddy, yes, we gave them a mentor, but sometimes it's just easier to talk to someone in the same boat and just say, look, I'm having a really bad day. I had to leave my child this morning, they're screaming. How do you feel? So I think it is about creating communities.
And Sophie, are you seeing anything else from your companies? You don't have to name a company. Anything really innovative in how companies are embracing this retraining?
Absolutely. Just to touch on that point around community, I think that's absolutely key. So we're finding that the companies we work with who are really creating change within the organisation, because it's not just about training women up, put them in the organisation thinking job done, but actually really creating that change, and those that are creating the community, and then the people that have already gone in, so the females that have gone in are in the tech roles. For the next cohort that are coming through, they're the mentors, and they have that space, that safe space to be talking about their struggles. They might still be the only female in a team of men, which, you know, might make them feel a little bit conscious sometimes if they're not sure of, you know, something that they're doing in their day job, and they might feel a little bit embarrassed. For people that have been in the tech world for much longer than them, they can at least turn to these other people who are in a similar boat to them and just say, look, you know, how are you finding it? So definitely say community is key. But also just really, even from the application process, just rethinking everything, because we know that females are less likely to apply to jobs if they feel like they don't tick all of the boxes. And that is really true, and that definitely does play out. So we'll still have companies we work with that will send us a job spec that we're going to send on to our Code First Girls community, and it will say things, you know, that they just don't have. And they're like, oh no, but you don't need to worry about that, because we won't actually need that from the Code First Girls community. We know the training you put them through, but it's like, but we can't pass that job spec on to them because they're not going to go forward for that interview. So we also do a lot of confidence coaching before the interviews as well, just to really help them put their best foot forward, really, in the interview itself.
And one of the things I'm seeing from a lot of companies is when you are going on this road to do the retraining, the cross-training, the upskilling, one of the other benefits is that culture of learning across the organization that's so essential. And it takes investment, it takes time, it takes community, there's confidence issues. But more and more, tech moves so fast. This is not a cost, it's an investment in our workforce. Now, let's go to the other one, because this is one of the big reasons why women are leaving. They aren't seeing clear and meaningful career pathways for themselves. Now, this is something that has to be changed. What would you say, Karina?
I mean, I think we've touched on some of, I'd say, of these here, because actually it's a formal and informal way that we need to really think about, like, what those pathways look like. So I think, you know, there can be really good formal programs that help people move from one stage to another and understand and train to do that. And actually the informal things like the mentoring, that sense of community, seeing other people in that community and what pathway they've taken and what that could look like for you. I do think the area of sponsorship is really critical here, and that is so different to mentoring, because that really is creating an active pathway in a direction where you've got an endorser who understands you and will advocate. And we've certainly seen at Google, we've got a program called Pathways to Sponsorship, and we've certainly seen incredible results with how that's pulling women through to the next levels, and particularly in tech.
Anyone else have things that they could build on that's changing in your companies?
I think I would like to add, linked to the upskilling, but also linked to the pathways. If there is upskilling required, and with tech moving so quickly, there is obviously a gap that we need to check, to close, right? So I think there is something around the culture of risk that we also take to promote our women, right? The tech is so broad, no one's going to check all the boxes, right? But it's like being flexible and actually having trust that somebody can close the gap and actually upskill and understand, with support from the right kind of mentors and sponsors, what are those gaps to be closed. I mean, talking from experience, I'm running a 200 people data and analytics team at the moment. 3 years ago, I had never done a job that was data specific, yeah? But the level of confidence, I think, and the kind of trust and the risk appetite that companies may have to give women a chance, especially if they have like a close enough skill set to what is required, I think is something that we all should build into our hiring, and I think it goes a long way for retention.
Completely agree.
Can I just add one thing? I think linked to the sponsorship and activist. You know, I think, you know, this is the key thing. You know, we talk about, you know, being an ally. For me, it's about being a sponsor, pushing males, females, doesn't matter, pushing people into roles as sorry, I should say encouraging them, not pushing them, encouraging them really, but, you know, pushing them, nudging them. But, you know, for me, it's about that, really taking a step forward, being an activist, helping, not just sitting there, saying all the right words. Walk, don't just, you know, talk.
And I think, you know, we could go on about this all morning. But I think the thing I would say to the room is what you're seeing in companies. The solution is possible. It is within reach, but it takes change. It takes risk. It takes rethinking. Whether it's not always treating it like a competition, but collaborating with competitors in that early pipeline piece, whether it's genuinely going back to first principles about flexible working, about part-time working, about job shares, about thinking about retraining, creating that culture, hiring for potential, not overloading, thinking about how we build confidence, and then being very intentional. And this is my shout out. You know, this is not something to be fixed for women by women. Everyone has a role here. As a man, you have the opportunity to be an ally, to be a champion, to be that coaching mentor, that supporter. To women who have got in the room, I throw down my challenge. Whenever you get through that glass ceiling, when you get through the door, blow the door off the hinges. When you get to the table, grab more chairs at the table. This is about changing how we do this. Everyone wins. We've seen the benefit to the amount of money that will come into companies. We see how this will mean that we will make great tech for everyone, by everyone. So I hope you have something practical to take away. The women have given you a lot to think of. Thank you very much, everyone. Good day.
Hello. That was good, wasn't it? I feel like we left on a very positive note, but also with the idea that it's not going to happen easily. I don't know what you took away or what thoughts it sparked, but I was thinking a lot about how they're encouraging work with competitors, something traditionally in tech we really shy away from. I know I've been up to my eyeballs in like NDAs and non-competes, but the idea of like fostering a community, because how often have you ended up working with someone that you worked with 7 years ago, and really pushing forward on that. I also really like the idea of championing mentors. I don't know how many of you have had a mentor. I had one and really, really helped. I think the idea you can't be what you can't see is really true, and it definitely really, really helped me. So I'm excited for the next panel, and I hope you are excited to have your minds opened even more. It's going to be about how understanding intersectionality can broaden inclusion in tech. And I think we're going to just learn for some serious dons of their scene, basically. They're just getting mic'd up. So the chair is almost ready. And I'll just keep you company until then. Are you guys having a nice time? Yeah? What have you learned? Oh, the old inside learnings. Sure. Yeah. Huh? Processing, yeah. It's a lot, isn't it? It's so many great minds at once, and almost you want to pick up on something, and then you write a note, but then already someone's talking about something else. Yeah, it's definitely sort of mind-bending as well as mind-opening in a way. Yeah. So I think our team is almost ready. See how we go. Yeah, okay. It's my absolute pleasure to introduce Cara Alemano, who is Chief People Officer at Lattice. Good luck.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm really looking forward to the conversation today. So ladies, why don't we come up so we can get comfortable and chat. See, I don't know the most useful in this scenario.
Mix.
Yeah.
You want to sit here? Okay.
Yeah. It's a grand entrance. I see that. Thank you. Well, as Alexandra comes up, I would love to just share a little bit about her. Yay, thank you for joining. Alexandra is currently leading the Ukraine program at Choose Love, and you are the world's first runway model in a wheelchair, which I find very awesome. So welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Claire, yeah, I would love to hear a little bit more about you.
Yeah, if you do Google my name right now, Alexandra Kudus, you'll see a Wikipedia page that I'm the world's first runway model in a wheelchair. But and you will think, why am I here? Why am I talking about the tech? But in 2018, I did quite a pivot, and I joined Zinc Incubator Program and started my path in tech. And that's what led me to move to the UK and stay in London. But in February 2022, because of the unprovoked Russian full-scale invasion on Ukraine, I had to leave and all the initiatives because I was hoping to start working in investment and join VC. And I've started to support displaced people, which are millions being cost. And this is how I'm with the Choose Love.
Thank you. Really glad to have you here today. Claire Reed is here. She's one of PwC's most senior female technologists. She's a vocal advocate for the need to include more women in technology and an ambassador for making careers in technology accessible to all. Would love to hear a little bit more about you, Claire.
Yeah, well, it's great to be here, and thank you so much for inviting me to share my thoughts in the panel today. As you said, I've worked my whole career at PwC. You won't believe it, but I am coming up to my 25-year anniversary. I know I don't look it. But the theme throughout that has been technology. So I've had many roles in leading different technology groups across PwC. So I'm looking forward to sharing some of my experiences on this panel.
So happy to have you. Brenda Darden Wilkerson is currently president and CEO of AnitaB.org, a global nonprofit organization that connects, inspires, and strives for greater equality for women and non-binary technologists in business, academia, and government. Welcome. Tell us a little bit more about you, Brenda.
Thank you so much, and it's great to be here. What an amazing conference. So I started out, I thought I was going to be a doctor and got sidelined into tech. More about that later.
Your parents must be very disappointed.
They were very disappointed. But throughout my career in tech, I experienced all of the things that we'll talk about today in intersectionality. Before I left, pregnant because tech was weird to be pregnant with our first child, and went into education. And there I found people who really should have been in tech but had been sidelined because that's not for you, honey. And that's where I found my passion to really create those pathways for people into tech that should be there.
Thank you so much for sharing. I'm Kara Brennan-Alamano. I'm Chief People Officer at Lattice. And interestingly, when we're talking about intersectionality and being pregnant, I, in my past, was the founding people leader at Pinterest. Started that job at 5 months pregnant. Headed up the people function at Planet. Started that job at 5 months pregnant. And then most recently, before Lattice, was at Udemy. So we all have lots of different experiences, and I love starting off on this foot, in that when we're talking about how do we support different backgrounds, how do we become an employer that really protects and supports diversity, it's much more than a surface descriptor, right? And when we talk about intersectionality, what do we mean specifically, or what does intersectionality mean to you? And how does it relate to what we do in technology? And I know that's a big question, but I want to make sure that we're all on the same page in terms of the foundations that we're talking about today. Just wanted to open it up to one of you.
If I may start, I think intersectionality, it's about when you don't even know what you're discriminated for, because there are so many things, there's like a list that you kind of pass it by and you don't even, you know, because when I think about my career path, if I had, you know, spent time of asking myself, is it because I'm a woman? Is it because I'm in a wheelchair? Is it because, you know, I'm a mother who have a baby? Or because I'm from a different country, I would just spend the whole time thinking about these things instead of doing. So I think intersectionality is an issue of when it's too many things and you don't even know where to start with.
I hear you.
Well, I think I would add to that, it's the intersection of those things, because many times it's not one thing. It's not about a binary decision about are you a woman or a man, or are you this or that. It's normally the intersecting oppressions. So are you a woman and a Latina? Are you differently abled and LGBTQ? Those are different identities that interact to create additional systems of oppression.
Claire?
And if I chip in and maybe come to the second part of your question around technology as well, as I hinted, I spent my whole career working in technology, and I've always felt in a minority group over those years, because for many, many years, technology, be that the design, the build, the test, the deployment, the innovation, has been dominated by white men for many, many years. So always feeling like you are underrepresented in that room. So that is my lived experience. And I think when you then overlap other aspects of diversity and challenges that people have faced and continue to face, that's what really motivates me to get involved and speak out and participate in panels like this and share our experiences. It's one of the ways in which we can actively change that for the better.
In my experience in technology companies, especially on the people side of business, we love to organize the people within our business in the same way that we like to organize and categorize the different elements of our business. We're technologists, we're engineers. As we build, we think that putting people in categories or putting concepts in categories or structures or frameworks can be more helpful. And I think what we're learning now, as we have more voices speaking out, is that it's much more fluid. But there's also more challenges when you talk about that fluidity, because it's harder, right? It's harder to say, it's easier for me and my team to say, well, we have an African-American group, or we have a female group that's focused on this, or we've checked the box with a certain number of differently abled people in our environment, so everything should be better. I think what we're facing, especially when we talk about things like diversity fatigue, is that it's a lot harder and a lot more complex than a lot of people give credit for. In your experiences, what has been helpful to you? What are you seeing are best practices for creating more inclusive workspaces? And in some ways, does it just start with accepting that it might be harder than we think it is? And have you had an experience where you felt very supported in different dimensions in your technology roles? Would love to hear from you, Brenda.
I'll start. So, I like to say it's easy, but it seems to be hard. It's like the longest distance is between here and here in terms of people really considering the value. I think it's a value proposition, right? It's about what's being centered, who is expected to, historic expectations. And so I think one of the easiest things to do is very non-technical. It's listening, it's curiosity. If there is a curiosity about people in general, and looking at diversity as not hard. It's easier to say, yes, it's just one group of people that should be doing tech or have the bent towards tech, but it's actually missing out on opportunity. So when we see people who are curious about different groups of people and who really are looking to expand, looking around the table saying, who's missing here? And understanding the value of having those people at the table, that's the first step.
And if I can chip in, I think picking up part of your question around structures and labels is another way. That's not helpful, because that just then reinforces the difference. And I think reversing it in to think about inclusion and building inclusive workplaces, inclusive teams, as opposed to shining a light on subgroups and focusing on those labels that have been put on people, and it's starting from the top down. I think that culture, that inclusive workplace is vitally important, because you will never achieve if you put these structures in place. And let's face it, right? The olden days of having a technology team over here is gone. Every single one of our organizations has technology at its forefront. It's completely embedded in every aspect of our organisation. So it needs to be, you know, woven in and considered, and you know, it's not a team over here anymore. So we have to break down those barriers as well.
I would just add on the previous panel was bringing up the point on flexible working, which I think one of the, you know, what COVID-19 gave us is the remote work. And that brought actually much more possibilities, for instance, like people with disabilities. Although we must not to forget that even though we now have this opportunity to work remotely, we still need to invest and think of how we bring these people into our teams, into the offices, because otherwise this is just, you know, a square on your screen instead of a real human being who bring all the perspectives and all the knowledge. And it's challenging because even though London is one of the best cities on accessibility, for instance, but I've been denied to having some jobs because their office was somewhere where there is no accessible tube station nearby. So they were even thinking like how impossible it will be for me to go there every day. And this is when a lot of companies just think about it as a headache instead of an opportunity, and instead of like, how can we bring these people on and bring into our teams.
That resonates a lot, because what I know in my work on the people side as an HR recruiter, you find that the devil really is in the details of how we build out an employee experience, how we reinforce the importance of inclusion, and a lot of it is in our processes and practices. And to transition, Claire, in terms of how we think about not just internally, but the products we're building, how have you seen the concept of diversity and intersectionality really positively influence the technology that companies are bringing to market that in the organizations you've been a part of?
If I may, I think the bottom line question is, are you building a service or a product only for a middle-aged white man? Is that what you're really building on? Because if the answer is no, then you got to, and the bottom line is, and this is, if there is one thing I want you to go away from the session today, is the bottom line is, if there is more people than that, those people need to be included at the table when those decisions are made. Because otherwise, your product won't really serve them. Otherwise, you know, I'm not sure if anybody, even here, when they were installing this wonderful lift, was thinking and asking a disabled person to try it out and to see if this is the best way of doing it. Because my guess is no, they weren't. Because if they were, then they would know that this is maybe not the best way, that the angle of this ramp is wrong, because I can't do it by myself. And, you know, I'm a strong, independent woman that wished to go by herself on the stage to give a speech. And it's wrong when I can't do that. So the bottom line is, if your product is not only for a middle-aged white man, then the other people got to be at the table and got to speak up.
It's a great example, lived example that we get to see here. Claire, as a technologist building products, how do you think about this? How do you think about the inclusion aspect?
Well, I think right now we are right in the midst of this with the whole boom around generative AI. And we have a real opportunity to get this done right and not fall into some of the practices we may have followed before, which was dominated by the white middle-aged man. But organizations need to do that now as we're thinking about the models we'll be using, the use cases, how the opportunities to innovate and deploy some of this new technology. We must have teams involved from the start that are representative of the society, of the customer base in which in which that organization is looking to serve. But we have an opportunity now. And if we don't take that opportunity, that is an absolute missed own goal. And if I think about the UK has been quite, certainly this week, last week, been quite bold about wanting to be part of thinking about the principles and guidelines, and let's not get distracted by governance, but wants to make its mark in the global stage around AI. Wouldn't it be great if the UK could be at the forefront and bringing this agenda right into the front of developing the future of AI?
We can do it differently.
Well,
Seems
it's
like
within,
a little bit of a fresh start.
Oh, it's within our gift, and it would, and I'm not going to allow that to happen, particularly in my organisation. So,
I love that, Brenda.
Well, I think what many times is missing is that there are people who aren't at the table who are going to innovate in ways that the people at the table cannot. They don't have the experiences, they don't have the background. I love to use the example of Jessica O. Matthews. She's the president and CEO of Uncharted Power, who was a second-generation Nigerian in the United States, but traveled back to Nigeria often, and came up with this ball that would collect kinetic energy so that people back home or down the Ivory Coast could have electricity at night. So they played soccer. She knew that her family played a lot of soccer. So they play soccer during the day. At night they have this electricity where it was unstable in some of those regions. Now, there isn't a white guy or a black guy in Silicon Valley who would come up with that idea. Why? Because we have power that's constant. But she had the experience of being places where the power was constant and where it was not. And so therefore now she's got a number of patents of renewable energy that were unique to her experience. And so having that diversity in those spaces is critically important. But we also have to think about the entire process from education forward. I was one of those people who didn't have access. A great student I had to be, my parents were teachers. But my school did not have technology because someone thought that in our neighborhood we didn't need it. So when I got to college, I had to start from very much scratch in order to learn computer science. I didn't even know that it was something that I could do, as I shared where my path was, right? So I was behind the 8 ball. So taking companies back into education and talking to those educational leaders, those counselors, and helping them to stop talking certain folks out of a career path. Those are the very people that we need at the table to create innovations that don't exist now.
What's interesting to me is that we face both challenges. We're talking about the challenges, and I would love to hear more about what you have seen in your immediate workplaces, bringing it back to the workplace, how people have addressed the intersectionality challenge. We talked a little bit about that, but I would love for people to walk away with some actual tactical concepts of how they can walk out of here and say, how do I help my workplace address the true total addressable market, which includes every human, rather than the slice of humans who have, in the last 50 years, had control of the dollars, the purchasing power, but now we're seeing that brought in. So we'd love to hear that. What's interesting to me is I do think there are more conversations about opportunity, and I think we are coming to the forefront of people understanding more about leadership and the importance of diversity, and understanding that diversity is more than just the list that the government gives us of different boxes we can check. But again, would love to hear about in your workplaces, what have you done, or what have people around you done to really drive the conversation about intersectionality and maybe solve some of these challenges that organizations are facing?
I think, will I kick off?
No, Claire.
Yes, okay. I think certainly picking up in the last speaker session as well, I think we kind of touched on some of this. It's multifaceted, so there's not one silver bullet here. It has to be around, there has to be education and awareness. There has to be programs that are not, certainly in my organization, that are not optional. We are required, mandated to annually do our unconscious bias training that we do. But in addition to that as well, we have a very strong sponsorship program as well. I know we spoke about that in the last panel because I was listening in, and mentorship. We also look at recruiting guidelines as well. We do have quotas and targets in place as well, because for too long we just not achieved the change that we need as an organisation. We've been very public about that too. There's multiple things, it's a multi-layered solution, but practically what I personally do, and as a human being in the organisation, I take personal responsibility every day to call things out. Because as a senior person in the organisation, as a role model, people will look at me, they will emulate, they will copy. And I want to make sure that I am, and we used the phrase earlier, walking the talk as well. That we have leaders that actually do what it says on the shiny website and done what's said in the tin, and making myself accessible. And I expect that of all my team too. And I expect people to have objectives, explicit objectives in their personal development plans as well, that we will seek feedback on. So there's lots of things I could keep expanding on, but again, it's not one size fits all.
It's addressing the accountability factor across the board, it sounds like, in every component that it touches the employee experience.
It's every person in this room's responsibility to do something about it.
Awesome. Alexandra.
I would just add on thinking about, just previous panels. I think, just think for a moment that how crazy it is when in the 21st century, 2023, and we still talk about lack of women in tech. Then want to think about other groups that have been marginalized. And let's pay some attention to people who are pivoting in their career and engage them in pivoting into tech. When you look at, again, the Russian full-scale invasion caused the biggest amount of displacement in Europe since the World War II. And we look at, right now in the UK, there are over 100,060 displaced women who need to pivot, who need to find new jobs, who are educated, know the language, if they made it so far in their journey. And why not to target women refugees as well, as to engage them into tech industry? I think the hiring process is broken. And that's where a lot of people are just stumble upon. At some point, as I mentioned, was trying to get into VC. And it's, you might have experiences, you have education, you apply, and you never hear any feedback. You don't even know what's wrong with you. You don't even know, is it because you're lacking something, or what can you do? Then I believe that if you're truly interested and invested in diversifying your group, you have to keep these contacts of people who are applying to hand, and being able to reach out and create the programs of, if they're not there yet, they might be one day, or as well as how can you educate them? Because let me tell you just one more thing, is that people who've been struggling a lot to get somewhere, once they get it, they're incredibly loyal.
Brenda, wanted to we're wrapping up, we have a few minutes. Would love to hear your point of view here, because this is what you do, right?
That's right. There's so much to build on from what you shared. So many times companies don't need to look far to find people who are pivoting. There are women within your organization who, they might be in marketing, they might be in some other department, have some other degree, they can learn the tech. Okay, there's this belief system that if you don't walk in with those degrees that we already heard earlier, 37% of those skills get turned over in a very short period of time. Relearning is going to be something everyone has to do. Why can't the women that are already in your organization, they're loyal, they know your product, they can learn the tech? So that's one thing. The other thing is to think about both internal and external activities around policies. So we heard earlier in some of the panels about flexible work schedules. In the US, there's concern around child care, daycare. And so what are those policies that companies can put into place that will assist women who may leave to find those sorts of things other places, and also to be able to lobby the government. We have a policy arm that is behind some of the legislation that would be representative of policies that would make certain things illegal. In our 50 states, there's only one state where it's illegal to discriminate against a woman because of her size. Think of that. So the stats show that women lose up to 10% of their salary because they're perceived as overweight. But the laws don't support that being something that is a true discrimination. And so really looking around and and participating in the culture in a way that moves it forward, whether it's internal to your company or external in the society and the cultures that you live in, are, I think, a responsibility of any company.
Thank you so much. What I'm hearing from this panel, what I'm hearing today, is really understanding that as a part of the tech ecosystem, we're not just building the products that we're taking to market, which is important and important that we're inclusive there. We're actually building our future societies and the future experiences that humans have. And so the decisions we make in terms of enfranchising people and building these inclusive cultures internally and taking the agency that we have and being those advocates has truly long tail effects globally and into our society in general, because we're all builders, right? This is what we own as the technology lever within society, and it's really exciting to see the conversation that we're willing to have and the brave folks like you that are willing to help us continue to drive forward in this important area. Thank you. Good job, ladies.
Thank you.
Do you need any help?
That was awesome, right? It's not often you get to learn from such great minds. Super inspiring. So I'm just here to tell you we're having a very, very quick lunch. We've got about 15 minutes. You might have noticed something very exciting on the agenda. If you haven't, we'll be back at 1:45 for a fireside chat with the Prime Minister of Finland, Sanna Marin, and Martha Lane Fox. So I'll see you then. Hello. Hello, everyone. How are we doing? If you wouldn't mind all taking your seats now, I can see some people at the front taking some very glamorous selfies. Everyone at the back, to make yourself comfortable, because it's about to get quite exciting. Welcome to the final afternoon of London Tech Week. And we are going with a little bit of a bang. This afternoon's programming is all about women in tech, female leadership, and female founders. And there's going to be some really exciting chats, including one on how we can heighten the most human of traits, creativity, using Web3. But first, you literally can't have a conversation about European female role models without mentioning this person. It's my absolute pleasure to introduce the youngest Prime Minister in Finnish history, literally one of the most powerful females in the world, and an absolute babe to boot. It's Sanna Marin and Martha-Lane Fox.
Well, hi. Lucky me, eh? Guess who I get to be on the stage with. It's great to see everybody. And special, massive thank you. Where would you like? Let's sit here.
Let's sit here.
A massive thank you for joining us at London Tech Week with the Equal Her sessions. I know this is going to be a fantastic conversation. I think many of the women in this room, and sorry, I'm going to call out the women, will have walked into a new role and thought, I don't know if I can do it. You walked into a new role and then you were hit with pandemics, so many complicated issues. How was it on that first day? How did you start to prioritize? How did you sort through what you were going to work on to begin with?
I will do that in a minute, but can I call you Martha?
Yes, 100%.
We already did this backstage, but now officially, also in the live audience. So we will call each other with our first name basis. What did it feel like? Well, of course, I remember vividly when I became the youngest prime minister in the world, 2019 in December. The former prime minister Antti Rinne had to resign, and I had to step up to take over. I was the vice chair of our party, and there was this election within our party council who will run after Antti, and then I had to step up. And my first thought, when that small, weak campaign and election was over, my first thought was, do I really have to do this now? Do I really have to do this now? But I thought that if somebody else can do it, why not me? I think many people, especially young people, especially women and people from different backgrounds, they are thinking and wondering, can I do something? Am I up for it? Am I talented enough? Am I capable of doing things? But once you take those steps and meet also other people that are working in these kind of positions, for example, I've met many prime ministers, presidents, world leaders.
You realized it was a low bar.
And you can always see that they are just humans. They are normal human beings with their own insecurities, with their own talents, and also their own talentless. So of course, we are all just people and normal people. So I want to encourage everyone that you can do it. Just take the step, and then you will see. Can you do it? If not, do something else. But be also courageous, and don't put yourself down beforehand that you cannot do something. So I thought, do I have to really do this? And then I thought that, yeah, I can do this. I can try.
Well, you did with absolute gold medal standard. But I don't think even you could have imagined what was going to be the onslaught that you would face while you were in office. Can you talk us a bit about kind of when you went into the COVID situation, how you sorted out what to do? I think it's really interesting about how leaders make decisions and how they prioritize. And that was a completely outlying event that we hadn't experienced as a world before.
Well, the beginning of COVID, it was chaotic. It was chaotic in Finland. It was chaotic everywhere. Nobody had a manual how to handle a situation of global pandemic that was out of control, that was also something that we didn't know about. There was so much things that we didn't know about the pandemic, about the virus, about the things that we should or could do. So it was a chaotic moment and chaotic situation. Of course, we connected with each other. I spoke with the Danish Prime Minister Mette Frederiksen and my Swedish colleague then, and the current colleague then, Stefan Löfven, and many others, and we exchange information, what are our neighboring countries doing and what is the way that they are handling the situation. But it was also chaotic because none of the public officials, the public servants that would normally give you information or a platform, do this kind of decisions, it takes you somewhere and they have some kind of platform of decisions that you can make. Nobody knew what to do. Nobody knew what to do, and we had to take political leadership very, very early on, and we said, as politicians, I work in the Finnish government, my closest co-workers are 4 other women, because we are coalition governments and we have 5 parties within our coalition government and all led by women. So these are my closest colleagues, and also key ministers were women, and then we gathered up and said to the public officials and everybody else that now we're going to do this. We're going to shut down public services, we're going to shut down many other areas of our society, even though we didn't know was it the right thing to do, but we had to do something, and we had to have that kind of courage also to make decisions even with the uncertainties, and we didn't have any kind of platform. Here's what you should do. We didn't know what to do, and then we looked what other countries are doing. Of course, we had information. We have the healthcare and virologists that had some kind of information, but even they didn't know what to do. So we had to make decisions in very uncertain moments. And we did, eventually, in the big picture, we did the right measures, and we picked the right path, also made many mistakes during the way. And I think it was also very important that when we make mistakes, when we got new information, we changed our decisions afterwards. So we didn't stick on some decisions that we did this decision, now we have to stick on that. We made new ones and we changed our strategy so many times during the pandemic when we got new information. And I think this is also something that we should all remember. None of us is all knowable. So when we got new information, change your course, change your strategy. Don't stick on something you decided before just because you did it. So I think this was something that we also made together as a government and as women leaders together.
Yes, I'm sure that the fact you're working with 5 women was fundamental. I think what you just said is also fantastic business advice, that you should course correct, use the relevant information that you have. It's a very technical way of thinking actually as well when you're releasing software and code. And then, having dealt with an extreme outlying global event, you're faced with everything that happened with Russia, Ukraine, and your incredible accession into NATO. Did you ever imagine that that would be the trajectory after COVID? How much did you sort of imagine in your mind that these were the issues that you were going to be facing?
Well, pandemic was so difficult in so many ways, and it affected our societies so many different ways. Ordinary people's lives, our whole society, it was unprecedented for so long time, and it was really hard. It was really hard in different moments during the pandemic, because the pandemic also shifted and changed, the virus changed. And then came the war in Ukraine early or February 2022, and it was also unprecedented incident. For a long time, Europe hasn't faced that kind of full brutal war that is now happening in Ukraine. And also remember that night and that situation when we heard that there is a war going on, that the attack has started. Of course, we had the intel also during that previous day that this might happen, but still, it was so hard to wake up very early in the morning to face the fact that Europe is in war once again. And of course, it meant for Finland many kind of decisions concerning our own security, because we have over 1,300 kilometers border with Russia, and they attacked another neighboring country. So of course we had to make decisions as well. Before the war, I would have said, and I actually said, that I don't think that Finland would join NATO during this governmental period because we didn't have that consensus within our country, not the people, not the politicians, not the parties. We didn't have majority behind NATO membership. But after the war, it was evident, I think, almost immediately that Finland will join NATO. And that's to do with the fact that we always want to make sure that our nation and our people are secure. This is in Finnish DNA because we have already had wars with Russia and it have been really brutal wars. So in our DNA is the fact that we want to make sure that our nation is secure. And when Russia crossed that line, that Ukrainian line, to start this brutal full-scale war, it was evident that we have to make decisions as well. And during that spring, 2022, we had to also make another process. When COVID started, it was chaotic. We didn't have any manual. Well, we didn't have manual how to have this NATO discussion within Finland because we have used to making decisions in certain way, to have discussions on a long run. And then we had to make decisions very fast and collect all the parties, the parliament, all the institutions, the government, the president, the parliament together and have that kind of consensus within Finland. And it was interesting also that I've been in so many meetings during that NATO spring when we decided that I think everybody in the room knew that where we are heading and where we are going, but nobody said it out loud like, we should join NATO now. Because it's a dance. You have to make sure that everybody is on board, that have that kind of cohesion and that kind of collective thinking. And then you cannot rush, you have to be very fast and make that process very fast, but you cannot rush it. You have to make sure that everybody is on board because you need that unity also to make sure that these decisions will last will last decades. And I think we handled it very well also together with our neighboring country, Sweden, that hopefully will become also NATO members in Vilnius meeting. We don't know yet, but it would be very important for the whole northern part European security.
I love how you describe that about kind of letting the consensus emerge.
Yeah.
I think a different style of leadership might be right, we're going in this direction.
Yeah, and there was a lot of pressure, especially from the media. Why don't you do it this week or next week, or why don't you just say it out loud? And actually we coordinated because in Finland we have this kind of two-headed leadership when it comes to foreign and security policy. We have the government and the parliament, and the government is of course under the parliament. The parliament picks the government. So we have this parliamentary line, but then we also have president that is in lead with foreign and security policy together with government, together with prime minister. And we coordinated with the president that neither of us wouldn't set our own opinion before the other one. So we eventually said it at the same time simultaneously to make sure that there wouldn't be any outside of pressure, even though there was a lot of pressure from the media during that process.
But I think you highlight something so important, and I was going to return to it again about that kind of leadership, because very often, isn't it, the person that feels the most important or is the most important is the noisiest. It's a particular style, isn't it? Do you think that women have a different style of leadership, or do you think that's a kind of clunky characterization and it's more personal to individuals?
Well, I think women bring a lot to leadership, and I think it's so important that we have people from different backgrounds making decisions, because then you have different perspectives, then you have different views on the world, and you need that kind of discussion that comes from different angles. So I think we need women in leadership positions. We need more people from different backgrounds. We need more people that looks and are different. Today in the world, when we look at leaders, political leaders, still, there are not many women, and there are even fewer younger people. So it actually looks still quite the same as it did some decades ago. It hasn't changed that much. So we need women in leadership. And I think women also bring a lot of perspective, and they bring half of the population. And that's something for itself. They bring half of the population, so I don't think they should be neglected. And also when it comes to tech or businesses, we need more women also in these positions because they bring so much knowledge and so much to the table that otherwise we will lose.
But like any society, I guess Finland is a complex web of different power structures. And although you had the 5 women you were saying leading in the government with you, would you say that gender equality is deep-rooted in Finland? When you're doing a scorecard of Finland for the things you...
Absolutely, absolutely. I think gender equality in Nordic countries are in better shape than some other parts in the world. And that's to do with the welfare society that we have. And actually, I think one of the key elements that you need is very good quality daycare, so that the mothers can also participate in working life and that they can be sure that their children are well taken care of. So it enables women to seek those career opportunities, to participate in the working life, same as men. And we also need to build on that. So public daycare that is very well quality also, it's very important. Also the parental leave system, we reformed this during this governmental period so that the fathers also have certain part of the family leave, bigger part of the family leave that they have to use or otherwise nobody will. So it's very important also to make sure that the fathers are engaging the family life same as women. And it gives to them so much. I haven't heard no father ever saying that I regret spending the time with my small child. I never heard that. So it gives you also so much to spend time with your family, your kids when they are young. So it's very important from the point of view of equality. Of course, the whole schooling system, social and healthcare, all of these affects how women can participate in working life, what are their position in society, but we still have so much to do. And something that I worry a lot is the hate speech and the digital world, how women are treated and how women are facing this reality. It's so harsh, there's so much misogyny, there's so much of voices trying to put women down, to silence them. And we need to make sure together as politicians, but also businesses, also big tech companies, to make sure that these platforms are handling in a way that also makes sure that women are not treated this way online, because they are now, and it's silencing them. Yeah. They are very tired of this misogyny that they are meeting online, and we have to protect them.
You're, of course, 100% right. I read recently that 30% of women's voices, I mean, it's a sort of funny metric, are dampened by being online. They don't contribute by 30% less, if you see what I mean. It's a scary number. Which kind of brings me to technology and Finland's role. I know you were personally very influenced and thought technology was a very important part of how you wanted to govern in Finland, and stepped early into AI. You know, in the current kind of psychodrama that's playing out around AI around the world, how do you see Finland's carving out a role within that? And where do you sort of sit on the, we're all going to die, or it's going to be amazing?
Well, my point of view of new technology is very positive. I think it can solve so many issues in the future, so I want to stay positive. Of course, there's always that downside. There's always other side of the coin that we have to make sure together that side doesn't win. We have to have that kind of regulation, even though when the technology involves, the regulation never gets to that speed. But my perspective is very positive when it comes to new technology. The one thing that I worry, and what I talk a lot, is the geopolitics. We're already seeing what's happening in Ukraine. I think that's only a forefront. That's only one stage of the war of values going on in the world. And we shouldn't be naive when it comes to authoritarian countries in the world. Russia is not the only one. There are also others. And as we saw when Russia attacked Ukraine and how they treated private businesses, they took over of those private businesses. And when we look at different countries in the world, we cannot be sure, not politicians, but also business leaders and people in the private sector do not have that kind of effects on certain geopolitical matters. So I think we have to make risk analysis and assessments to also not decouple from these authoritarian states. It's not possible, but to minimize the risks, to also have different opportunities, to have different trading routes, for example, that democratic countries would work better together, because our society is already so digitalized and will be totally digitalized in the future when it comes for transportation or hospitals or schools or anything in our societies. And if we are that exposed, if we are so dependent on authoritarian countries, then they will have leverage on us also when it comes to very serious matters. So it's also a matter of security. It's also a matter of geopolitics, and not only matter of economy, even though that impact is also very, very severe. But yes, Finland, to come back to your question, Finland is doing a lot. We have so many wonderful businesses, startups, engineers in Finland. So we are actually achieving a lot with very few resources. We are a small country, only 5.5 billion people, but we are doing a top-notch job, even though we don't have that many resources than some other countries do.
Good use of top-notch there. I like that expression. Sadly, I know you have to go and move house tomorrow because you're actually leaving office, but can I just have one more question, which is, you have achieved a monumental amount already in your career. What, in 10 years' time, if we're having this conversation, what would you love me to be asking you about? I hope we will be. And what will we be talking about?
I have never done this kind of like 5-year or 10-year plan for my personal life or matters or career. I believe that you meet opportunities, and then you have always the possibility to take those opportunities or miss them, and then you have to make that decision when it comes. That kind of moment was when I became Prime Minister. I had to wonder, can I do this? Do I want to do this? If I knew back then that there would be pandemic, war, energy crisis, and all the economic consequences, maybe I would have taken more
you'd have
to
done
think.
it.
But still, it's been so unique. It's been so unique, and I'm so grateful that I was able to do this job during these difficult times also. And within 10 years, I don't know, I wish I could work with human rights, equality, climate, also new technologies, that digital world. I think these are also important themes and things that I want to work with, not to forget about also geopolitics. I think that's so important. And world needs that voices of defending democratic values. I really believe in that.
Thank goodness. Well, I know you don't want to make a life plan, but can we have a date in 10 years and we can continue the conversation? Because it's been an absolute pleasure. Thank you so much for coming to talk to us. And we all wish you the best in your future. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you for coming. Lucky me, lucky me.
Wow. Wow.
I know.
Excellent interviewing. Wasn't that a moment? Oh my God. Sorry, can we just give it up again for Sanna Marin?
Yes.
Oh my God. It's just, it's really not often you get to hear those kind of governmental insights from a young woman that's done it in such a relaxed manner.
Agree. I totally agree.
So congratulations on your excellent interviewing.
Thank you.
And loads
Don't leave the room because someone amazing is also about to arrive.
Well, that's what I was going to say. Martha's going to stay here, and it's my pleasure to introduce Lady Mariam Jam, who is going to talk about changing the world through code.
She's coming. I'm really excited for you to meet this wonderful person. My friend, Lady Mariam, come here. Tough act to follow, but I know you will do so with bells on. Hello. Come sit down. Come sit down. So, I'm absolutely thrilled. It's very hard to follow that, but I think we may have found somebody that will be able to do so. Lady Mariam is my friend, I hope I can call you that.
Absolutely.
And has had the most incredible journey to where she is now, which if you cannot take something from her story, then you have a dead soul. So I hope that you will enjoy talking and hearing from her as much as I have learnt from her in the time we have known each other. So I'm going to ask you, first of all, just tell us quickly what you do now, and then we're going to go back in time to how you got here, just so people know what your day job is.
Well, first of all, for me, it is such an honor to be sitting next to you. I was just saying to Laura backstage, you know, when I came in this country many years ago, you know, you have some heroes you look up to, women in tech, and you were one of them.
Thank you.
And for me to sit here next to you, it's such an amazing time. Really, it is. Honestly, it's really unbelievable that I'm sitting next to you. And we are also very proud to have you as our patron at I Am the Code. So what I do now is I travel across the world. I'm on my way to Kenya to teach young women and girls how to code. And I go to refugee camps. Next week is the World Refugee Day. And I'm going to meet around 300,000 young women and girls who are now coding.
300,000, did you hear that, everybody? And yeah, exactly, phenomenal. And tell us about how you do that, because you've created an incredible platform from which you do that.
So, you know, if people don't know the world of coding, you know, I didn't go to school. I learned how to code 7 coding languages in Guildford. I live in Surrey. It's a very posh place.
Yeah, very posh. You're posher than me.
That's where I live. And I used to go, you know, when I came here many years ago, I used to be a cleaner. And I used to go and clean Mrs. Matthews' house every day. And then I would go to a local library to learn how to code. And so within 2 years, I taught myself 7 coding languages. So I'm a full stack developer. And so I thought, you know, I was traveling between 2016 and 2020. I've been to over 189 countries. But I was seeing, you know, young women and girls, not only they're left behind, but also tech companies are spending so much money across the world, creating contracts and doing so many things. But they were not giving anything to young women and girls, especially the marginalized girls. Not just girls of color, but also girls in council estates, girls who are really deprived for skills. And then during COVID-19, I was called by the United Nations to come in and do something. They said, you know,
as you are.
You know, we heard about you, can you come and do something? And I thought that just as a gift to humanity, we need to do something, because I knew post-COVID-19, something will happen to young women and girls. I came from Kakuma, the refugee camp. It's one of the worst place for young women and girls to grow up. It's very hot. The girls don't have sanitations. They don't have anything. And I was just like saying to you earlier, because of your donation and your kindness, as of beginning of May, we served 25,000 meals. And I want to thank you for that, because of you, they're having breakfast.
Not about me, but thank you.
But it's important for people to understand what humanity is. It's not just teaching girls how to code, but you also must take care of their well-being, their mental health, and who they will be. And so then I built this platform. I thought it's going to be a very simple platform where girls can learn fundamentals of coding from HTML to Python. And I realized I could do more on it. So I then add life skills and soft skills. We have over 35,000 courses inside. If you want to become a woman entrepreneur, we're looking for funding, whatever you need, the platform is there for you. And I made sure before I signed any MOU with business partners, and we make it free. Education is very expensive. You know, if you don't have mom and dad, and if you don't have communities or people to take care of you, for you to learn coding skills, it's very expensive, right? So I think that it is our moral duty as human beings, while we're designing solutions and helping people, we must make it accessible, and accessible must be free. So that's why the I Am the Code platform is now in 80 countries. And wherever you are in the world as of today, you can go and learn how to code for free and get jobs.
And how many people are using the platform?
So I Am the Code has now 45,000 girls, but our platform is being used right now by millions of people all over the world, from Afghanistan to Senegal. I just came back from Japan, so you can have it in Japanese. After Kakuma, I'll be in China. The platform is now in Chinese. So it's not just an African platform now, but it's a global platform answering very critical things for young women and girls from marginalized communities.
And you know, your own beginning in your journey into all of this was beyond brutal and terrific. Mm-hmm. And I don't know how much you want to share with the audience, but it always strikes me that you have this unbelievable empathy for the girls in the camp because you yourself have been through this horrifying
You know, when you came from where I came from, it's very difficult. For me, like I said, I always said, you know, for me to sit here next to you, it's actually really unbelievable. And if you think about it, you know, where I came from, you know, I came from an aristocrat family in Senegal, and my mother abandoned us as children. And when I was 11 years old, I was raped by my Quranic teacher. My country is a Muslim country. So I had a terrible childhood, really, you know, and trafficked as a young girl, really got a lot of abuse from my country. It's funny enough, because a couple of weeks ago, I was in Senegal, and I was just saying to the Prime Minister, we need to do something about society and how young women grow up in these refugee camps, and they'll become, I'm going to be 50 years old next year, you know. So, you know, time passed, but we always think that, you know, people will forget trauma, and they will forget what happened to them. And I think that's why I also love your resilience, you know, the fact that you care about people. We need to care about people. We need to start really thinking about, you know, human beings. And the reason why I'm here today is because the United Kingdom gave me a safe haven for me to be in Guildford, where I can learn, I can be free, I can code, I can get skills, I can go on global stages. And my hope is with Kakuma girls, not only they are refugees under the custodian of the UNHCR, but, you know, they are human beings too. You know, at one stage, they want to come out of that camp. But what can I do for them? What I can do is to give them skills. I know skills equal money. When you have skills, you learn how to code. You can sit in Kakuma and build a website or an app. No one knows if you're a refugee. Being a refugee is not written on their backs. And I think as we design solutions across the world, we must start thinking about humanity, care about people, but at the same time, give them what they need. The refugees are not leftovers. You know, there are people like us, and we must take care of them. That's what I'm trying to do for young women and girls in Kenya.
And you are. And you are. I agree. I agree. So there are many people in this audience who are either in the technology sector or maybe want to get into the technology sector. From your incredibly complex and amazingly resilient background, what do you think the things are that you've learned about the steps you have to take just to get the skills? You've done it for yourself and for other girls. What are the things you think have enabled that to happen?
I think it's something you taught me as well. It's like never give up, you know. Choose your own battles. You have to choose your battles. And, you know, me talking about refugees and in Dadaab, where I'm going to be going on Friday, you know, 7 hours flight. People don't care about me going to Dadaab, teaching girls how to code. But I know in 2030, I know I'm building one of the largest pipeline of young women and girls coders that you will be needing to invest in. You want them to work for you. So my advice is never give up. You know, people will say to you, you can't do it, or, you know, these people are not important enough. But my girls in Kakuma are right now coding. They're editing ChatGPT. They know AI, machine learning, big data. I mean, they have this amazing platform, and you are feeding them. So, you know, not only physically they're strong, mentally they're strong. And I know in 2030, I know that they will be sitting here at London, you know, Tech Week, and to tell you, actually, I learned how to code with I Am the Code, you know, many years ago. So I think it's not giving up, but not giving up is not just a slogan, but absolutely be very persistent and go on and never give up and have a mission and a vision. A woman with a mission and a vision can do anything.
Hallelujah to that. Hallelujah to that. So just because you know, we sit here in all of the incredible luxury of the glamorous Queen Elizabeth II Centre, and it's hard, I think, to get a grip of what it is actually like in the camps. I'm lucky enough to have met some of the girls online and seen their day. Can you tell us a little bit more about how their day goes? Because I think that's really illuminating for people.
It's a very tough place. You know, just imagine a big, large desert. Like, you know, it's very hot. There are 258,000 in both camps. Dadaab is one of Africa's largest refugee camps. And in Africa alone, we have 60 million refugees from Uganda to Kenya. And it's a very difficult place. You know, they have schools, boarding schools, but I Am the Code is the only gig in town right now, you know, because, you know, I've been in a very consistent way. I've been there 28 times. And, you know, I'm lucky to be a young global leader from the World Economic Forum. And the first time I went there, I was sick. I couldn't eat when I came back. I couldn't believe human beings, we managed to create a planet B. You know, so it was really fascinating for me to see these beautiful young women, really strong, you know, extremely eloquent, and they have nobody. Nobody cares about them. And I realized that, you know, what the United Kingdom gave me, you know, my local library, you know, my house in Guildford, you know, being an African woman, sitting down there, it was my moral duty to go and give back to my continent. And I knew how to do it. You know, I've been very blessed to have people like you who believes in me. And so then I said, I need to go back and do something for the continent, but do it not in a charitable way, do it as an investment. And so the girls they live in a very, very difficult life. It's very tough out there. Every time I go, you know, I had to find a therapist to actually just deal with these young women because they have so much, they need so much from us. And but we are pretending that Kakuma doesn't exist or Dadaab doesn't exist. And I'm the only black woman that goes to these camps, teach girls how to code. And I will not give up until the girls learn how to code. They will learn how to code. They'll become full-stack developers. They'll work remotely from Kakuma. I have no political power. I can't get them out of the camp. But they will learn how to code, and they will work for you because the pipeline I'm building is going to be the largest one, and you will go and tap into this pipeline in 8 years from now.
I have no doubt, I have no doubt. So tell this audience here, who I think I can safely say you have now captured, how they can help you. What do you need to make sure that as many people as possible will be employing your girls in the future?
I mean, we need funding. We also need open mind. You know, please, we are looking for board members. We're looking for trustees. We're also looking for investment, people to come and make the platform better. I'm building right now, ahead of COP28, I'm building one of the green content, focus on ESGs. So I Am the Code has now become a, you know, a part of the ESGs. We have now become the S of the ESGs, where people are now investing in I Am the Code to see the results. So if you care about sustainability, but impact, really impact, and you want to make a difference in the life of young women and girls, please join us. The girls need to eat, you know, like I said, thanks to Baroness Fox, the girls are having breakfast in the morning. As of this morning, I got the data, over 30,000 meals have been served, and she only gave them money not even long ago. So if you have any funding you can give them for the girls who have porridge, we're just looking for porridge in the morning. Just keep them strong. I'll have breakfast with them on the 22nd of June. So, you know, all of these small details, if you need mentoring, if you have spare time, a 12-week commitment to mentor the girls. It's not a charity, it's an investment. It's a reverse mentoring. Not only you are learning from the girls, and I promise you, when you join the I Am the Code program, your life will change too. You know, you will find meaning and purpose. You'll do something so good for humanity because you can see what's going to happen in 8 years from now. We're going to be all going at the United Nations in 2030 to celebrate the Sustainable Development Goals. So if your company is looking into SDGs, we are the example of organization you should invest in right now. Like I said, the girls are amazing. They're really incredible. I can't talk for them. But you have to see those young women and girls. They're really talented, and you should know them.
And you deal with some of the most incredibly difficult situations that you can imagine as a human being, as you have said. But you yourself and also have come from unimaginable complexity, but you still retain this optimism, this innate belief that things will change and get better. How do you give yourself a break? How do you, I know you never stop, but what is it that you get your moments of joy beyond helping the girls, which I know is a huge part of your entire world, but what else do you use to make sure that you remain hopeful?
You know, Baroness Fox, I am so lucky, I am so privileged, honestly, and so I don't have time to think about my pain and my difficulty. I don't have time to think of that, because when I take the plane, first of all, to go to Kakuma refugee camp, I know there are so many more people out there who need my help. And these are not just Kakuma, it's all across the world. And I think what COVID-19 has done is show us that we need to care a little bit more. And so I wake up every single day, you know, doing three things. You know, I think about myself, and every day I'm like, what are you here for? What are you here to do? You know, what is the legacy you want to leave? And on my podcast, I talk about this. It's every single person I touch. Every single person I open their mind to. In this room today, you will go home to know what Kakuma, where Kakuma is. If you Google it right now, you see where Kakuma is. You'll know there are young women and girls there right now suffering. So my job is to educate, transform, and inform.
You're incredible. It makes me think about, in my opinion, how important it is to have those connections in whatever you're doing into something different. So to give an example, I know I've told you this before, but when we were starting lastminute.com, I remember so clearly one Boxing Day or Christmas Day or something being in the basement of our not very nice office, and there'd been another screw up with the technology, as there was every other minute, and I was putting airline tickets into envelopes, getting more and more grumpy. I was like, why am I doing this on Boxing Day? Where is everybody else? Just, this is awful, and everyone was cross with me. All the customers were cross. And I called one of my best friends, who's a woman called Lucy Lake, who started an organization called CAMFED, which was very early into helping girls into education in Zimbabwe at that time. And she said, all right, whatever. I am currently negotiating with the chiefs of this village not to kill the girls who are trying to go to school. And so for me, that was incredibly important because obviously my tiny bit of the universe was so relevant, really. It didn't matter whether these people went on holiday, although it felt very important at the time. What you do, I think, teaches people that also. So thank you for sharing with us, and we think you're amazing. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Wow. Oh, hello. Hello. Hi. So it's the second half of the last afternoon of London Tech Week, and I think it might just be the best. I think that was such lovely sentiments to end with, wasn't it, on perspective, perseverance, and gratitude, which sometimes you don't often associate with technology. So thank you so much to Martha Lane Fox and Lady Mariam for that conversation. Next up is a panel that I've been really excited about. What do we want from the new iteration of the internet? It's often a little bit misunderstood. There's not many women in Web3, but it's my pleasure to introduce you to one who's doing the absolute most. Lauren Ingram from Women of Web3. Woo.
Don't think my clicker's working. So I just try to say click. Oh, there we go. We'll just test it. There we go. I'm really excited to be talking to you about what comes next for the web, specifically Web3. So I'm Lauren Ingram. I'm the founder of Women of Web3. We're on a mission to educate as many women as possible about all things Web 3.0. So things like NFTs, cryptocurrencies, the metaverse, blockchain, all of it, and helping them seize opportunities within this space. So I know there's obviously a lot of skepticism around Web3 at the moment. We're in quite a strange period. If you looked at the media at the moment, you'd think that Web3 is basically dead in the water. You've got Coinbase and Binance in the US being sued. There's a lot of fear, uncertainty, and doubt. So you might think that it's all over, especially with things like the price of NFTs crashing. There's been a long crypto winter. But, and it's actually the same when you look at the funding situation. So Q1 this year as compared to the previous year, it looks as though investors have cold feet. There's a big drop-off. However, of course, there's this downward trend in the wider markets. This isn't unique to crypto and Web3. This is happening in business generally. And why am I saying all of this? I feel like I'm sounding all kind of doom and gloom. But despite this backdrop, I am really optimistic about what comes next for the web because we are still early. That's something that gets said a lot in Web3. But really, we are in the kind of MySpace and Bebo era. We haven't seen the kind of big unicorns yet in this space, the kind of better use cases. At the moment, Web3 can be sometimes a solution looking for a problem. And I'm excited to see all these better use cases, the kind of wider consumer adoption of these technologies. And I also think that AI will accelerate all of this. Alongside this, I think that the UK has a potential role as that it could be a sort of leader on the world stage when it comes to a Web3 hub. We've seen lots of positive signals, such as yesterday, of course, A16Z, Andreessen Horowitz announced that they're opening a London hub. I really see this as a positive sign for the UK because they're such a deep investor in crypto. They really understand Web3, so they're going to be sort of helping invest in the scene here, the Web3 scene. And of course, you've got things like Stephen Bartlett's Flight Story has acquired Zebu Digital, which is a UK-based Web3 native marketing agency. So again, that's sort of another vote of confidence for this space. And then finally, of course, Outlier Ventures is the world's #1 Web3 accelerator, and that's based right here in London. So I really think we've got all the trappings of a kind of amazing Web3 tech hub. However, when you look at the wider Web3 ecosystem, this is quite a startling stat. 9 out of 10 Web3 startups have no women on the founding team. And that's something that I think we really need to change. In fact, to be honest, if you look at that photo on the previous slide, that's kind of that's fairly typical of a Web3 startup. I mean, I think those guys are brilliant, but they are all guys. So, you know, Stephen Bartlett, call me. We need more women in your leadership team. But the reason I find this concerning is because this is such a new field still. As I say, we're still early. We haven't got decades or centuries of, well, it's always been this way. It's always been male-dominated. No, this is a burgeoning new thing. So it matters having diversity on the teams building these products. So because the diversity of the teams building the products should reflect the diversity of people that the technology is intended for. And of course, technology should be in the hands of everybody. It should be intended for everybody. So here's a couple of thoughts on, just quick thoughts on what we can do to build a better, more equitable internet. Jargon. Jargon is such a killer. We hear all the time from the Women of Web3 community that they're so turned off by the jargon, they're so intimidated by it, and it feels like there's sort of gatekeeping, that, you know, all these acronyms, it feels as though people are doing this to sort of lock others out and make them feel silly. So we just need to sort of say what we mean when we use these words. So Web3 is the next iteration of the internet, the sort of third major iteration of the internet. NFTs are non-fungible tokens. They're our digital belongings. Crypto is digital cash on the blockchain, and you don't need a bank to move your money. And the metaverse is the internet in 3D, and it's sort of a series of interconnected virtual worlds. So if we start actually just saying what we mean, rather than using all this slightly ridiculous acronyms and slang, all of it, we can start bringing more women in and sort of bringing in other underrepresented groups. Connected to that, Web3 doesn't work for working parents at the moment. There is such an always-on culture. If you think about the sort of general startup culture of, you know, high growth, long hours, Web3 is to the extreme because crypto never sleeps. So it doesn't work for working parents. If, you know, I've got a 1-year-old, that's not compatible with a company that never sleeps, that you're expected to be online in all different time zones. So it doesn't work for people's real lives. And again, that needs to change. And thirdly, we need to be asking hard questions of, like, who is leading in this space? Do they have diverse teams? These are uncomfortable truths. I know that we've had to have the conversation about Web 2, so why are we not applying that for what comes next? I'm so positive broadly about the third major iteration of the internet because it's a chance to rebuild the internet from the ground up in a way that we want to. So it's time to build a more equitable internet. Thank you. I'd now like to invite my brilliant panelists to join me on stage. So I'm going to introduce them each as they come on. I can't see them. If you come on stage, and I'll introduce you as you come on. So, and say who's who. So this is Oyin. She is the CEO and founder of Neo Group, a group of companies on a mission to economically empower black women. Who have we got next? Malaha. Malaha Abadi is an artist and author. She's the founder of Women Rise, a Web3 community focused on women's rights and girls' education. Path Ivara. Path's brilliant. These are all basically my friends now that I've interviewed them on the Women of Web3 podcast. Path is the founder of a decentralized media company, Take Up Space. And finally, Lindsay McInerney is the founder and CEO of Black Sun Labs, and she's also co-founded a business with Hollywood actress Mila Kunis, no big deal, and they've got a blockchain entertainment company together. So this is a group of people who are really making waves when it comes to tech and creativity, so thanks for joining me. So, as you've seen from that sort of downward graph, the hype is dying down in Web3. But what do you see as the potential for this set of technologies, especially when it comes to democratizing creativity? And why are you so excited about this set of technologies? Anyone like to go first?
Hi, everyone. I think with any new technology or anything new, there's obviously, like, you know, certain level of excitement that surrounds it, which is fine. Who doesn't like new things? And then after a while, obviously, if it's not sustainable, which it wasn't, like it was just so new and so exciting for so many reasons, for artists, for creators, for innovators, for software engineers, for developers, for all kinds of people. And like Lauren said, like now it's like the hype is dying down, but that doesn't necessarily mean that the industry is dying down. And if we see it like with even the .com revolution, like early 2000s and everything, it wasn't maybe like this well documented because right now you see everything right away, but it was like similar patterns. there was a lot of hype, it died down, and then it stabilized. So that's kind of like what I'm thinking, or what I'm envisioning and hoping for as well. I'm coming from a perspective of an artist. So for me, the hype around art has never died down. So art has existed before Web3, before Web 2, before Web 1. So art is just going to stay here. So yeah.
Yeah, I think from my perspective, I think education is super important when it comes to democratizing access for any new technologies. I think in the Web3 space, there's a lot of focus on art, which is really great, and I think it's really important, because for the first time ever, maybe, a lot of artists are finally making money for their work. But actually, we need to be able to give access to as many people as possible across different industries. So what does ownership actually mean in this new world? And how do we actually truly give ownership? How do we make sure that people's data are being owned by them truly through the blockchain? How do we make sure that people are educated on what it means to actually deploy on this new internet? Unfortunately, the blockchain technologies are still very clunky for most people today. You know, if I tell my mother, Mom, you know, here's a wallet, can you, you know, get your MetaMask wallet? It's a massive task. So how do builders of this new internet make sure that we're actually giving access to as many people as possible and showing them the benefit of this new technology to revolutionize democracy for access eventually? And I think one interesting thing about the Web3 space as well is the ability that, you know, that people actually have access to it across borders. So somebody in Nigeria can have the same access as somebody here in the UK. And that's revolutionizing, essentially, economies and revolutionizing the way we see things today. So, yeah.
So a question I get asked a lot, and I'm sure all of you do as well, is about the sort of use cases of Web3. What can we actually do with it? What are the business models that you can create using sort of decentralized technologies? So in what way does your work build upon this technology? Lindsay, do you want to tell me about your business model?
Yeah, sure. So I want to talk specifically about my business model because I think, you know, in many ways we're all still stabbing in the dark a little bit and trying to figure it out. But my thesis has been from the beginning that this new world will very much parallel reality. And the reason that I think that is that what so many of these technologies open up is just the ability to own things on the internet. And in reality, we own lots of things. And so I don't think we actually need to try too hard to find brand new contrived use cases. And I think that's what some of the froth was last year and the year before, is people are going, oh my God, we can sell these as speculative things, and it's asset-based. It is actually just, if in reality you buy a t-shirt and you're spending more time on the internet and you care about what you look like, you probably want to know that you own that same t-shirt in the digital world that you're spending time in, or other, you know, other things that you would typically buy from a brand, whether it's a collectible or, you know, a piece of clothing or some other asset that, you know, rewards you for loyalty. And so I think those are the kinds of things where we can be a little bit more clear that these are normal activities for people to participate in that they would probably anyhow, but just in digital spheres. I think those are the ones that we'll start to see be a lot more sticky.
Mm-hmm. And this is a question to any of you. How would you say that Web3 can economically empower underrepresented groups? I know we've touched on that briefly, but can you paint me a picture of a sort of vision that you'd like to move towards?
Path, you can go next.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I think the key word being equitable is super important. I think like a big thing that drew me to Web3 is this whole ethos of cutting out the middlemen, because a lot of the middlemen are entrenched in a lot of systemic bias, and that, you know, limits access. It limits the ability for underrepresented people to get involved. So I think from a creative perspective, and I often think from a creative perspective as well, Take Up Space is also a creator collective. I think back to a community member of ours, Ibrahim. He's an incredible, incredible artist from Sierra Leone. Previously, before Web3, he really struggled to create authentic art. He was very much pandering to the algorithms, pandering to the platforms, because these platforms are great. You know, TikTok, like, I love TikTok. I found my wife on TikTok, so I'll always love that platform. But it's very extractive, and ultimately what you start to do as a creator and an artist is you bend and morph yourself to fit those platforms. Whereas in Ibrahim's case, when he moved to Web3, he started selling NFTs as an artist. He was able to have maybe 10 or 20 true fans that supported his work. And through that, he was able to fund himself to go back to Sierra Leone and do some incredibly meaningful work with archiving his oral histories. And this is literally building culture on the blockchain. So like when I think about what's exciting about this technology, it's less about the over-financialization, it's less about the hype. This, for me, I think is an opportunity to create culture and then also have the culture makers have the value reflected back to them, because so often, you know, culture is being built from the margins, from queer people, from people of color, and those things are getting extracted and they're not actually receiving any of the value. So I think that's a really great example of someone who was able to leverage that technology, create more authentic, more meaningful work. And yeah, he's now, I think, in Indonesia doing similar things over there, so it's really cool.
Sorry, I love that. I just want to give you a little applause. Malaha, what do you want to add?
Yeah, firstly, if you haven't, thank you so much for mentioning Ibrahim. He is one of the most talented people I've ever met. So I can't remember his Twitter handle, but look him up on Twitter, just Ibrahim with his name, and then he's very talented. And yeah, that's one of the success stories. And you know, we're going to see more of that. And you know, when I talk about art and when I talk about Web3 and when we talk about like, okay, what are kind of like our hopes and dreams to make it a little bit better? I often also hear that we need more women in this space, we need more diversity in this space, but what about opportunities for the women and just people from various backgrounds, having opportunities for them as well? So, you know, we're talking about having more women in this space, more people from different backgrounds in this space, but we also need to campaign actively for more opportunities for the people who are going to be entering this space and who are already here as well, and also give them props, like Pav mentioned, that, you know, culture and so much has been built from that. And again, like when we talk about art, we shouldn't also just think about like JPEGs or tokens that are being traded, which is amazing. Not the trading culture, but like the other thing. But from art, we see really powerful storytelling. I mean, by just going back to Ibrahim's story, or his art is not just him creating a piece of art and then, you know, putting that on blockchain and minting it and then people are buying it. He's actively telling his story, his community's story. And I think that's something that is so much more than just art, than just, yeah, I feel like that intersects with education as well, like you mentioned, that intersects with like job opportunities, that has the potential to build communities and that has built communities. So I feel like we have these beautiful sections of Web3, and I personally would like to have more of that. It's not something, we're not discussing here something that is non-existent. It's just not enough of it right now. So, yeah.
Just to add to some of the things that you've mentioned, as well as Paf has mentioned, I actually think that for true economic empowerment to truly happen, a lot of, I speak to a lot of my Web3 kind of native friends about this. We need to come out of our clusters of just art. And as much as I really appreciate art, we need to actually expand the kind of use case beyond just art, because actually Web3 is not just crypto. Web3 is not just art. It's actually, deploying a new internet of read, write, and own. So for example, at NEO, one of the things that we're really working on at the moment is an education platform that enables any woman on the planet to learn and to earn at the same time. So can you learn and actually at the same time you're earning through that process? So how can we deploy those use cases in art, number one? How can we deploy those use cases in textiles and in different industries that may not be Web3 natives? I think for us to also truly empower people, I think we also need to be able to actually communicate the benefits of this to them, in larger kind of at scale, as well as also make sure that we're mixing other different technologies, like how does artificial intelligence help us to make people's life easier in the Web3 space. So for true economic empowerment to happen, just as Lauren mentioned earlier on, there needs to be less men, more women, because actually I believe that more women can actually create products that resonates with people that look like us. So yeah.
Thank you. So thinking about the sort of startups and investors in the room here at London Tech Week, could releasing NFTs, if startups release them, could that be a sort of alternative way of fundraising, sort of asking your community to invest using, invest on the blockchain by buying NFTs, if anyone's brave enough to tackle that?
I was actually having a discussion earlier on. I used to be a governor at a DAO, and we kind of released NFTs, and we had, our treasury on the blockchain. But what we found was there's a level of volatility that comes with that. So yes, you can raise a lot of money and it'll be on the blockchain, but actually, how do we make sure that we can stabilize our cryptocurrencies using USDT or alternatives like that? So yes, I do love the idea of deploying NFTs, but even better, deploying digital identities. And for those that don't know what that means is, can I actually have something on the blockchain that says, this is my name, and this is who I am, and this is like a small part of the of who I am on the blockchain, but also how can we make sure that we can stabilize those so that we don't die as companies. So imagine your treasury is worth $1 million today, but tomorrow is worth $100,000 because of the volatility of crypto markets. So I think, how do we make sure that many people across the ecosystem can have access to this, as well as do it in a way that's sustainable for startups? Because the worst thing we would want is for us to launch something and then it dies because of lack of finance.
Mm-hmm. It's also probably a really relevant week to talk about the government support that would be required in order to facilitate something like that. There's a reason why not everybody's able to invest in startups today. And there's also a reason why people think crypto is pretty scammy, because there is a lot of crap that's released. And so to be able to have a situation where a digital product could be used as a funding mechanism, we would have to work with regulators, and I think the UK is a very positive place to do that right now. We'd have to work with regulators really strongly to make sure that things that were being released, if that was the intent and purpose, where consumers were protected, where people understood what they were getting into, et cetera, et cetera. It's not possible, and I think it's the right time to look at it while we're looking at Web3 and building in that kind of growth in the UK.
So connected to that, so all of you are based here in the UK. So Oyen, you're in Birmingham, Maliha, you're in London, Paf, you're in Edinburgh, and Lindsay, you're in Sussex. So do all of you see the UK as this sort of potential hub for innovation, creativity, and hopefully Web3 broadly?
I think it's a massive opportunity. I think there's a lot of countries who are not able to be clear about what they want from this space, who are very fearful of it. And the UK, if they get it right and get it early and are open-minded, have an opportunity to, certainly make this a hub of innovation for crypto, for Web3, for AI, for the future, where all of these technologies intersect. And so I'm really happy to hear a lot of big conversations happening early.
I definitely think that UK, I remember like when at the peak of NFT and Web3 hype, I used to be like, why is UK not, like, why are we not as excited as the US is? Because all of these conferences were happening there and everybody was just so excited and we had to constantly go there and then now I get it. Like, yeah, we took our time, but I think now we're going to build great things and great communities, and I personally think like I get to meet more people from Pakistan, from India, from various parts of the world here as compared to the US or in other countries even. And at Women Rise, we are excited for the next phase, which is, at the core of it, using art and as a tool for campaigning and storytelling, we have been passionate about girls' education the most. And we are going to be, in our next phase, we're going to be utilizing VR. And I think we have great conversations within the UK and great partners within the UK who are going to be supporting us with our upcoming initiative called Backpack X. And I think they are, if we're talking about culture, if we're talking about technology, if we're talking about Web3 and everything that goes along with it, UK has a lot of potential.
I think from a perspective of a black woman who focuses on upskilling black women to get into tech, first of all, there's less than 2% of black women in tech. And truth be told, to build on Web3 technologies, you need to have Web2 understanding. And so I think that, kind of like my call to maybe the UK government, and I think that there's a lot of great work being done at the moment, is that how do we accelerate the upskilling of women, specifically Black women in tech, specifically Black women outside of London, to be upskilled in Web2, then they can be upskilled in Web3, so that we can actually build an ecosystem that's accessible and simple for as many people to use. A really positive news that A16Z is coming, and I was like so excited when I saw the news of them coming to the UK, because finally we would get that kind of risk-loving type of approach, which we don't normally have in the UK, to be honest. I think we're very risk-averse, which is probably why we were late to the party. And I wonder if we were, early to the party, maybe the crypto space wouldn't be in the same trouble that it is in today, because I think, we probably will bring a bit of balance to the equation. Additionally, I think the kind of role of regulators, I had the opportunity to be an advisor in the DRCF forum, which is essentially a forum of regulators trying to see how we can regulate the Web3 ecosystem. And I think what was the interesting thing that I found there was actually how do we make sure that we provide guiding principles to enable for there to be innovation without stifling it. And if we can get that right, how do we provide guiding principles so that people can innovate without stifling? I think the UK is in for a treat, really, to be honest.
100%. So just returning to that point of inclusion, each of your businesses all have a sort of red thread of inclusion running through them. But what do you think others can do to build in inclusion in Web3 from the outset?
I love the phrase, nothing about us without us, which was popularized by disability activists. And I think that just speaks to it. You don't know what you don't know. I'm sitting here as a queer person of color who's neurodivergent. So I have certain lenses that I can apply when I'm looking at products and events. Are they neuro-inclusive? Are they inclusive for my different kind of identities? But I don't know anything outside of those identities. So I think it's incredibly important to make sure that you are consulting with a wide range of individuals from a wide perspective. We all have our privileges. So, I'm coming from a Papua New Guinean Australian who was raised in Australia. If you talk to my sister who was raised in Papua New Guinea, she would have a completely different lens and different problems that need to be solved. So I think engaging with consultancy work from, different organizations, different backgrounds on the outset as you're building things, not just at the end, is imperative to building inclusive Web3, inclusive products.
I think just to build on what you're saying, Paf, in Web3 there was, I'm not going to name the company, but it was like a big company that did like this really cool artist program. And when I was selected for it, the reason why I was selected for it was because on the other side, the recruiter was a woman of color, and she wanted to see part of that cohort as a reflection of herself and just people that, that share the same story. And when the entire cohort came about and like our mentors were there, I could see, okay, like each mentor kind of took selected artists who they resonated with. So I feel like on the other side of it as well, if you're a business, whether in Web3 or Web2 or any other business, regardless of technology even, it's really beneficial for you. And that's how I try to talk about girls' education as well. It's not that by educating women and girls or basically getting out of their way, you're not really benefiting just them, you're also adding trillions and trillions of dollars to the world economy. You're also trying to support, combat climate change. You're also creating more jobs. You're basically making more money yourself if that's what you really care about, right? Like, so just to build on what Paf has said, that, diversity of thought, better ideas, more creativity, all of these are things that you're benefiting from by just getting out of people's way and opening your own mind as well. I think it's the basic favor that you can do for yourself, because I sometimes think people think about diversity and inclusion as almost like a charity thing, that look at me, how great I am for giving you a chance and to tell you for you to be able to tell your story because of me.
Yeah.
We are literally doing you a favor. by telling our story. So, you know, and I mean, look at this incredible panel, right? Like, I think it's just adds value. That's what I can say.
Exactly. It's a business imperative.
Yeah.
Because even if you think about how many male consumers are the main users of Web3, but actually companies could stand to profit a lot more if they appealed to the other 50% of the population. So there's lots more we could do. So last couple of minutes, what is one thing that our audience can go out and action today, whether it's to sort of better support underrepresented groups or if it's sort of going and learning more about Web3? Anybody, any takers to go first?
Yeah, absolutely. I wouldn't mind going first. I think the first thing really, I come from more of like a black woman in tech perspective. During the George Floyd, kind of revolution, there was a lot of noise and a lot of support. I think it's actually about how can companies put their money where their mouth is, not just money, but also be very kind of play a long-term game when it comes to building more of an equitable society. I think the second thing is, how do you democratize access, even from a small level in your organization? And how do you give opportunities to all people in your organizations? And thinking about how you deploy that is really important. So that's my one or two things that I would like to add.
Anybody else?
Love it. Join Take Up Space. We're really focused on leveraging this technology to be more together and be more connected and find community. It's less about building on the edges and being cutting edge just for the sake of it. I think we're really focused on how can we make creativity more multiplayer. How can we build things together that align with our values, our vision? What happens when you put a group of people together who are aligned in those things with a shared bank account? What kind of impact can we create? That's really what we're doing. So join Take Up Space if you're interested in that kind of work.
Amazing. I think listen to Lauren's podcast.
Yes. Great start.
She has great conversations with all kinds of leaders from Web3. And I think just be kind to yourself and just kind of, start at your own pace, whether that's Twitter, whether that's Instagram. I mean, social media comes with its own anxiety, right? But take your own time. And you can get all of the practical advice like online, but for me, it's like, don't feel the pressure. Look, we were talking about Web3 a year and a half ago, 2 years ago, 3 years ago. We will be talking about it because as we started the session by saying that it's not dying down, it's just stabilizing. So you have the time, but yes, it's great to be early and adopting early as well.
Look, if you're a manager and you have a team, I'd invite you to give the underrepresented folks at your organization the hardest problems that you've got and let them work on the frontier ideas and the emerging technologies because they've got superpowers and are going to help you answer those problems a lot quicker. So give the hardest problems to the underrepresented folks in your room.
Amazing. Thank you so much. Give it up for our panel.
Well, that was good, wasn't it? Give it up for the women shaping the future of the internet very casually and very coolly. Absolutely loved that. It was some great insights on diversity of thoughts, democracy, even delegation, and so many great quotes. I loved that one, nothing about us without us. And it's really interesting to consider that we might want to be a bit more risk positive going forward in the UK. Definitely a chin stroker. So I'm excited about the next one, the future of the creative economy. I've held a number of creative roles in huge tech companies, often felt very outnumbered by engineers, so I'm really excited to get into this one. And it's my absolute pleasure to introduce the CEO of the Royal College of Engineering, Hayatan Silam. Whoop.
Hi everyone, thank you very much for sticking around. I know it's day 3, it's the afternoon, it's hot out there. It's great to see so many of you. So I'm going to invite up to the stage someone very special that I'm delighted to be in conversation with now, and that is Shahrazad Rafati. Please come and grab a seat. So, Shahrazad, I'm sure a lot of you already know, is a leading founder in the digital and media tech space. And I'm really looking forward to talking to Shahrazad about her journey as an entrepreneur and getting some of her insights into what's happening, some of the key trends. So I think that we should stop hearing from me and start hearing from Shahrazad. So, Shahrazad, for those who don't already know you, tell us a bit about yourself and about your company. We'd love to hear about BBTV in your own words.
Of course. Well, it's great to be here. Thanks so much. And it's good to see such a diverse crowd. And it's later in the day, so I hope everyone has got energy. So we bring some energy to all of you. And obviously, we are talking about creator economy. So I started BBTV about 18 years ago. And this is right before YouTube, in 2005. Where streaming platforms were just coming to life, and my background is computer science and mathematics, so passionate about content and democratization. I come from Iran, so it's really, for me, is very important to be able to actually empower all storytellers, help them tell their stories, become more successful, and I really built BBTV on that mission to make sure we can make meaningful content and more successful. And to really help all content owners. Because if you think about it, digital has leveled the playing field. So it doesn't matter if you're an NBA or if you're a Sony Pictures, across all mega platforms, digital platforms, Web 2, Web 3, doesn't really matter. Everybody has access to the same platforms. Everyone has access to the same tools. So we make content owners become more successful. And how the company started, to your question, Hayden, is I obviously as someone that very passionate about technology and innovation. I was at CES in Vegas, and I'm not sure, very similar to London Tech Week, but in Vegas, so this is a much better place, of course. And it was a lot of innovation in 2005, and it was really at the early days with iPod, and where Steve Jobs was looking at, the invention of how we can make audio accessible, and I just knew that video was going to be the next thing, and I wanted to play a big role in terms of redefining the future of entertainment. And that's how I started BBTV.
So that's a pretty cool ambition, but I think just in case anyone isn't aware, tell us about your numbers, because you said that's, redefining future entertainment. That's pretty crunchy.
Yeah,
but
for sure.
Your numbers are pretty crunchy too, so tell us more.
We're in 24 countries. We reach 600 million people every month. And that's around 38 billion monthly views. So we're a global business, and started out of Vancouver, Canada, and I think many of you in the crowd could say that as a Londoner or someone in the UK, Canadians, we're the same. It's kind of, we're looked at differently, kind of entrepreneurs are usually told that you think smaller. So, I wanted to go big, and I wanted to build a global business out of Vancouver. We were challenged earlier on by many investors to go to California, and we tried to, I kind of fought them, and we stayed in Vancouver, and we built a global business out of Vancouver. And, it has advantages in terms of building a global business from a territory that may not have as much talent. You're building the ecosystem, you're investing in the ecosystem, and it pays off because you don't have as much competition. So you're able to retain talent.
So that's really interesting. And I'm sure people want to know more about this, how you can have your vision for the global business, but how do you execute that? What were the sorts of decisions you had to make along the way? What advice would you share about companies that are trying to go global in this space?
Yeah, I think globalization is look, I encourage every entrepreneur to think big. I think, the same amount of time that you put in solving smaller problems, you can solve bigger problems. So why not going after big pools of opportunity? And, we looked at it, it's important to acknowledge the difference between a digital business and obviously bricks and mortars. So I have no authority to talk about bricks and mortars, but when it comes to digital, first of all, I think being from, Iran and traveling the world, not out of volunteering, but, I grew up in a family where we traveled quite a bit to different parts of the world. You're exposed to different cultures. And I always wanted to make sure that, whatever business that I built is global. But I would say a few things that you need to consider. One is that start with a big market. A lot of times, especially like, let's say Canada, 35 million people, digital is not a big market. You think about digital ad spending is 13.7 billion, right? As you look at, kind of the global opportunity with ad spend, it's a $900 billion opportunity. Digital today, this year, represents 600 billion of that. So for us, it was just about, okay, let's just start with one of the biggest markets, which was the US. And then as we expanded to international markets, it was just more so looking at it both in a quantitative and a qualitative way. Quantitatively, it was just more so about supply and demand. We looked at, what are the territories that have the highest number of content creators and that are creating quality content. We looked at RPM trends, which is revenue per 1,000 views. It's basically how much advertisers pay you. What are those trends? Specifically looking at each of the territories, maybe your starting point is lower, but are these numbers growing? So looking at actual growth patterns, growth trends. And specifically, we also looked at some qualitative measures. You think about payment solutions. Like payment solutions are different in Brazil. Of course, Russia is a different story now, but in Asia, like you think about Indonesia, Philippines, you think about Brazil, of course, is a big market for us. So we actually took a very methodological approach as far as looking at both our quantitative and our qualitative KPIs and ranking every territory. So as you're looking at US, what are the other territories that we want to prioritize as far as the biggest opportunities that we can unlock? And then really the third component was expansion strategy. We looked at markets that have similarities. A lot of times you think about, well, I'm in the US, the next market is going to be Canada. As a matter of fact, that wasn't the case for us. Or let's say if you're in Mexico, you think, well, from Mexico, I'm going to probably go to, I don't know, Uruguay, Paraguay, Argentina, you name it, Colombia. We didn't do that. We actually looked at understanding consumption trends that are similar to Mexico. And as a matter of fact, for us, it wasn't so much about territory expansion. It was looking at languages and languages that have similar consumption trends. And then last but not least, which is a big question that many have different opinions, and I would tell you what my opinion is as far as a centralized model versus a decentralized model. We've tried both of them, and I would say that a centralized strategy as far as operations really worked for us. In terms of having the research and development, having your marketing, your operations, your legal, financial, all of that shared services out of Vancouver that we're supporting sales and marketing in all the 24 markets for us. Every market that we've actually expanded to, Brazil, expansion to Brazil was not necessarily the next neighboring country. It was actually, we went to adjacent markets in Europe as far as that had similar consumption trends. Culturally, they were relevant, where comedy was similar in terms of how it was being consumed, entertainment, sports. So I would say that's really another big factor when we looked at building our operations and the support of the sales and marketing team in each of the markets.
That is a really helpful peek under the bonnet. Sometimes people answer these questions in very general ways. Thank you so much for being so specific. I think that makes it super useful for people. Now, thinking about what's happened since you started BBTV, compared to where we were then, nowadays digital content is everywhere in our lives. We're all on our phones, short form content, long form content on our connected TVs. It's everywhere. Can you tell us what you see as being the key opportunities and trends that an audience like this would be interested in terms of where we're heading?
For sure. It's really interesting because if you look at the last decade, things were different. And when you look at the next decade also, so last decade was a lot about adoption. It's an industry that wasn't defined. Many people, like when I started BBTV, we were acquiring rights to some of the biggest catalogs where, you would walk into the studios and you can actually sign deals for 5 years because they didn't know the value of digital. Whereas now, everyone understands that millennials, Gen Z, Gen Alpha, 1 in every 3 of the digital generation, they're cord nevers. They don't even understand what cable and broadcast and those solutions, they're not subscribers of those solutions. So the value of digital is really defined. So it's just more so about monetization. So what are the monetization opportunities? And I would tell you that what I'm very much so excited about is one is the evolution of formats. We kind of look at how formats have evolved over the last decade. Well, it's really exciting. You can kind of think about from micro content, which TikTok played a big role in terms of defining micro content, which is content that is less than a minute long, all the way to what happened with COVID with connected TV. COVID really accelerated consumption across connected TV devices, where you actually have massive amount of content that is being consumed across smart TVs. So to be able to actually be on the same platform and have content that is being consumed from micro to macro is really significant, and it actually gives IP owners the opportunity to be able to properly promote, enhance, engage, and also monetize their content. The second piece of it is you look at devices and platforms. Vision Pro with Apple that was announced, great, I think, technology that is really kind of bringing together the digital and the physical world together. So I think we're going to see some really interesting formats that are going to come out of that as far as how consumers and users are going to interact with content and IP owners. So that's also very much so exciting. And then there's this new category of creator economy, which is obviously why we're having this panel. And I would tell you that consumption with creator content has grown so significantly. You look at today, we work with more than 4,000 partners globally. This is from anyone from the NBA to Sony Pictures, to Lionsgate, to Warner Music, to independent content creators. Aziland is a Canadian content creator that creates lifestyle content. Her following is bigger than a fashion magazine, like established fashion magazine. You look at Tfue. Tfue covers Fortnite. His content on Fortnite has more following than Epic Games, which is the parent company that obviously creates Fortnite. So creator economy is really at the center of consumption. So for any brand and advertiser that wants to be relevant, that wants to connect with audiences, they really need to understand how to connect with content creators and really embrace creator economy in a scalable way. And users consume content very differently now. Like if you think about it, we're following creators. We really seek and like to be connected to authentic programming, that you understand why you're consuming it, that the value prop is with this audience-first approach. So it's not a corporate that is chopping their content, repurposing it to digital outlets. It's just more so, how do you properly integrate that with respect to creator economy? How do you think about the fans that are sharing your content? And that's why companies like BBTV, we're really at the center of it all, because we're able to provide these 360 solutions to any IP owner that is having a generational issue, that is wanting to connect with youth, Gen Z, Gen Alpha, and millennials.
That's super interesting. One thing, of course, that has been one of the hottest topics this week is generative AI.
Yes.
And so what do you see that what's the significance of Gen AI in your world? And also, what's BBTV doing to leverage the opportunities there?
For sure. With BBTV, we're really kind of the only company in the world that provides 360 solutions, which is connecting large media companies with their fans and the content creators. So when you're thinking about, if you're Sony Pictures and you want to have your successful owned and operated channels, you want to make sure you understand what your fans are doing with your content. At the same time, you have proper integration with creator content. We provide that 360 solution. Yeah. And a lot of that is when you're looking at being successful in the digital landscape, you have to understand consumption trends. So my background, I spoke about earlier, is I'm a technologist at heart. And every solution that we build at BBTV is based on artificial intelligence, machine learning. Now, we started 18 years ago, so we built, obviously, solutions on deep learning, computer vision, signal processing, big data. And what is so amazing and fascinating in terms of what you see in the last year, and we are seeing the applications of the outcome now. Obviously, a lot of this has been in work for some years, but the space is being completely redefined from every aspect of content production, distribution, monetization, engagement. You kind of look at companies like Midjourney that are redefining design. You think about companies like, GPT-4 protocol. Everyone is talking about how that's, a great alternative to search. To all the way to, you have a camera now that doesn't even have a lens, that you can take pictures because it knows where you are, what you're looking at without a lens. So I think that, what we've done at BBTV, we've increased our output for content by 170x. As far as, being able to create content, edit it automatically, then be able to actually have it so it's perfectly discoverable, and then translate those data to proper insights that informs our strategy in terms of what content we should be creating. So I think what is so fascinating, I will actually see this as, you know, the Oscars, you would have a dedicated category for content that is being produced completely by generative AI. And we've seen examples. I mean, you've seen music that is mimicked from The Weeknd to Kanye to, of course, other examples of content that is being produced. So there's going to be great innovation. And I think that this is not a question of when you think about the fourth industrial revolution in terms of if you should embrace it. If you're not, you're going to fall behind as a company. And you really need to think about leveraging generative AI with respect to every aspect of what we do. And that's, you know, kind of at BBTV, we definitely have incorporated GAI across all end-to-end, from production to editing to distribution to monetization of our content, as far as understanding our consumers better.
It's great to hear your excitement, your energy about this, but I know there's something else you're passionate about. BBTV is famous for being a quadruple bottom line company. What does that mean and why does it matter?
Yeah, it's one of the things that I'm very much so passionate about. We had another panel, and it's great to see such great diversity, and of course with Equal Her, I think it's a great segment. What I love is to see all the men sitting here and really listening to a lot of diverse women. I appreciate it, because without you and your participation, and nothing matters. At the end of the day, we need to eradicate this idea that it's up to women to actually, you know, have better representation. I represent Canada on G20 and one of the founders of G20 Empower, which is about economic advancement of women and really helping with respect to social health. And obviously, BBTV is something that I started with as far as building a business that is quadruple bottom line, which means that you measure success not just based on your financial performance, but you're also looking at your people KPIs, you're looking at your environmental KPIs, you're looking at your social KPIs. And I'm very proud to say that pay gap at BBTV, no matter how you slice it, is 0%. And that, you know, we have a 50% BIPOC representation at the board. You know, we have 50% female representation at the board. 40% of our employees and our managers identify themselves as female. So very diverse. And this is not about an ethical thing. You know, at the end of the day, all of you, I'm sure, read the McKinsey report that came out that, you know, companies that are actually having greater female representation at the top, they're 48% more likely to outperform their peers. And this is a reality. So I think when the more diverse voices that we have at the top, the more successful we are. So I like to ask this room, everyone that is sitting here, are you practicing equality? Are you practicing diversity? Because at the end of the day, it's only going to help you. It's going to help you excel. It's going to help you give you that, you know, unique competitive advantage that helps you excel and be better than your peer set.
You make it sound so straightforward, like why have we not done this already? It's amazing. This is very empowering. Listening to you.
And as a matter of fact, I got to say, it's about setting goals. It's about setting goals, you know, measuring them and reporting on them. Because I forgot to answer your question. It's about having short-term and long-term goals. It comes down to accountability. We need to apply the same level of detail and programming and budgeting that we apply to our financial KPIs as we do to the other bottom lines. We're a carbon neutral business, right? You know, this didn't happen from day one. We actually worked with the team, started actually measuring, for example, our landfill diversion. We looked at our paper usage. As a matter of fact, I had a conversation with one of our senior legal members of the team, and she said, Sharza, this is the first company that I work at with this size where you have one printer. But it's like, you know, we don't print things anymore. Like, you know, we don't even have business cards because who uses a business card, right? So it's about really looking at setting targets and measuring those targets, reporting back on them, and really starting with the right pipeline. Like we have this thing at BBTV where we, for every open role, we interview 2 male and 2 female candidates. Because it's about equal representation. It's about equal opportunity. And that's how, you know, you can actually work to build, obviously, a better outcome.
Sharza, listening to you is so impressive. Please, you know, just for the sake of the rest of us, tell us something you found hard in life. Behind all success, there is grit and graft. Tell us something.
I think I believe in quick failures. And I think as an engineer, a lot of times you fall in love with your idea. And earlier on, I learned that you can't. Right? You really need to make sure that you can't fall in love. Like things change. Like, I mean, if you're in a landscape that is changing, we're in London Tech Week. So you all are probably in industries that are evolving very quickly. So I think pivoting. being able to pivot quickly and understand that, you got to listen to your customers, you got to understand consumption trends and be able to pivot quickly, challenge yourself, disrupt yourself. And I practice it enough to know that quick failures are the best thing you can do for your business. Probably the thing that I'm not good at still is delegation. I still am not good at delegating as much as I should, but my team can tell you that.
Well, thank you so much. I'm glad there is some little tiny grain of weakness in there. It's been fantastic listening to you. What an amazing energy to put back into the room. And we really look forward to seeing what you do next. Thank you so much, Sherazade.
Thank you so much. Pleasure. Thank you so much, everyone. Enjoy.
Hello, hello. That was great, wasn't it? Thank you so much. Wow, what incredible energy. I feel like she just makes very, very difficult things seem very, very easy, and looks good while doing it, which is always nice. I personally found that very inspiring, just a leader who's running a very successful, very diverse company and doing very well. And I think it leads quite nicely into our next panel. We've heard so much from inspiring female leaders, and if you're working for a company at the moment and you're thinking about making the jump, it can seem quite terrifying, quite insecure, and just frightening, really. So I'm looking forward to some tips. And it's chaired by Maren Bannon from January Ventures. It's a pleasure to welcome her.
Hi everyone, I'm Maren Bannon from January Ventures. Thank you all so much for being here today, for braving the heat to join us. I am really excited to lead this session today. I know a lot of people who talk about wanting to become founders and talk about entrepreneurship. I know a lot less who are courageous enough to take the leap, and so I'm really excited to talk with these three women today about a really kind of candid discussion about their journey to becoming entrepreneurs and what made them decide to do it, what were some of the ups and downs and challenges along the way, what were some of the successes. Hopefully this is a discussion that can inspire some people in the audience to go and take the leap and start something. So to kick it off, I want to just let each of these founders introduce themselves, and then we can jump into the discussion.
Thank you for having me. I'm Roberta Luca. I have been a founder, serial entrepreneur, founded a few failed startups, but I have a video games company for the last 12 years. We are Series B at the moment, got our investors ranging from LVP, Makers Fund, Atomico, NetEase, and most recently we won a BAFTA award for one of our games, and most recently I've also joined the other side of the table to help Octopus Ventures as a venture partner. Thank you.
Hey, I'm Zena. I'm one of the co-founders of Sonantic, and I was also CEO. My background is I taught speech and language therapy to children with special needs, and I guess I'm also a serial entrepreneur. It was my third company. Now I'm at Spotify. We got acquired last year, so it's my first corporate gig.
Hi everyone, I'm Deirdre McGettrick, the founder of YouFurnish.com. This is my first entrepreneurship, so not serial yet. YouFurnish.com is a search platform for furniture. It brings all the furniture retailers across the UK, from John Lewis, Habitat, Heels, Soho Home to Tesco Home, onto one site to help the consumer find their perfect pieces of furniture.
Great, and I'm Maren Bannon. I'm co-founder of January Ventures. We're a pre-seed focused fund. I wanted to kick off the discussion with just what was the inspiration, what made you decide to take the leap and become a founder?
So I was working in corporates for many years in the beginning of my career. I'm originally from Brazil. I have been in the UK for 17 years. I worked in a TV broadcaster back in Brazil, then at Nokia, the old Nokia. And at some point, I felt I was like a big rebel inside a large organization, and always asking why we're not, doing things differently. And I always remembered a really relevant book that I read when I was doing my MBA back in the days that was called Blue Ocean Strategy, which is like really changed the way that I see business and everything else. And I thought, I think out of frustration, I was so frustrated that things were not moving as fast, we were not disrupting the way that we were doing things for our clients. And I decided there was a time for me to, go all in, jump out of organizations and start my own thing, which is in video games. And it was great because I had been in the entertainment industry for many years, so I had, for me, games is the future of entertainment. So, and I knew a lot of people in the games industry, so I quickly found my co-founders and we started together.
For me, I had a very different story. I applied to hundreds of jobs after college and nobody wanted me. So that I was just like, okay, well, I don't need you guys either. I'll start my own thing. And that's how I got started. Not in your way at all. Very much like this is the only way I could do it.
Yeah.
So.
And that was your first business?
Yeah, my first business. So I helped visually impaired identify everyday objects and situations. It was like a class project out of Stanford. I then dropped out because my second startup got funding, but that was not great because I founded with family. I wouldn't recommend doing that. And then I went to Entrepreneur First because I knew I wanted to definitely continue to found companies. And I met my co-founder, John Flynn, love of my professional life. And yeah, that's how Sonantic was born.
So my startup journey was solving a personal frustration that I had. I bought my first home and I love interior design. I used to cut up the Argus catalogue as a kid. Wasn't much to do where I grew up. So after a decade in banking, sort of professional career, issuing bonds for companies like Ocado and Zoopla, tech companies, I sort of realized that actually there's this huge problem out there for people that buy homes. You see all this beautiful inspiration in magazines, on social media, out in a friend's house, and you think, where can I find an item like that? And then you start scrolling and tabs galore open across the top of your screen, constantly re-entering search terms, only knowing the big brands that have got big advertising budgets. And I thought, why isn't there an aggregator? I use Rightmove to find my home. Didn't matter whether it was Foxtons or a one-man band estate agent. So I never planned to be an entrepreneur. The idea sort of came, and I sort of took the opportunity and decided I had to go for it.
Great. So I think it's an interesting contrast. It can be that you just have the perfect idea that you can't stop thinking about, or maybe not perfect, but maybe something you can't stop thinking about that you want to pursue. But curious how both of you came up with the ideas. And it sounds like you were more wanted to be entrepreneurs, and then maybe the idea followed. I'm curious.
Yeah, I think it was that. It was, to me, it was, what am I doing here? I mean, total respect for Nokia, and I was in a subsidiary called Vertu, which was, they used to sell luxury mobile phones, and I was like, how am I really impacting millions of people in the world if I'm selling luxury mobile phones, right? I was, of course, part of the technology team and etc. And to me, it just felt that there was something in the games industry. It was like 12 years ago when social games on Facebook was booming. And it was a moment that I realized I have been playing games my whole life, but there was a massive gap of about 20 years potentially that I was not playing because the industry kind of lost me as a female gamer. And I think at that time it was a moment of the transition of mobile games and Facebook games, and millions of people were able to play again. And to me, being part of something that felt very right to me and very right to impact people in the world, they usually say that games is not just, you know, all the technology, everything we have been hearing during London Tech Week, but also it makes people happy because they're happy to connect with each other, they're happy to engage with something bigger than their lives, right? And to me, that's how the idea came about. We were literally drawing with my co-founders and saying, okay, what's going to be our positioning? And our positioning was exactly that. Let's create games that actually are available to millions of people as opposed to just the hardcore gamers.
For me, I didn't have an idea at all. And when I started out Entrepreneur First, so for anyone who doesn't know Entrepreneur First, it's like Love Island meets The Apprentice. You come in, you don't need an idea, you don't have a co-founder, and then you kind of date co-founders every week, like you're going through a different co-founding relationship, pouring out your heart, thinking maybe they'll work on the same thing as you, and then they dump you. So I met my co-founder, John, on the last day to get into a team before you get kicked out. And it actually worked. It turned out we both have voice experience, so I taught speech and language therapy to children with autism because my nephew was diagnosed when I was 18, so I got really good at it, and that was like my side gig for a while. But I had also started AI companies previously, and so with my co-founder's experience, he worked in Hollywood film for over a decade. But unlike most people from Hollywood who worked in dialogue, he was also a machine learning researcher and gotten straight A's in everything he's ever done. So he had a demo that was incredible. So for anyone who doesn't know what Sonantic does, we create AI voices that sound entirely human. And you'll hear it in Spotify's DJ now. So we are the voice behind DJ. And basically, he was able to do that and had a demo already ready in EF, and I was just like, how has this not taken off? Like, I would love to work with you. I know how to make this work. Just let me play with that demo. And I basically reached out to a whole bunch of game developers who were like, this is incredible. How do we sign up? And we got onto like 7 paid pilots within 6 weeks at EF. So that's how Sonantic started.
Great. Some of you touched in the beginning on past startups you had that didn't work out, and then it sounds like a couple of you have taken a few different tries before founding the one that was the big success. So I'm curious if you have any advice for the audience just on failure, how to approach roadblocks in the journey. I think it's something that I find founders in Europe are less comfortable with than founders in the US, and I think I would love for it to become more of a social norm to take risks and be okay to fail.
So funnily enough, my story was a little bit different because Bossa was my first startup. And then I felt like Wonder Woman. I was like, I can make other startups now. I had like not amazing, but lots of crap ideas and a few good ones. And halfway through the journey, I decided that I would start another company while I was building Bossa. And that was not a good decision in hindsight, but I started this company called Wonderlook, which was a marketplace for 3D printable accessories. And the whole idea is that you probably, if you know a little bit about the fashion industry, is the second highest polluting industry in the world after oil. And to me, it was like 3D printing is going to be the thing that is going to revolutionize the fashion industry, and we will be printing our clothes on demand. And big vision, right? Big thing. And I created like another company and had other co-founders. And it was not a good idea. I failed badly. I burned out halfway through. It was really bad. I remember at some point I had to stop like 2 weeks in a row to say, okay, I just need to put my mind off anything and recover, from health perspective. And I think that and many times that we went through tough situations at Bossa that we almost failed like completely as a company, really build, to your point about failure, is like it really builds your resilience. It builds like I went to therapy a lot, as you can imagine, and one of my therapists once said that we have like 3 emotional regulation systems: the drive, the threat, and the soothing. The drive is the dopamine that keeps you going and achieve. The threat is about the cortisol that keeps you also, keep going. And the soothing system is the oxytocin, which is the hugs, the calmness, the meditation stuff. And I was not exercising this third one at all. So, but once you fail multiple times and once you go through those cycles, you end up arriving to the conclusion that failure is not fatal, never fatal. And you can always go back and keep going as long as you're regulating yourself emotionally with those 3 drives.
Yeah, I'd say you're going to have a lot of ideas, right? And a lot of them are going to be bad, like a lot of them. But all you need as an entrepreneur is just be tipped more in the good side, but know that you're going to get a lot of bad with the good. So for instance, at Sonantic, we made the first AI that could cry. So I know there's a huge generative AI craze, but we were probably like one of the first to make it really emotional, very realistic. And so our debut of the first AI that can cry, so for us, like the background behind this was, let's go after the hardest emotion, because humans, it's really hard to cry on demand. Like even the best actresses and actors, like they have to work really hard to come off as believable. So we're like, okay, we're gonna try to get the AI to do this, and we did. However, we wanted to debut with this, like a demo, and we called it Faith, like, because Faith has AI in the name. We thought we were being clever, but we also thought it would be, because it's crying, you have to put together an emotional story. So at first, our demo was about this girl not knowing her mom, and then finding her mom, and her mom was in a hospital bed. And then the timing was actually really bad, because when we wanted to demo this, it was March 2020, during the pandemic, where there were no hospital beds. So we really had to change everything, because we needed to make sure everybody was, okay, and we didn't want to come off like insensitive. But this is something like you just have to kill your ideas sometimes. Like it's absolutely not okay, and that's okay. And then we re-released probably in June that year, took out that whole scene, redid the whole demo, but you learn a lot. So you roll with the punches.
I think one of the big things that I've learned around, my first startup, so haven't had a failure yet, I'm hoping I just avoid that bit, but who knows, never say never, is this a problem that everybody has? So how quickly can you go out and get other opinions from other people? So I think it's the best thing in the world, but I'm completely biased. So do people also have the same problem? Do they also take the same approach? I was a banker, I love spreadsheets. I had like links and everything all coordinated, and I'm like, maybe everybody else doesn't do this, but going out and actually asking people, they're like, oh, it was really frustrating. It took us months. We kept going around in circles. We'd get frustrated and come out of the market, then we'd be back in and out. So actually testing as quick as you can, I think, is key to avoiding a lot of potential failures that you would come up with otherwise.
Yeah, that's great advice. Bubble. Lots of small failures can be better than big ones. Great, so I would love to move on to any advice that you would have for your younger self or someone just starting out on their entrepreneurial journey. Do you want to start, Deirdre?
Ask questions, lots of questions. Nothing is a dumb question. You can ask a question twice. You can ask it twice of the same person. Sometimes you need to ask the same question of 5 different people to get different interpretations so that it really comes together. And I think we sit there, especially in our early career, and we say, I can't ask that, I'm going to look stupid. And the amount of times that I've sat there and not said something, and then somebody else has said it, and they're like, oh my God, Liam, that's an amazing point. And I was like, I had that. Why didn't you open your mouth and ask it or think about it? And it's things like that that you sort of assume everybody knows, but especially in your early career, take about this is like the most opportune time for you. You're not meant to know everything. You're literally just starting out. So really take that approach. And even today, I still ask so many questions, and it's trying to bring that into the teams that everybody understands and making sure. Because if I do understand, then there's probably more questions and input that I can give rather than thinking, I don't know much about that area. It's taking those questions and really questioning everything.
I'd say make mistakes, make as many as you can. That's the fastest way to learn, and just go for it. Because if you wait around, sometimes you miss your opportunity. So just keep going and learn along the way. And the best way to actually learn and keep it in your mind from preventing yourself to do it again is actually remembering, oh snap, I remember that time I really messed up, I'm not going to do that again. So it's really good to make mistakes.
Yeah, I 100% agree with the two things that you said. I would add that find communities and find connection with others. I think in hindsight, I did that very late. So I'm part of a few communities, including Founders and ICE, kind of more UK based. And we all feel that we're in a journey together, and you kind of normalize the tough moments that you go through, but you also open up to so many connections, and you always ask a question, kind of to your point about questions. In a forum, there's always someone amongst like 300 of us that would be able to help you, be it, about launching a product, about a lawyer recommendation or HR or whatever. So you kind of lean on the community and lean on other people, because having awareness that you don't know everything, and you shouldn't need to know and do everything. You can lean on other people, and people really, really help each other. It's like I'm beyond thrilled to be in the ecosystem, especially here in the UK, because we're very much kind to each other and help each other a lot.
Great. We focused a lot of this conversation on the early days, just starting out, the idea. All three of you have gone on to build big businesses and big teams and raise capital. And so I'm curious if you have any quick tips on just how to scale yourself as a leader.
I have a book recommendation. As I mentioned, therapy, executive coaches, and etc. There's a guy called Brendon Burchard, and I read his book at some point called, I think it's High Performance Team, something like that. And it really helped me to help myself to become a better leader, and also having an executive coach that I could bounce ideas and kind of develop the leader side so that I could be my best self for my team. Because sometimes you're just so focused on the product and the company, and you just, the risk is there. Your sense of urgency as a founder is so high that you might break people around you, and that's not the purpose, right? You're there to facilitate, to serve your team. So I think that would be my tip.
I guess founders tend to be perfectionists. I know I am, and when you want to scale yourself, you actually need to fire yourself from all your jobs to actually delegate and empower other teammates. And that is easier to say than actually do, especially if it's so close to you, it's your baby, and you think, oh, I need to have a finger on the pulse of knowing what everything's happening, and you know you can do it better yourself, but the truth is you can't have 12 jobs. It's impossible. You're gonna run yourself into the ground. So really just work on finding people that are really good, better than you in specific areas, and then empower them to do their work. And it actually makes you a better leader because you can delegate effectively, leave them to do what they do best, and then you trust them and you build that trust within the team. And when you guys share information transparently, it builds a better culture and your team grows even faster.
I'm not a big fan of reading books or listening to podcasts. I just feel like I never have the time, but I also feel like if you read a book, there's one segment of it that's appropriate to you at that time, and you read the rest, but it's not really applicable, so you don't take it in. So I actually am a big believer in your tribe, whether it's ICE or whatever community it is. Having a conversation once a week with somebody, especially if they've been one stage ahead of you, is like the perfect network to build, and ask them, what did you do when you had this problem? So you're getting real one-on-one time with somebody, but it's really specific to the next challenge that you're facing. So it sort of feeds into what I like as a person. I like talking, I like having a conversation, meeting new people. It can be virtual now post-COVID, which is amazing. There's nobody that's sort of untenable that you can't get a conversation with, and you don't have to spend loads of time commuting. But that's my go-to to try and develop as a leader with new challenges, and currently going through that one of trying to fire myself, and I like to meddle.
I love that advice on that. I found the same thing. It's the peer mentors or the person one step ahead that can often give you that really tactical advice. So we're going to end the discussion on 2 just quick fire questions. The first one is, what's been the most rewarding part of the startup journey for you?
Receiving letters from gamers, players of our games who really loved the experience, and like knowing that they met online and they ended up marrying offline, you know, kind of, yeah, this is like, when you see that, you're like, oh my God, I'm really creating something that has impact in people's lives. I think that would be probably my highlight.
I have a tie, I guess. Being at Spotify, having our tech, like we were acquired at 3.5 years of being a startup, and now we're into our 4th year, but we're already out to 70 million users, and we'll be out to 250 million by end of year, so that's really nice to have that distribution. The tie is with actually giving Val Kilmer his voice back after he lost it to throat cancer, so being able to do something nice for someone while still having to make money for VCs, that's pretty rare. So that was nice too.
For me, sort of similar in terms of it's solving the consumer problem for other people. So we had a stage at Grand Designs live in the Excel just last month, and we were meeting people and demoing the product. And when you get that reaction for the first time, like, oh, this is clever. This will save me time. This will save me money. This is exactly what we need. My wife is going to love it. It's getting that love back and thinking, yes, it's working. People are really going to enjoy it, and it's going to help them in the same way that we sort of set out at our vision at the very beginning. And just that feeling that it's coming together, and it's sort of like maybe having a child, I imagine, and you're sort of like, oh, look at the pride of it that you get, that sensation. Like, there's no better feeling.
Great. Last question I want to end on is just sharing biggest wins. One win, you can share more than one wins, but I always just want women to brag about themselves more, so.
Ooh, okay. Well, I still remember the moment that we won a BAFTA award for one of our games, and it was like, oh my God, I never thought I would be in this position, and we were not expecting that at all. And suddenly you're like, you know, having dinner and etc. And then it announced the winner is Monster Mind, which was our first game. And then I remember every emotion that went in my brain and my soul, and was like, wow. Actually, it's not only about making impacts in millions of people feeling happy, but also there's like an achievement from a creative perspective that a company like BAFTA gave to us. So that was a big win for the company, I think.
For me, it would be meeting John Flynn, my co-founder. So I was never lucky exactly in love, but I finally got married. And when I found John, he's basically my work husband, and he's going to be the best man at my wedding. So yeah, like our successes, you know, he's half of the reason why we got there. So he's a huge deal to me.
The biggest win to me is probably what you all would determine the smallest win, potentially, of everything that we've achieved. But it was back in the early days when me and my co-founder had started out. I was still working my corporate job, and he rang me up and he said, somebody's just bought something. Like, are you kidding? Do we know them? Who is it? What's that? And all of a sudden, it was that point of validation that was super exciting. And that was the point where I was like, okay, I'm going quitting now too. And that was just that moment of like sheer, oh my God, I can't believe somebody's actually bought something.
I love that. Yeah, it's a good reminder to celebrate the small victories along the journey, and also it's so much about the people that you work with. So I think that's a great note to end on. Thank you, everybody.
What a lovely chat. I really enjoyed that. It was a really good mix of inspiring achievements, but also an insight into the vulnerability behind leadership and running businesses, the need for therapy and coaches, and encouragement to ask questions and just make mistakes. So thank you so much for that. So next up, how can we best run businesses right now We're in a time of rapid tech development where innovation just seems to be happening at super fast speed. But at the same time, we're in a cost of living crisis. So what does that mean for people building businesses with a social conscience, which I hope we're all doing here? And it's my absolute pleasure to introduce Rupi Malizia from HSBC Innovation Banking.
Perfect. Okay, lovely. I'll push this to one side. I'm just going to bring this. Yeah. Do you know, I was thinking the same thing. There we go. Oops. Okay. Lovely. Okay, great. I'm delighted to have a fireside chat with Catherine Petralia, who has led an exceptional career in the innovation ecosystem. Co-founder of Tech Unicorn Cabbage, a financial services platform for small businesses, a super scaled business acquired by Amex in 2020. Currently co-founder of Keep Financial, which is a fintech compensation platform. Catherine's also spent nearly 15 years with fintech and e-commerce startups as well, and it's very much in your blood, I can see. And in 2018, she was named to Forbes' list of one of the most powerful women in the world. So that's a massive achievement. And she's also on the board of CARE, which I'm sure is one of the big passions for you as well. So let's welcome Catherine, please. So let's get into the questions then, Catherine. It'd be great for you to tell us a little bit about the purpose and vision behind Cabbage and also Keep Financial.
It's always fun when you start a company and it turns out that it has a social purpose, but you didn't realize it at the beginning. We really started Cabbage because there was this API that eBay built in 2007 that allowed third parties to connect to it. And my co-founder, Rob, said, oh, that would be interesting if we could use that data to make a lending decision about a small business selling on eBay. And there we were. What we didn't realize was that, in the US, there were roughly, at the time, 26 million small businesses. Most of them didn't have employees, and they still don't. And so we didn't realize how strapped for capital most small businesses were in the US. And we didn't realize that they didn't have any other choices, any other options that weren't really, really expensive or hard to get, and they couldn't go to a bank. So we sort of fell into this thing that we were helping all these small businesses, and we only found out about it because they started emailing us and saying things like, oh my gosh, you guys are amazing, and we couldn't even have this business without you, and thank you so much. And I mean, people come up to me all the time, they're like, oh, I just want to thank you for Cabbage because it really helped us out when we needed it. And I'm always and it's so funny because we didn't start that way, but we became, I think, sort of a loudspeaker for supporting small businesses in the US over the years.
That's fantastic. So technology was a really key asset to you to be able to do that with speed and scale, would you say?
100%. We were the only fully automated small business lending platform. And I think we might still have been even up into the acquisition by American Express.
And is that what your customers and clients actually really loved and resonated with them? That it was so quick, it was easy to use, and they could get quick decision making?
That was saving time is really important. It's the one commodity that's in short supply for us all. So they were really grateful for the time save, and we said yes a lot more than other folks did.
Fantastic. And then obviously Cabbage grew and grew and grew and became super scaled. What would you say are the key ingredients of super scaling from a small business to a super scale business into $1 billion business?
I think there are a couple of things. The first one is people ask me all the time, throughout the experience, people would say, oh, is this what you were expecting? And I would be like, I didn't really have expectations. We just thought this would be a cool business to start, and then it turned out there was this massive addressable market, and we just happened to have built the right mousetrap for it. So I think not having that goal, for me anyway, was really helpful because I wasn't always comparing where am I to where I thought I should be, where I thought we should be. I was just sort of in the moment working with the team, and that's the second part of it is people. It's going to be my answer to a lot of questions, and it always is, because it's always the people that help you get where you need to go. What I said all the time, at our peak we had about 600 employees, and I said all the time, I had never done most of their jobs. So there was no way, I had to rely on really strong, smart people to make decisions all the time. And if I needed to be the bottleneck, if I needed to make decisions for all the things, then nothing would ever happen. So you have to have a lot of confidence and trust in the people, and you have to have confidence in yourself to make changes with people when they're not the right people. And that's hard to do for people who've been with you from the very beginning, because one of the things we cared about a lot, and still do, are our people.
So was that one of your key challenges as well? So growing from a small business to 600 strong business, people come with you on the journey. There's that emotional connection as well, and loyalty, but sometimes hard decisions have to be made. Was that one of the big challenges that you faced, or were there other challenges as well?
I mean, our business was pretty complicated, so we were constantly raising money. That was one challenge. We spent so much time doing that. It's really, in retrospect, it's nuts that we got anything done. But it was people, making sure the right people were in the right jobs, doing the right thing, and that they were part of the community. Rob and I interviewed every employee, because we wanted to make sure that they were what you would say now or is a culture fit. But for us, what that meant is that they cared about each other and that they wanted to be themselves and they were comfortable being themselves. At home or at work or wherever they were, and that was really special. And these people not only cared about each other, but they cared about our customers. And that meant we had a great customer experience. Our customers were really happy, and they came back over and over again and told their friends, and that's what you want. But it's challenging when you have people who've been with you for a long time, and people want career growth. They want to have a new title. We didn't have titles. They want a new title and a new role and more responsibility. And everybody wants to manage people for reasons I will never understand, because it's the worst job. And then you can't give everybody that. And what I tell people all the time is, your job's actually gotten much more complicated. Every 6 months, you're getting a promotion, whether you know it or not, because the job's gotten bigger, the company's bigger, it's more complicated. The mountain is sort of growing underneath you, and you don't realize it because your head's down doing the job. That's a hard message to deliver, and it's a hard message to hear.
And I guess, one of the things for having a small business to super scale, you're not creating a hierarchical large organization. So people are always going to be really key and crucial. And I think some of the things you say resonate with certainly the experiences we've been going through ourselves. And I wonder how you can motivate people to actually stay and say, look, you're part of this journey, it's going to be amazing, but you don't get a new title and you don't get a new hierarchical position, because that's probably why they joined in the first place. But when you get success, that's the normal feeling, that's the traditional feeling of you need to move up the chain. So how did you address that with your people?
I think one of the things, we had a large engineering and data science team. So one of the things we did was build a career path so that people didn't have to manage people in order to make more money. Because at the end of the day, people want to make more money. So we found ways to put people on paths where they could be sole contributors and not have to manage people. Because the challenge that we had, we did a couple of reductions in force over the years. And every time it happened, we always wound up cutting out this middle layer of management. Frankly, the people who weren't doing stuff, but they were coordinating things or managing people. And every time we did that, every time, whether it was part of a formal process or whether it was a one-off, the people who remained were so much more motivated after that, because it really bothered them that there were people who weren't doing things all the time. So it was a surprisingly galvanizing force whenever you eliminated the people who weren't doing the work. And we tried to keep things as streamlined as possible so that people were all doing work. Nobody was just watching other people do work.
Fantastic. So a mix of excellent product, great timing, technology, great people, great culture, and then a very motivated kind of vision and purpose. And then it was bought by Amex in 2020. So what an experience that must have been. How did that feel?
It was super weird because it was during the pandemic. And so that entire transaction happened. We started talking to them in, April, and signed a term sheet in August. This is of 2020. And then closed the transaction in October. No humans saw any other humans this entire time. That entire transaction happened totally virtually, which was really strange. And finally, we had a boss after we were acquired, and we hadn't met her yet. And so we were like, we're going to get on a plane, because I think we need to meet you in person. I think that must have been one of the few times in history that's probably, at least in recent history, where something like that, a transaction of that size occurred.
Yeah, fantastic. I mean, you turned it into $1 billion business, so that's a massive achievement. Now, with super scaling, and as the environment cools a bit, so I don't really want to use the word downturn, I'm going to call it cooling. It's a bit more positive, I guess. And it will warm up, hopefully.
Not in here, I hope.
No, it definitely used to cool down in here. What would you say is the advice that you would give the audience and startups and innovators out there around how you do that super scaling? Because it sounds as if you started the business, but that wasn't really your purpose to become a $1 billion business. It was just, let's see how this goes, let's test and trial the technology, let's see how the customers respond to us, let's just grow the business and see what happens. But probably, I don't know, did you expect to get to a $1 billion status of valuation? And then the super scaling bit, what would you suggest to people? What would you advise people to do?
I mean, I'll start with the valuation. Our valuation was microscopic compared to so many companies today. There are AI companies that just started last week are, getting multi-billion-dollar valuations. So I think the valuation isn't necessarily the important thing. I think about the number of customers that we served, and I think about the number of dollars we deployed, and I think that's more interesting and exciting to talk about than the valuation necessarily. And the way to get there is, I think it's about the total addressable market. I think so many companies start and they think, oh, this is a good idea, and maybe they think somebody's going to buy them, or maybe they think they fit nicely into some smaller ecosystem. You have to have an idea that can serve a lot of customers, and that they want to keep paying you money to serve them. I think that's really important, and we lose sight of that. Even within American Express, I found I was asking that question a lot of people, of new products that they want to develop. I'm like, how many people do you think want that thing? And they're like, oh, I don't know. We just put our brand on it and everybody wants to buy it, So it doesn't, and maybe it works that way for a big company like American Express, but I think it's harder to do when you're a startup. I think you have to be really intentional about who your market is. And then you have to surround yourself with great people. And what I'm going to say now is very controversial, but you have to take advantage of opportunities to trim fat when they present themselves. And that trimming can come in the form of people, of space, of technology spend, of Salesforce seats, whatever it is. But I think it's really important to be really thrifty when you're small, so you can conserve your capital for when you need it later.
Fantastic. Now you're co-founder of Keep Financial, which is fantastic. And anything that you want to say a little bit about Keep Financial and why you're in that space and what reason you started that up?
Sure. So what we do at Keep is we help employers provide vesting compensation to employees, vesting cash compensation. So think of it as CARTA for cash compensation. And the reason we wanted to start this company is we spent a lot of time dealing with employee compensation over the years at Kabbage. And we always thought about equity as being the most important driver for us. That was the thing that aligned our interests. But when you ask employees, more than 90% of them say they'd rather have cash. But it's really hard to deliver cash compensation with a hook, because it's hard to get the money back. There's no real stick or incentive necessarily for employees to repay. So we thought this would be an interesting way to sort of democratize access to upfront cash compensation for lots of people. 90% of all jobs in the world are service jobs, and these are people that change jobs a lot. They are hourly wage workers, shift workers, and they never have opportunities to get access to upfront compensation, cash compensation they can use to build wealth or to pay off student debt or any of those things. So we pay everybody the same way. We've been paying everybody the same way for 70 years. We're basically making loans to our employers every day because we don't get paid on the days that we work the way we used to many, many years ago, decades ago. So we think we should look at employees and let them decide how they want to be compensated. It's flexible compensation for employees starting on day one.
Great, and there is definitely a thread that's coming through this whole conversation, which is people and clients. So you're very focused on, I think, the social consciousness of business. Do you want to expand a bit onto that?
Yeah, I think, I don't know, maybe it's my family or my upbringing, my friends, whatever, the people I'm around. It's always been really important to us to take care of our community, of people around us. And at Kabbage, we had this, cool thing that we did where we took the entire staff out, even when we had 600 people, to do, we called it Kabbage Cares, but it was community service events. We took everybody out to this one camp for kids with disabilities, and we would do it 4 times a year with the whole company, and we would, I don't know, clean toilets and plant potatoes and all the things that they needed, and it was really a great bonding mechanism, but everybody was into it. Everybody was really excited about the work, the outcome of what we were doing. And then I just had more and more opportunities to get involved in, I would say, philanthropic organizations, the one probably that I spend the most time on, can I talk about this because you were going to bring it up?
Do, yeah, absolutely.
It's CARE, and it really frustrates me because a lot of people don't know what CARE is. CARE is a 75-year-old, 77-year-old humanitarian organization that works largely in the global south, focusing on women and girls to improve their economic position by helping them participate in the local economy, which is not the case in many places. So CARE, if you've heard of a CARE package, that started after World War II when people in the US packaged up supplies and sent them to people in Europe, and that was CARE. I was in Ghana in March actually with CARE, meeting with cocoa farmers whom they support, and it's interesting, every single cocoa farmer, there are all these circles that we met with of people focused on different things. There was literacy, financial education, different ways of managing their community, and the thing that they all said they were saving money for was their kids' education so they didn't have to be cocoa farmers. So that is one of the things that CARE is doing, is teaching and empowering people to get out of the situation that they're currently in and help their children lead a different life. And it's really exciting and interesting and important work. And we're doing it in the US now too.
Yes, obviously, yeah. So
which says something interesting.
Yeah, that is very interesting actually. So it's kind of, it feels like it's very much an organic and purposeful move with regard to social consciousness. It's in your DNA. It's very much in your DNA. Now, for organizations or people or innovators or startup founders that want to balance the kind of P&L side of a business running, we talked about, streamline when you can, focus on the outcome of what you need to do, but also the social consciousness side of that. How do people effectively, what advice could you give people to effectively balance that out? Because sometimes it goes one way or it goes another way, but it's often very hard to just get that balance just right. You have a successful business, you deliver to your clients and customers, and you can do the right thing for society as a whole.
I think it's a bit of a luxury. Honestly, at least early days, it's a bit of a luxury to focus on that at your company, because the goal is you want to make sure that you find product market fit, that you're generating revenue, that you're supporting the business, that it's sustainable and scalable. But I think it's really important to let your employees drive the focus. I think it's important that you don't just take the things you care about and foist them on your employees. I think, what we did is we had everybody participate and every month we had events, and people would say, oh, I'd like to support this organization, I'd like to support that organization, and that way everybody felt like they were part of it, and everybody, no matter what their political views are, what their gender is, their age, their religion, everybody supports something philanthropically in their lives, and it's important to let that have a voice and let that grow and bear fruit in the organization.
Fabulous. And Catherine, what's next for you? Because it sounds like you've gone from a small organization to a very successful organization that you sold to Amex, and you're co-founder of Keep Financial, you're on the board of CARE, I think you're on a number of other boards as well. What's next for you? How do you see the next sort of X number of years panning out for you?
We have an interesting family situation. My husband and I this month have been married for 31 years, and we have two sons. One is 22, who just graduated from university, and then the other one is 6. On purpose, same parents, all the questions people have. But I'm trying to figure out. I feel like I probably, my older son got a little bit gypped because we were just on it all the time for Cabbage, early days. And traveling all the time. And my older son is not, he's happy and isn't mad at me at all for this. But I'm trying to figure out how to create space to spend more time with our 6-year-old, but not so much that my husband wants to murder me. So, because he's been the at-home parent for 22 years, which is frankly the only way that I could have done this in the first place. So, I'm trying to strike that balance, and I'm joining some boards, and I'm finding myself getting really, really busy, and I'm behind on email, and it's making me crazy. So I think what's next for me for the next 5 years is trying to strike a balance where I feel like I'm doing, interesting things that have purpose, but also, taking care of my family and spending time with them.
I think that resonates with a lot of people, whether male or female, when you're trying to put you're all into any organization or your job or the business that you're growing, and you have that element of guilt. And it's great to hear that actually, not that you have the guilt or you have to struggle with that, but there is that struggle, and kind of balancing that out and working through how you figure that out is quite important, and talking about it is important as well.
I think it's like a negotiation. Everybody's a little bit unhappy.
Yeah, and you just have to accept that.
Yes.
Yeah. Fantastic. That's great to speak to you, Catherine.
Thank you so much for having me, and thanks to all of you for being here. I'm very flattered.
Hope you all can cool down after this, but great to speak to you, and wish you all the success in your next adventure.
Thank you so much.
That was great. Thank you so much. It's nice to know that there is hope in a recession for business leaders. I'm hearing a lot about community today, which is really nice, and the power of technology to bring people together. And next up, we have something that's been touched upon a lot today, but hasn't really been delved into: the power of generative AI. I feel like literally everybody's talking about it. I heard Sarah Mumby, the Permanent Secretary for Science, Innovation and Technology, say on Monday night here that she can't have a meeting in government without someone bringing it up. I feel like we're all scrambling to try to understand it, and then by the time we do, it almost feels like it's changed, and it's exciting, but it's stressful, and we're worried, and we're just feeling lots of things. And as I said before, and as Rishi Sunak said here, we're entering the next industrial revolution. So I'm excited to learn how to prepare for it and hopefully get some of my fears soothed. It is my absolute pleasure to introduce the chair of this, Claire Davenport. She sits on the board of Trustpilot and has a brilliant network of women in technology called Wits End. What a good name. Give it up.
Hi, everyone. Come in. Thanks very much. Well, I'm delighted to be here today, and as was said, I'm Claire Davenport, and I have with me a fabulous network of women who are experts in AI, not only over the last 6 months since ChatGPT has started, but have been working on it for already a good couple of years, sometimes many, many years, either as business leaders or with business leaders. What we thought we'd do today was, there's been a lot of talks about AI, everybody's talking about AI. We want to be practical. What will you do tomorrow morning if you're a business leader to make sure that you're getting using generative AI in your company? So we're going to focus on that because it's too big a topic if you've just got 25, 30 minutes. So on the panel with me today, I have got Dr. Haebu Lee, who has got a long history in AI. She was at DeepMind, head of ethics. She's been working as head of product at Wave, self-driving vehicles, and she also is a fellow at Cambridge University and runs her mission. Yu Lin, who's the Chief Product Officer at Onfido. Natalie Gaveau, who is a partner now, was a partner now, strategic advisor at BCG-X for digital ventures, helping companies putting AI into their companies, big and small. And Kate Janssen, who's a technical product manager who's been developing products on the top of the GPT-3 and now GPT-4 engine for the last couple of years. And we are going to, as I say, talk today. I'm not going to do much more of an introduction, except to say the original reason that I got into online was when Napster rose up and disrupted the music industry. And I've been loving disruptive tech my entire career. I was in TV when YouTube happened. I was at Skype when we were disrupting telephony with video calling. And then for the next sort of 15 years, it kind of felt like disruption got a bit samey. It was like, okay, I know kind of what's going to happen. It's just industries that are slightly more difficult to disrupt all the way through. But then suddenly, 21st of December, I get a text saying, can you set up a call on ChatGPT? I don't know what impact it's going to have on my business. And I said, oh, yeah, what's ChatGPT? 6 months later, here we are, and everybody, every business leader, every board member that I talk to is thinking about this all the time. Everybody wants to know, how practically are we going to make sure that our business is ready for this? So that's what we're hoping to cover today. And so without further ado, I'm going to start with Haebu. Haebu, you've been, I mean, obviously you are an expert in this. You've been working in this field for a long time. from my memory, in 1997, was it Deep Blue that beat the world chess champion at chess? So this has been going on for ages. What's happened now? What happened at the end of November that suddenly changed the world?
Such a great question. I'm sure all of you are aware of like this phenomenon that's been sweeping all of our messagings. But I think what's been really fascinating is that actually machine learning, as I like to think of it, AI, it's been around for quite a long time, like the 50s and 60s. And actually, it's not mystical in some magical way. It's, at its core, some very basic mathematics, adding, subtracting, multiplication, matrices. But what has really changed in the last, I think, 15, 20 years is that the scale of compute that is available to us now has blown this up. And so what previously was quite kind of contained mathematical principles can actually be deployed and used with these emergent properties. So as you said, in 1997, we saw this great demonstration of something machine-like beating the world chess champion. In 2016, we had AlphaGo, which was DeepMind's mind-blowing demonstration of how Go, which is a much harder game to play, was somehow now accessible to machine intelligence. And in the last few years, what we've seen is actually we've moved beyond games. We've moved beyond these kind of closed worlds into things that seem quite open world. Decisions that can be made, information that can be shared by these language models like GPT in ways that are mind-blowing because they seem intelligent and open-ended, not just within the realm of one game. And so I think what's been really fascinating is seeing how this has captured people's imaginations, because suddenly this intelligence is beyond the scope of just one application, like chess or Go, or classification of medical images, or have I got a cat or not in this picture. So it's really amazing to see how people are now thinking about using it, and some of these panelists will, I think, go into that a bit more. But there are also lots of challenges along the way, because these models aren't perfect. And how we use them is a question that we also need to think about very critically in terms of the expectations that we set for our customers and our users.
Great, we are definitely going to come on to that. Before I do, Natalie, I'm going to ask you, you've been a CEO, you've set up your own company, but now you've been helping lots of other CEOs at BCG, and I wonder what you can share about what CEOs practically should be thinking about.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people are overwhelmed at the moment. I can see, and it's normal because this is a game changer. Generative AI is a proper, I think, internet-like disruption in terms of what it's allowing us to do already. And every day you hear news about Adobe is now implementing generative AI in its Creative Cloud, and Bloomberg has this 50 billion parameters model already trained. So it's very overwhelming. I think my motto has always been in my businesses and when I advise to empower people, empower teams to get things done. So it's quite a good motto. It really works. How you do that is first, the CEOs have to understand what areas of their businesses are already being disrupted. I think there are two areas that are really ready: customer support and tech coding. These two areas, you can start to have pilots. I've just done that in call centers for a company with localized AI. You see massive productivity gains. So this is kind of, productivity improvements in the company, and you can start to get this done fairly fast. I would say the more strategic level is engaging with the board and the leadership team on what is the timing for investment and investing in AI, what is the maturity of your company, and starting to think about your capital allocation fairly fast. Then you essentially look at talent. Do you have top people inside the company that will help you with this huge disruption? And also you need to start to understand frameworks for managing the compliance, the governance. There are lots of roles that are changing in companies today around that. And then I think the best thing is to not just have it top-down, but really have a bottom-up strategy. So my favorite thing is you create your fully secured sandbox. You load it with the best no-code applications that you love to use. So personally, obviously there is ChatGPT, but there is Systemia, there is Kendra for intelligent document search. There is Jasper AI for all the content, the marketing, the social stuff. and you let people play with it. Like and you will see very quickly, it's incredible. Like if you have 50 teams of, let's say, 50 marketers or 50 accountants, you will start to see that 5 of them are starting to do the job of the 50, and they are starting to accelerate your transformation and build up new products and come up with new ideas and like start to have pilots coming up. So it needs a framework, very strong framework. You need like experts in your tech teams to do that, but this is very, very powerful. It accelerates your transformation by at least 30%.
Interesting. So you can go from efficiency and productivity all the way up to existential threat.
Yeah.
Is it inside your company? Is it outside your company, launching products and so on? So it's sort of, there's so many different areas to think about, aren't there?
Yeah.
Kate, I don't know if you've got anything to add to what Natalie said in terms of, you know, what you think of that CEOs should be thinking of. And then I'm going to ask you about what do product managers need to be thinking about, like, as they launch products with this?
Sure, absolutely. I mean, to Natalie's point about creating empowered teams, this is absolutely the opportunity for leaders and CEOs to lead with context and not control. It's not useful to completely ban some of the applications that are out there, particularly because they can really help boost productivity in your organization. We've heard a lot this week around creating policies and really understanding your organization's risk appetite. This is important, but tangibly, what does that mean? There have been a couple of data leaks, and so I think a very practical tip is to really understand what data are you happy with for your employees to share or to use in an application, an open application like ChatGPT, potentially something like drafting sales emails, and what data are you not happy with them to share? And make this really explicit. This could be kind of weekly dial-ins or setups where you have a space where people can ask questions. Can we use this data? Can we not use that data? Really bring in some experts, maybe open up a Slack channel or a space in Teams for people to double check if they're unsure whether they can use that data or not. But it's really important that leadership kind of leads with the context and demonstrates that they also use it in their productivity gains, whether it's email writing or content generation. But I think that a big key component here is that the theme should really be around co-pilots, assistance, and augmentation, not replacements. I think it's essential that we focus not on the fear aspect, but how this can help people do their jobs. I saw on Monday one of the Microsoft CEO for UK mentioned a statistic that 64% of workers feel that they can't get their work done. This is an opportunity to really give your employees superpowers to help them out with that. And so I think that needs to be the theme that is really encouraged in the organization, in a safe space, in a sandbox environment where the guardrails are clear and employees can ask questions about how they can interact with these applications.
That's great. And how about product management? So you're putting products out into the market that uses these GPT-3 engine or GPT-4 engine or other large language models. What do you need your product managers to be able to do? Because presumably putting products out into the world is different. It's a different bar, right, from just giving it to people internally and letting them use it efficiently.
Absolutely. And I think it's really important to go back to basics here. What do product managers do? They build products that solve customer problems that serve the business. We don't build AI hammers looking for nails. And so we really need to view AI, generative AI specifically, as a tool or a solution to customer problems. And so for product management, there are always 3 key components, no matter what. It's customer desirability, technical feasibility, and business viability. For customer desirability, the question should not be, how can we use generative AI? It should be, how can we use generative AI to solve our customer problems better, faster, smoother? How can we create a more delightful customer experience for them? If generative AI is a tool that can help you accomplish that, great. If not, you don't need to force it. You don't need to put the square peg into the round hole. One of my experiences, and this was actually counterintuitive to me and the organization, was that when we tested our product with users, they loved it. When we mentioned it was AI powered, we got about a 50-50 step back because the customer segment that we were dealing with were actually generally afraid of AI. They were worried about the data, they were worried about their ideas or proprietary information being stolen, and they didn't want to use our product. And so I would say you definitely need to understand your customer, and you need to understand their position on generative AI. And so bringing education into your product is probably something that could be very, very beneficial. From the technical feasibility, there's a lot I can say on this topic, but what I'm going to focus on is that it is actually quite difficult to deploy a linear regression algorithm. It's really hard to deploy generative AI to the world in a safe, reliable, and scalable manner. Your software engineering teams need to have that capability. And so I would very much advocate for a crawl, walk, run approach. You want to set up a prototyping environment in which you can rapidly prototype and experiment quickly. You then probably want to have maybe an alpha or beta set of users where you can safely test out your work before deploying it. This is still very hard. ChatGPT makes it look really easy because you just quickly type something and get an answer back. There's a lot of complexity in the background. And to a kind of a general theme that we've seen over the last couple of weeks, what about transparency, fairness, bias, and accountability? This really needs to be built in to the engineering teams. Lastly, business viability. All I'm going to say here is moats. How are you creating a defensible product? Is it algorithms? Is it distribution? Is it data? Don't forget, everybody else has the same tools as you.
Thank you. Brilliant, brilliant answer. Yulin, I'm going to ask you, I mean, you're Chief Product Officer. You've been a strategist for a long time as well. So, and on Fido, I know you've been using this for a really long time, thinking about, well, how to perhaps tell us about, don't let me describe it, even though you've told me about it. Why don't you tell us how you've been using it internally?
So I think I would really echo what Kate said, which is what is your product and what's the customer need that you're solving? And for us, we are an identity verification and fraud company. And fraud, anything to do with fraud on the internet has always been at the pointy end, right, of whatever new technology is around, because there's so much incentive for the fraudster to do things, and hence there's also so much need from our customers to be able to have that. So we actually started using generative AI pre-ChatGPT. A lot of our systems use things like computer vision and anomaly detection, and we have been generating synthetic things to be able to train our models better, to be able to mitigate bias. And this has just been part of the DNA of how we build the business. I think there is will bringing a new thing in solve these customer needs better? Are there new technologies as part of this revolution which will? Definitely, and we're currently looking and testing and experimenting with quite a lot of them. But also, do we suddenly now launch a language product because ChatGPT is available in our core product? If it's not the thing that solves customer needs, and the answer is no, right? We're not going to become a different company because of this. But there is so much new stuff out there that the teams absolutely do need. If your business is on this like thin edge of the wedge, do need to be on top of this, because it can be existential. If what you thought was your moat is no longer your moat because someone has open sourced a model, or there's something out there that's better, or your competitors are able to use it in a different way. And I think that fear is real, but if you're in an AI-driven product company, you probably feel that fear anyway. And this is just sort of adding to it and making you open your eyes to like some of the stuff that's happening. I think in terms of how we're using it in other parts of our business, there's the stuff that's already happening. So like our sales teams definitely use it for better prospecting, better conversations, better creation of content, like stuff that isn't super proprietary on the data that we have a lot of governance around. But when we did think about, I think in March, we were like, this is amazing, Stripe's just done a hackathon, we should do a hackathon too. Obviously, hundreds of people put their hands up to participate. But then, as we were planning it, it's like, okay, but have we actually worked out the AI governance framework, the guardrails, like what we're doing with the data, the IP, which models, which products you can use? And the answer, in honesty, was like, actually, we're not ready to do that, because all of this stuff that's become quite sophisticated in the way we build our products, we have to actually transfer some of that and evolve it to be able to deal with this. And so we're still doing it, but we've decided to push it back a few months so that we can actually get this stuff ready. I think it's very tempting. For certain things, if you're just exploring with non-IP based data and it's not so critical, your teams should be doing that today. But I think if you're going to really embed it fundamentally more into your product, you do have to start thinking about it in a more sophisticated way and make sure you get some of these things ready rather than just jumping in. So yeah, crawl, walk, run is probably a good way to describe this. We're like running on our core product because that's what we do. But for some of the other stuff, like we're probably in crawling stage, and then for something else, we're in walking stage.
Interesting. I like the practical tips, the sandboxing and the kind of getting the beta out there, or trying to do a hackathon, putting it in people's hands, but making sure that the guardrails is it's a tricky one, isn't it? That is just genuinely a call that you have to make about how open you're going to be letting people. Natalie, practical tips then. What practical tips would you have for people if they just wanted to go and start tomorrow getting AI into their business?
I would say number one, I have four. Number one, really start with customer NPS as a North Star satisfaction. Think about, are you building stuff that nobody wants? How is your customer experience versus, the best in the world? Read, this book by the inventor of the Net Promoter Score. I think it's called, I can't remember the name straight away, but like the question 2.0. It's hugely interesting. It's about building customer centricity playbooks. And I would really always start with that and think, if Amazon can predict 95% how much a customer is going to spend, how can you do that? How do you use your data, your NPS, to predict your revenue and become smarter? Second practical tip is trust, but verify. This is fairly simple. The more agile you are, the more agile you are also at creating new risks. So I think you need to, it's been said, but like really creating the right framework, no single point of failure, some redundancy, some layers in your organization, really understanding, how do you have lots of small risks, but not like one huge risk. Like, I think this is really interesting to think about compliance. Sometimes you get lawyers into the test, it's super helpful, but you need to work practically because this is an area of the business that is totally changing today. The radar on this part are built differently than they were, even 6 months ago. The third thing is, obviously the people is about, whatever the system you're using, whether you're on Bamboo, Workday, Monday, whatever, but just starting to think that you're no longer managing normal people, you're managing augmented people. So although we're still intelligence made of carbon, we're not, in quantum yet or silicon, we're going to actually react in very different ways, and everybody in your organization is going to be empowered to code, even if they're not a coder, to write videos, even they're not script writers, to do anything totally differently. So you need to spot the talent and make sure you have the right career pathways in your organization. The AI race is really a race not just for money, but also really for talent. And the fourth thing, ban PowerPoint. Ban bullet points. I know Jeff Bezos is a big fan of this, and he said that, but I think this is a reality. Like today, if you can get people to work on like simple sheets, writing, just like you would with a PR release, how they think, what their ideas are, and like build FAQs, and if you can prompt them to start, how do we use generative AI, and you will see that will be very efficient as opposed to long PowerPoint. That would be.
Interesting. Thank you very much, Natalie. Haibu, in terms of guardrails and how you should think about putting these in place, we've heard a little bit about it today. How would you think about that? Because that's something that do you think about it differently for internal versus external?
So I think we've talked a little bit about the difference between, using it as like a co-pilot and actually like GitHub Copilot, absolutely amazing. I think my friend who uses it a lot, helps develop it, says it sort of increases SWE productivity by 30 to 40%, which is absolutely mind-blowing. But I think when it's internal to your own company, you already have the sort of team structures and processes in place to say, look, are you sure this code is actually going to compile well? Is it going to cause any bugs? Like, you have those things in place, so the quality of what is generated as output, as prompts, as like sort of additions to the normal coding process or the normal marketing content process can be well managed. What ends up happening actually is very interesting, that your employees become prompt engineers, this new job, which I think is fascinating. But that also requires you to think about the capabilities that you will reward them on in a different way. But actually, I think we talked a little bit, Yulin, also about how, if you're going to be putting this in your customers' hands as something that is a customer-facing product, the bar is so much higher. So when I was at Wave, we well, the company is trying to build AV 2.0, as they call it, which is using deep learning, this generative transformer-led platform model to like make decisions about driving in central London. And at that point, you have so many requirements to make sure that your models are making the right decisions, that you have all the like processes and also product operational pieces around it to make sure that you're being safe, trustworthy. And then the real question is, how does that become commercially viable? Because Waymo, for example, has a whole team of operational people behind them to like, you know, go rescue the car if it gets stuck. And likely in any application of generative AI, or AI in general, you will need these kind of operational or process catch-alls to make it a commercial offering. And then that obviously has margin implications. And my last point I think I would probably emphasize is that machine learning is a systems problem. So if you are really going to decide as a board, as an exec team, that you're going to go hard and make this a customer proposition, look at your entire stack, at your entire organization cross-functionally, because you will need a legal team who understands the implications of data, of the IP concerns that your data might be trained on. You will need likely a new tech stack and software infrastructure to be able to iterate. Even if you freeze most of the model and just fine-tune, your tech stack's going to look different. ML ops is a whole new discipline that even DevOps people are struggling to get their heads around. So there are a lot of changes you need to make for your organization, and that's expensive. And to Natalie's point, it will also require capital investment. But make a decision, make it bold, and yeah, do it at the top.
Very good, thank you. We've only got 5 minutes left. I'm just going to ask each of you, is there anything else, like when we're thinking about practicability, that you would like to add that we have not really covered, but that you sort of think is important for people to leave the room knowing? Kate?
Yeah, absolutely. So back onto my favorite 3 points, one of them being technical feasibility. You definitely need to think about cost and latency. There is a cost to calling even open models like OpenAI's APIs. You need to think about that in your unit economics. For some startups and smaller companies, the cost of actually renting the cloud infrastructure to host these models can actually be prohibitive. We're talking in the thousands of dollars per month. So you do need to think about your use case and from a business viability point of view, if this is really core to your products, and then how you're going to think about those margins, because you will give some of those margins away. And then latency. If you've used ChatGPT, you've probably bumped into a time when it's been down before. If you're calling the API and you're stuck in a queue or you can't get a response back, what does that customer experience look like? How are you holding their attention? How do you think about your loading states? UI is a great tool in the toolkit here to think about how you can continue to make it a delightful experience. But these are 2 very serious implications to think about when building. Let me leave it there. Yeah.
Thank you. Natalie?
Anything
you'd like to add? I mean, you don't have to, but
no.
Is there anything that you sort of think has not been said?
No, I have like a few things obviously that kind of scare me, and like, but it's kind of more in general, not in so much in practical tips.
Okay.
Is like, if you think that you're going to need like huge capital and very top talent, you know, is this going to be essentially something that creates like monopolies in the market and only the really big companies, just like you have today for giant data centers? If you don't have like 10 billion, you can't build a data center. You know, is this going to be like starting to polarize, you know, into only very big companies? And then the other thing, that the other side of the coin is not a practical tip, but is actually, if you read Anti-Fragile, it's a really interesting book by Nassim Taleb. It's interesting to see how do you get, you know, some systems, they thrive and they become leaders and stronger against adversity and uncertainty. And it's really interesting, like, how do you get to that stage? Because actually some of these monster companies, they look very strong from the outside, but they could be very siloed. They could actually be pretty weak and disappear on the face of some other companies, you know, then taking the lead. So it's quite exciting as well.
Thank you. Did you want to comment on that, Hayley?
Yeah, I do want to add a note of optimism to this, because I think we're, you know, talking a lot of like practical concerns, but actually the thing I'm loving right now is that the open source community is going wild. Like, the accidental release of Llama by Meta was like just so wonderful. Actually, I'm sorry, Meta, but you know, I think it's been absolutely brilliant for the field because it's incentivized all these universities, all of like the communities around this to build amazing open source models which can be used and leveraged at a fraction of the price. And also, they don't have to be huge. You can run a really great 50 billion parameter model on like consumer grade hardware. So I encourage all of us to go and like experiment with this because it doesn't have to be proprietary, and I really think we should accelerate a lot more of this open source initiatives. The thing I would say on top of that though is, yeah, again, make sure that you're solving an actual problem for a customer, not just hammer looking for a nail.
Thank you. And Yulin, I'm going to finish with you.
I think, yeah, in terms of practical stuff, I think for the leaders in the room, my practical advice would be around having this growth mindset, of course, that these things are new and they may be changing the way you do things, but really could not emphasize enough the importance that you will get the most value from it if you empower your teams. I think this is kind of thing where a top-down directive of what to do is not helpful. The top-down directive of space and time and outcomes and you want to go and strategy is helpful, but fundamentally when I think of the best ideas that we've done and implemented and also seen in the industry, they haven't necessarily come from the top. They've come from empowered teams, experimenting, playing around, speaking to other people, working with customers and doing all of that. And that doesn't, in some ways, that's how business is run, right? And I think rather than taking the fear and be like, we need to do something and we need to do this, it's more like we need to do something because something is there. But this something could be, let's experiment, right? Let's create the guardrails, let's create the space, provide some funding, and let's see what great ideas that our teams can come up with. And also, maybe you will need to hire some people in certain roles that you may or may not have, and some of them to do with MLOps, some of them to do with the data science themselves, some of them to do with legal, to do with privacy. Some of that may change, but empowered teams, I think, is where the best ideas will come from.
That's brilliant. So I think what we've heard today, there's lots of optimism. There's some guardrails that are needed. As somebody that advises a lot of CEOs and board members, I'd say educate yourself, sounds like, and then work out quite quickly how you're going to set those guardrails and how you're going to empower your team, but within those guardrails so that you can go and experiment on this. Brilliant. Well, thank you very much for listening. I know it's the end of a long day, but thank you to my panel. Thank you. Absolute pleasure. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Hello. Thank you so much for joining us. Wow, mind-opening stuff. I just wanted to say goodbye before you leave. I want to say thank you so much to the amazing minds at the end and all of today. I've learnt a lot about a lot, so I'm looking forward to going home and decompressing that. I also have been told that there might be some kind of incident at Westminster Station, so you might just want to check that and have a look at your route home. But I hope you all get home safely, and we're excited to see you next year.